Check your email. The link is in there. So yeah, leave me in the back for a while. Go ahead and cook your.
Okay, you want me to keep on spinning it? All right, I'm gonna keep on spinning it. I'm
Yeah.
gonna leave it in the background. All right, so I'm gonna show you guys something. I've talked to a lot of young men. I talked to older men too. And one thing they do have in common when it comes down to interacting with today's society of Black women, right? 2024. They feel that there's a high substantial expectations that they can't meet. And this is the truth, honest truth. They think that there's a list of high expectations that they can't meet. That's why they choose to opt out. Now, as far as dating goes and relationships goes, I see backhand on both perspectives, on both things. But I say this to myself, right? I'm looking at it right now as a person who's single and looking at the dating scene in 2024 compared to the dating scene in the 90s, because I'm experiencing both of these as me being older on dating different women. This is why I date in America. There's some people who don't want to date in America and they decide to do the monk mode and this date straight overseas. I get it, but I can't do that, right? I need the experience in order for me to know what's the difference on these type of women that I'm dealing with. So there was a time in the 90s where I want to say this, that I believe, this is my opinion now, I believe that Black women were at their ultimate peak to where they understood relationships, they understood marriage. It was more for being and understanding the relationship perspective of it versus the I gotta grab your attention by doing certain things. Now listen, we're all men in here. We love looking at physical beauty. All right. We get attracted by sexuality. Women understand that's what gravitates us. Problem is, I believe, now you guys can agree or disagree, but we're going to talk about the 2024 Black women. I think it did start it out in the 90s, with Sir Mix-a-Lot. If you guys are new to Sir Mix-a-Lot, but there was a time where 90s Black women had this innocence, which they were innocent. They weren't accustomed to certain things. They were about love. In the 90s, too, music has a lot to play with your aspect of life as well. It had the slow jams. Everything was about love. It was about relationships. It was about you and that other person together making things happen, right? Now we're in 2024. We've got music like, I don't know what to say. My thing is pink, my booty hole's brown. Like this is the type of music that's being played. So when I'm seeing the evolution of things based off the music and the content, you start to realize certain things. Whose fault is it really? And if we can address the issues without being disrespectful in any type of way, but also address the issues and say, hey, listen, we're not cool with what's going on here. Something needs to be changed. But there are some men out there that do antagonize and they love the fuckery. But there's men like myself that I'm not for it. So when I see things like that, I'm only seeing one thing and one thing only. I'm not looking at a person that's in a healthy relationship, especially if they have kids in the background, they booty dancing too. Not saying they all do this now, but we're just saying this is what we see within our women. So it does kind of grow a concern. But also, besides all that, right, we have certain women in this generation that are speaking on the list now. I'm going to show you guys this quick video, and then I'm going to open up the panels. Brittany, I see you in the background. I'm going to get you on here as well as Mr. Travelers. So I want to show you this clip of this video, and I'm going to cam up too in a minute. I want to show you the clip of this video, guys. And ladies and gentlemen, I just want you guys to give me your honest perspective of what you see in here. Black man gets rejected for making $75K to $95K a year. So let's go ahead and play this. And I want your guys' honest opinion on this.
Justin Black, own a moving company.
So how much do you make a year?
About 75 to 95, depending. That's how to work.
Pop my balloon because I just feel like that's not enough for me. But I feel like everything else was good, you know?
Okay, 75 to 95,000 a year is not good enough.
I thought it was going to be like 100,000 and more because he owns his own company, right?
So it goes, it fluctuates. I've been owning my own business for about 3 years. It's been 110, then it's been 95, and it's also been 75. So, it fluctuates.
So in these terms, right? 75K to 95K a year is not good enough. What are the reasons why it's not good enough to make 75K to 95K a year? I just need to get a better understanding of this, because there's a lot of people that are not even making that type of money. You know what I mean? So what do you think is the cause for 75K to 95K a year to be not enough money for the modern day 2024 women versus the women in the 1990s? We've seen a change, we've seen a shift, but at the same time, I'm thinking about the cost of living. Everything's gone up. But even in this time of period, I don't think the average person is making 75K to 95K a year. And this guy is an owner. He hasn't even reached his potential yet, and the girls are ready to pop the balloons. But this is what the dating scene is like for the men that are trying to date in the 2024 season. So 75K to 95K a year is just not enough. You have to make more money than that in order for you to sustain a healthy relationship, because this is basically what the ladies are speaking about. So I know you guys are probably wondering, if men can't reach those full potentials of making those earnings, or making not even those earnings, they got to make more than that, because 75K to 95K yearly is just not enough money, unfortunately. So they have to seek other reasons on making money. You can't just have a business, because if your business just started off making 75K to 95K a year, unfortunately, that's not a lot of money. So this man has to get another job to go ahead and compete in that dating market to make enough money, so that way he could be a potential candidate for that woman in 2024. But there's less men that are making 75K to 95K a year. So doesn't that make him the number one choice in that category? Because I don't see a lot of men that's making that type of money like that. And if he would have went back in the 1990s making that type of money, you would be considered a millionaire in people's eyes. But I understand and fluctuate the way money is today is totally different. But are these women even making that type of money yearly? Are they making more for them to have a say-so in saying, well, you don't make enough money? I mean, I don't know. It's just a lot of questions that come into hand. We have single mothers out there, and shout out to the single mothers out there. I have no issues with single moms, but we have to really be honest with ourselves, right? If you have a child out of wedlock, right? You're not married, you have a child out of wedlock, right? In any man's view, even if he's high value or making any type of money, if he doesn't have kids himself, there's one or two things. It's maybe he doesn't understand, or maybe he's saying, well, why am I going to settle with someone who has a child, but I'm making enough money to where I can get someone that doesn't, and that will be willing to accept me because I can provide for them. You know, and it's a harsh reality. It's no disrespect to the single moms out there, because I do believe that they deserve to be with somebody and they deserve love too. We don't know what happens in certain people's relationships and situations, but I can honestly say this, that I think women need to look at it from different point of views. Like, if a guy is making enough money, he's going to have the choices to date whoever he wants, right? So if he's not getting that, satisfaction of the type of woman that he wants, especially if she's being overly controlling and demanding and she has a child by somebody else out of wedlock, he's going to have the choice to pick from other women. He's not getting what he wants out of that female. So these are just testimonies from a lot of men that I talk to. And I love that women are on the show to be on here, and we want to get their opinions on it. And if they feel also, if women from the past have caused a disruption in the 2024 type of woman, you know, I want to show you a video of a one traveler guy who also has an issue with the 2024 black women, but hasn't had the experience of the 90s type of black women, right? See, I had the experience to have all types of, I had the experience of dating the 90s generation and also the 2024 up to now's generation. But some younger men don't have that experience of knowing other generations of black women. And, you know, I'm going to play this, and this is no disrespect to this young man that I am going to play a video of, but you guys know him very well. I'm going to open up the panels. Oh, we just lost her. Oh, give me a second, y'all. But you guys know him very well. He's also made videos of why he doesn't like the modern day black woman, Austin Holloman, and nothing against how he feels on how traveling to other places, but he's going to give you his opinion on why today's modern black women are not dateable, or just women in the United States are not dateable. This is why he chose to go foreign. And I'm going to let the ladies on the panel, they're going to talk and they're going to give their opinions of what they think of the commentary. So I'm going to go ahead and continue playing Austin Holloman.
Guys, look, stop. I'm just going to go ahead and say this, because I've had enough of this shit, reading the comments and just talking and seeing that nobody's going to change. Nobody's even going to get the message. Stop dating women in the United States altogether. I know I said stop, don't marry a woman. Don't even fuck with them at all now, okay? Because the thing is, nobody's going to change, right? Nobody's even going to try to compromise, okay? They think that you want to control them because you ask them to sweep the fucking floor in the same house that they fucking live in. And at the end of the day, I was told that, hey, Austin, you're just going through a phase. But let me ask you this. What are you getting out of dating a woman from the United States? You go to these other countries, you experience these women that treat you like you are somebody, like a real human, to be honest. And then you come back here. Man, I came back here and I'm like, motherfucker, I'll just wait to have sex again when I get out of the country. I just got interviewed. A dude asked me if I met a good chick here in the United States, would it change my mind? I'm to be honest with you, knowing me, I'm not even gonna give it a shot. It's a waste of time. If I go on a date, every time I spend money in the United States, I think about how much would it have been in Brazil and how much fucking money am I wasting. I go to Austin, Texas. I love Austin, Texas. I go over there to hang out for 3 days. That money it costs me to hang out in Austin for 3 days pays for 2 months in fucking Colombia. Why the fuck would I date over here in the United States? First, you're going to spend all your money here. And then you're going to get a motherfucker that can't even get her pH off. And don't give me that bullshit I'm picking the wrong one. All y'all pH off damn near. Especially if you're under 25. Y'all shit. You probably watch this right now, your shit stink. But yeah, just stop dating in the United States altogether. And that's what's going to make women wake up. They don't need a man. They don't need us. Let them die alone. We go to another country, find you a woman, come back. Shit, don't even come back. they're gonna have to comply and they're gonna have to rethink. And then before I go, another thing, I talked to my homeboy. He said, "Oh, those women in South America, they just act like that because they're basically second class citizens. They're not treated like shit. The same shit that women here claim to be bullshit. In fucking Arabia, you can't even drive. But okay, so what? They are women that are being so oppressed that they cook for their men and they have sex when they want to and they sweep the floor. And then what do you have back here? A motherfucker that don't. It's the day and night difference. It's a complete flip. Get the fuck out the United States. The women here ain't shit. I'm calling it for what it is. If they shit, bring 100,000 of them, put them all in the group. You can't even get 20 of them.
Okay, so we're gonna get the ladies on the panel. Sorry, I was muted there. We got Mrs. Wright and we got Maya on the panel. Welcome, ladies.
Hey,
How you doing?
can y'all hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. How you doing, miss?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. So, what's your thoughts on opinions
I
on
just
the?
wanna, first of all, I see the obsession with God. I've never even heard of him. He looks very young
Ma-
to be making statements.
Maya,
So
Maya, you kind of
my passion.
Maya, your reception is kind of bad. You're kind of breaking up a little bit.
Hold on.
Okay.
Here now.
Not really. It sounds like you're in a bad area. Yeah, it sounds like you're in a bad area. I can't really hear you. Brittany, you wanna say anything?
Yeah, there's a lot I could say.
Thank you for being on the show, by the way.
Thanks for having me.
Okay.
I agree with what Austin said about, just leave them to fight amongst themselves, basically. That's what I would prefer
Okay.
because
Why?
it's not I feel like as a man, like that's where y'all's power is. Like if a woman is raising her voice and doing all those things, for a man to yell back at a woman, that's very feminine to me. Your
Right.
masculinity is to walk away. Like you
Right.
control the energy, if that makes sense. So
Got you.
there's more things I could say, but I don't want to.
No. Hey, listen. Speak your mind. This is what we want. We want to hear the other side. Speak your mind, because I think people really need to know about this. It's educational.
But also, I guess, well, not I guess, a concern of mine is also, um, like a lot of, well, I won't say a lot of, but me personally, I take the time to understand Black men and why a man may be the way that he is. If I feel like a man is too rowdy or whatever, I'm not gonna just I'm not one to sit around and say all Black men are bad or anything like that. So I try
Yeah.
to understand them. But for the majority of Black men, I feel like they don't try to do the same thing for Black women. They don't try to sit back and ask themselves, what is it, or even Google, what is it that Black women, the modern Black woman or whatever, what kind of mental shift happened? I don't think they sit back and ask themselves that and try to understand.
Mm. But do you think it could be vice versa though, with women not understanding what the Black man has gone through?
Like I said, for me, I don't do that. But like I said, a majority of women and men, it's like they sit back and they're just like trying to point the finger and saying, fuck you, no, fuck you. But it's just like, just stop and try to understand each other. Like what we've gone through. You know
I'm
what I
back, you
mean?
guys. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was in the car. I'm in the house now.
No, you good.
I'm
But
sorry,
yeah,
Brittany. I didn't mean to cut you off.
no, it's okay. And is it Maya or Mia?
Maya.
Okay,
Maya,
nice to meet you.
nice to
Nice to
meet
meet
you.
you too. So what I was saying is that there's a lot of issues within the Black community. And when you have these videos like this, I mean, to me as a Black woman to constantly hear this is very frustrating. It's very degrading because you don't have other races online projecting that Black women are horrible to date, or if they have an attitude, or because you had one experience with this woman who didn't like to clean, or she didn't like to sweep, or she said that you should submit. That's not every Black woman. And I think that, and I've said it on several occasions, a million times, my head will spin off if it could. There's still good Black women out here, and there's still good Black men out here. Now, if you choose to go overseas and date, cool, that's your thing. But why is it constantly being pushed that Black women don't do this, they don't submit, they PH? That's really, really harsh for a man to get online and say what a woman's body odor is or what he's experienced. Like, that's what you attracted. You get what I'm saying? And then you say, oh, there's a culture difference. Obviously, it is. I wasn't born in Dominican Republic. I wasn't born in Brazil. I wasn't born in Ghana. I wasn't born anywhere else in the world except United States. And this is how we're living. So with that guy being turned down from making $75,000 a year or whatever it was, she turned that down because that's what she wanted to do. And just because she didn't want that didn't necessarily mean any of the other women that were in line wouldn't have been more agreeable to what his salary was. So we take these videos and we push it and we push it and we share it and we talk about it, but we're constantly honing on the negative of not having, which I believe is a scarcity mindset. I'm a single Black woman. I'm 38. I'm a single mother. I do well for myself. I intend on starting a YouTube channel, but I would never, ever come online and tell Black women that Black men are horrible or they're not dateable because of the experiences that I've had. Maybe I was dating at a time that I was unhealed. Maybe I was dating at a time where I didn't value my self-worth. Maybe at a time that I was egotistical. We're forever evolving as people. But I would never go online and push the agenda that Black men aren't dateable and they're horrible and they're pookies and they're ray-rays and they're broke and they have no money. That doesn't give a solution. We need to start focusing on how to resolve the issue. And if in the event that we can come to some type of agreement in our community to push forward, maybe men wouldn't have to go overseas to date. Maybe they wouldn't have to get their passports to do that. Because that's a long jump in reality. So whether it's cheaper or not, that's still a long jump. I can meet a man here. We might decide that, hey, we want to go buy property in Belize and live there because it is easier for us to live in another country. And I honestly believe that the American dream has been to leave America.
Very true.
Hey, Andrew, can I interject real quick?
Sure, go ahead.
Just so everybody, because I know Brittany and I know Maya, just so everybody else understands the level that they're at as far as, I'm going to ask them 3 basic things so you guys can get an understanding of who's speaking and what years of experience they have. So I'm going to basically ask you ladies your age, your status, whether you're single, dating, or married, and then if you have any kids, period. So let's start off with you, Maya. What's your age, if you don't mind sharing, your status currently, and if you have any children?
I'm 38. I'm single, and I have a daughter who's 14.
Okay. All right, Brittany.
I'm 29. I'm single, and I don't have any children.
Okay, go ahead, Andrew. I just want, and by the way, housekeeping, there is super chat bounties. If you haven't seen them posted, they'll be posted periodically. Okay. The co-host can never be kicked off of the panel, nor can the guest. Okay. But you can silence them if there's something you don't like. Unfortunately, you can pay $15 on a super chat and they'll be put in timeout for 10 minutes. They can't say anything. Okay.
I
$20
like
for any,
that.
$20 for a super chat will kick somebody off the panel beside for a guest. So if somebody comes up once we open the panel up and you don't like what they're saying, you don't want to care to hear from them or anything like that, you can pay $20 and get them booted off of the panel. Okay. Now we appreciate your donation. If that person wants to come back, he can pay half the amount to come back. So then it's a $10 bounty to get himself back on the panel. Okay. And then priority goes to the people that are putting in super chats. So if you want your question asked and answered by the panel, we kindly ask you, if you put it in a super chat, we'll read it. And the priority goes to the dollar amount of the super chat. Thank you, Andrew. Go ahead.
Okay, so we got a $2 donation by QB Passport Flexin. He says, Mr. BBC wants real hair, no attitudes, clean vajaja.
Well, that's cool. If he wants that, you have to get that. And no, I mean, obviously, if you're being intimate with someone and she's not right in that area, you need to tell her. Maybe someone hasn't told her. I think most women would know what their scent is and if it's off or not, especially if she visits the gynecologist as she should.
Yeah.
I
Brittany,
mean, in all actuality, and it's the foods that we eat here. I have gone more holistically, more so than eating meat. It's changed. I juice every morning. I do a green juice and I do a papaya juice every day. I've cut out dairy, so I'm doing more of the vegan butter. Those things change your mood too. So if you eating Popeyes and McDonald's and you drinking Hennessy and vodka 2 times a week and smoking hookah, your skin isn't going to be right. Your gut isn't going to be right. Your brain isn't going to be right. All of those are factors into healthy living and being a healthy person in general, male or female.
Hey, I ain't got no arguments. I eat super healthy. So, I mean, I do the moringa powder. I do a lot of different things at my age at 56, man.
But
I'm
that's
very
why we
conscious
have
about
to.
what I put in my body.
We have to teach each other instead of shaming each other and downing each other and beating each other down to a pulp. That doesn't do anything. And then there was a thing that the guy Austin said, like, well, if they don't start doing this and we start leaving them alone, they're going to die alone. And what was it? They're going to be more compliant. Who wants someone to comply to them? That's totally different from being submissive. It's easy for me to submit as a woman if I actually have a true leader, and money doesn't necessarily always lead. You could be a rich bum, and I've met quite a few of them. You can have money, but your morals are horrible. Your eating is horrible. Your character, your verbiage, you're not even cultured. Just because you have money doesn't make you a man. And just because a woman has money, she shouldn't even want a man to submit unless she just wants a feminized woman, a feminized man. Because I've never been attracted to a man that's looking for me to be his purse. Now, if you on down times and we together and shit just happens, okay, we got to thug this out, baby. But when you finna get back on your shit, because this is wearing me out.
I love it.
Put him in the couch, says the social learner.
No, he said put me in, coach. He said
put me in, coach.
Oh, my bad.
He wants to come up to the panel. We're going to open up the panel in a little while. We just want to hear from the ladies first while Andrew interviews them, and then we'll open up the panel. We know you guys have questions for the ladies. It's not often we can get ladies on the panel, so it's always good to get another perspective.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Andrew.
So do you ladies believe that in today's generation of men, do they feel that maybe the women come overly aggressive, or they may, tend to be a little bit on the masculine side?
I believe so. A lot of Black women are carrying a lot of weight. A lot of us are carrying a lot of weight financially. A lot of us are in an attempt to live up to expectations. I mean, me personally, right now, I'm working on several things as to where I'm breaking general curses in my family. That's a lot.
Mm.
That's a lot. That's a lot for me. Right now, I bought a $30,000 food truck that actually didn't work out with my ex,
Yeah.
which is fine. I just feel like it wasn't meant for him to be on the journey with me. Do I have plans for it? Absolutely. My mom had a food truck business that failed because she wasn't family oriented. She was all for herself. She wanted us to work for free, for one, which is just like unreal. And, here I am. I'm raising a daughter. Me and her dad wasn't on the best of terms. I've been going to therapy. I've been talking to him. Me being a lot more softer instead of, working under stress and just being more emotionally strong, I guess. And not in an aggressive way, but communicating more clearly, being vulnerable. And a lot of people not able to do that. So he's been a lot nicer to me. So it's like one of those things that if you want to see the change, you got to be the change. So he's a lot nicer to me. So I'm fixing the black broken home of the baby daddy, baby mama whole stereotype. I'm starting this business. I'm getting my nephew on there. I'm getting my nieces on there. I'm getting my daughter as an employee. So I'm structuring all of these things to break what has happened in my family in the past. And that's a lot to do. So in my intention to date, and I got to have me a strong man that's going to support me.
So do you honestly think in your opinion that there weren't enough strong men to why women have to become, I guess?
I don't believe so. No, I hear it all the time. And I work in a very social setting where I talk to different people and a lot of people. And a lot of Black women share the same stories of being abandoned, being abused, being cheated on, um, having to take care of a man. And then when she has taken care of the man, ultimately he's left once he's gotten on his feet. She's been a side chick without her even knowing, or she was a side chick with her knowing, because I mean the options are just slim to none with the amount of men that are out there.
Brittany, what do you think about the question?
Oh yeah, let me put it back up real quick.
Well, that's to me. That you can read it. It says, Ronin, what do you think? Ronin, you like that Thai vajayjay in your body? I don't know what the vajayjay thing is, but the vajayjay I'm thinking of, my girl is Filipino, so I ain't admitting to anything Thai. If that's some kind of drink, I don't know. But Brittany, what's your input on the question?
I just want to make sure I understand the question. So basically, he's saying that a lot of guys are saying that most women these days are too aggressive or masculine. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so for me, the way I present myself in public is to protect myself, just because of maybe it's where I come from. And also because I don't want to be being nice to everybody else. Like, for me, I want to only be nice to my man. I'm not looking to please these other men out here in the streets and be feminine to them. I'm not here to smile and put, be nice to you. Not saying I'm gonna be a butthole to you if you were to approach me, but like I just would rather keep that energy for my significant other. But and that's like a conversation that a lot of people don't want to have too, about like the crimes against women, when we go out in public and how we have to protect ourselves. So yeah, we may come off as aggressive, and it depends on what you're saying to us and how you're approaching us too.
I
So
agree, Brittany. And I was in the last panel and I said that some men don't take nice social cues. If they say hello to you and you kind of know what their intent is to approach you or to talk to you or to ask you for your numbers. Like, if my body language and my face is saying no, it's like, please don't come here. You know, we don't know if when these men are approaching us, if they're getting ready to essay us, or if we just don't know. So you have to be in defense. Like, I have to protect myself as a woman because I don't have a man standing there with me to do that.
Okay, so let me ask you ladies a question. If a lot of women feel that they have to put on this mask, as in, don't approach me because I don't like you type vibe, right? Because that's your way of protecting yourselves. Do you think that can cause most men that are trying to look for a potential woman just based off your physical appearance and just how you're acting, like facial features? Don't you think that kind of scares off some men into thinking, well, I'm not going to approach you. You look like you're going to beat the shit out of somebody. You look like
Yeah.
you're having a bad day. So
Yeah,
why
I don't want
would
you to. I don't want you to approach me. I'm not interested. I
okay?
don't. But now if I give you a smile or a smize and I'm giving you the batty flirty eyes and a grin, like, come on over, baby.
But
I
sometimes
say
that's
it's
not. But sometimes that's not always a good thing, because you could be doing that to manipulate me, giving me the smiling and everything, and you might want what's in my pocket.
Well, you wouldn't know that until you got to know me, right? And
But
then
how
that's
would I?
that's for you. That's for you to use your discretion to say, okay, she wants some money next. This ain't for me. That's the same thing with a man. He could be giving me money and doing all these nice things to get sex out of me.
But he
I'll
could
be
be
with
just doing that genuinely because he might like you.
but she could be smiling at you and batting her eyes because she genuinely likes you too. It goes both
I,
ways.
I
But
mean,
she could
until the
be genuinely
conversation
like my
starts,
pocket.
here's the thing: until this conversation starts, neither party knows what the other one's intentions are.
Right.
There you
So
So
go.
what it
the
sounds, so
main
you need
point
to
of
know
this,
for sure.
is she giving you the signals to come over and have a conversation or not? So initially, for the guys that are listening, if they look standoffish, maybe take that as a hint. Don't go over there boldly and talk. But if they're giving you, like Maya said, the batty flirty eyes, or kind of tilting their head at you and smiling and giving you all the signals in the world to at least approach them, then that's a signal that a female is telling you right now, gives you permission to go ahead and approach them. All right, Brittany, your turn. What's up? What you think?
I was just gonna say I don't have a problem attracting men. A lot of guys like that where I'm from. They literally be like, you can act tough if you want to. That's cute. But I know you want, like, they think it's super duper, like, they love it. So, you know, I don't know.
They like a little spice. They do. I agree with you, Brittany. They like a little. They're ready to hunt. They're ready to conquer. They're ready to break your attitude. You get what I'm saying? Like, she's just rough on the outside. Let me get up underneath there. But me personally, I agree with you, Brittany. I don't have a problem with attracting people. I'm very straightforward. Even if you come up to me and you're like, hey, Miss Lady, you look beautiful tonight. Sometimes I'll say yes. Sometimes I'll say no. Like, thank you for the gesture, but
So
I'm not interested.
do you think that goes for all men? Do you think men are just gonna just quick and just jump on it?
No, I never said that.
No, I was just asking you a question. I just thought
No,
maybe all men were like that. Okay.
no.
Do
Everybody's
you guys
different.
do you guys find right now in the scene, because Maya, your background is you work in a restaurant industry and you're a bartender, so you see a lot of the activities when it comes to men's approaches. And do you think they come off as overly aggressive and then get offended, and then all of a sudden, like we've seen Floyd plenty of times say "Hola chica," and they look at him a certain way. Next thing you know, he's saying "fuck you, bitch." Do you
Um,
see that a lot going on in the clubs and stuff like that? If a
mm-mm.
man gets turned down, like their feelings are all hurt and they
I
get
used to
overly
see
aggressive.
that. I used to see that when I was a lot younger. I experienced that when I was a lot younger, in 19, 20, 21. Yeah, but now I don't see it as much. Now it does depend where you live. I see it more in Miami. When I'm in South Florida, the men are overly aggressive and they're slightly offended when you're not interested in them. Not
Whoa.
so not so much here in Atlanta.
Well,
There's definitely a Southern hospitality here. Things that I do take notice because I am in the hospitality industry. I do see um a lot of people on their phones on dates.
Wow.
Yeah, I see that a lot. It's no interaction, not a lot of talking. It looks very transactional. Both people typically look uninterested. Um, yeah, not a lot of talking. And then it's like I sometimes I sit and I kind of watch like maybe if they had a drink or two, they're kind of gonna unwind with each other, but it's a lot of
You think the drink will unwind them or tighten them up a little bit more over it?
unwind them. I'm thinking you got you some drinks going, you're gonna loosen up a little bit and start to socialize with each other a little bit, but that doesn't happen. It's just like they sit there, they don't talk, no real interaction. A lot of the single guys that come up, they're usually sitting alone, kind of like looking for, some women to come, but it's not that many attractive people that really come there.
So what is attractive to you?
What do you mean? What's attractive?
Oh,
Like,
no,
I
what's attractive?
mean,
I'm just out of curiosity.
everybody. I mean,
Do you have a type, in other words?
Yeah, what do you
I
have a
Your
type?
I
type of
don't.
man in general.
I don't really have. No, I don't have a type. I go by how you treat me. To be honest with you, you could be light skinned, dark skinned, tall. You can't be too short because I'm 5'7". So, um,
But what if there's a lot of short guys out there that's having problems and getting women like you? And
that's
they have
their
no
problem.
choice.
I can't do it. I did it. I can't do it. I can't do it.
But
I
there's
can't.
a lot of y'all out there that's shutting down the short kings, man. Like
Well,
what they
that's
supposed to do?
and I will continue to because I cannot be with a midget. I
I love
can't.
short kings. I'm sorry,
Oh
I love
man.
short kings.
Okay, Brittany, how tall are you?
What happened to the short
5'7".
king?
She's 5'7" and still likes short women.
I
Hey,
love
that's
them.
cool. I mean, short men.
Yeah.
I
There you
can't
go.
do it. I can't do it.
You see what I'm saying? That's why it kind of eliminates some of the short guys from getting some chances with y'all. You
I
know what
mean,
I
but
mean? 'Cause-
again, there's a preference, and
There's a preference, but
Brittany is
there's
the
a
same
lady
height.
out there. There's a lady out there for him. I'm just won't be his lady. That's it.
Brittany can be. So for you fellas in the chat, if you less than 5'7", Brittany has no problems with dating men that are shorter. So that breaks a stereotype right there. Most women want 6 foot or better. Here you got a 5'7" woman in the panel, and she's willing to date somebody shorter than her.
Facts.
So Maya, why not somebody shorter than you? Like an inch shorter than you?
It doesn't appeal to me. A lot of them have from my experience, they've had like short man syndrome. Um, to me, and this they've had short man syndrome. It doesn't feel good to me intimately.
Oh, damn.
Um,
The short man can't. I thought big things come in small packages.
She went there.
I mean, there has been big things in small packages, but that it don't feel good to me. Like their body's too small for me.
You feel
Damn.
like they're trying to conquer a mountain at that point?
It just don't feel right. I don't know.
She said, I'm having pedo issues with dealing with people shorter than her.
It feels like a child, like a little boy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's why
Yeah.
I know you were going with it.
I feel you, but one of it's just not the body. Maybe it's just a certain part of the body that's just it rises to the occasion more than anybody else does. Then what?
Andrew, it's just not for me.
That ain't for you.
I'm not seeing it. I'm not feeling it. Nothing's gonna change my mind. Like that's my story and I'm sticking to it.
All right, well, short kings, you out of the question, man.
For Maya.
I tried, guys.
Brittany is open for it though.
She says she loves short
Hey,
kings.
Brittany, like the short kings, man. 5'4", Brittany.
So Brittany, what's your typical kind of guy? What's your profile? What kind of guy are you looking for? Do you have preferences, or are you
I do
open
not.
kind of
I
like
don't
Maya?
have preferences. I don't have preferences, and I'm that type of person. Like I literally was talking to my coworkers one day, and they were like, "We wouldn't be surprised by whoever we see you pop up with. Like we have no idea." So, yeah, that's just.
Hey, I got a quick follow-up question. Are you guys swirlers? Are you strictly black men?
I've dated outside of my race a few times. I'm not strictly black man, but that's what I would desire to be with. But I have dated outside of my race. I dated a German guy, dated a Mexican guy, Dominican guy, and an African guy.
I do not swirl.
All right. She's straight up just for her black men. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Go ahead, Drew.
Damn.
I told you they're gonna be blunt and straight up, bro. So
Okay, so we got one that's for the short and tall kings. I'm assuming Brittany, right?
I'm for kings, period.
Okay, so she's for kings, period. And Maya says she don't want none of them short midget, you leprechaun ass looking niggas. She don't want none of them. Okay,
I did not even say all of that. I did not even say. I just said no.
so all right. So let me ask you something. If he tall, right? Let's just say he like 6'2". Like he's 6'2". Is that good? Is that a good size for you? Good height?
Yeah, that's. I mean, even 5'8", but not under 5'7". No.
Okay. So 5'8" is good. Okay.
as long as you got your shoes off and he's telling you, it doesn't matter what.
Right, because I've actually accommodated men that are 5'7" or 5'8", and I don't wear heels, and I love wearing platforms. I wear heels. I barely if you see me in flats, something wrong.
Okay, so I got a question for you. I know this is gonna be pretty, this is gonna be pretty tough now. Okay, what if you met a guy who's 5'7", but like the dude is like a 10 in your eyes, like his face is like irresistible, and then you met a taller guy, but he got a face like Greg Odom. Damn. Now that you got the ugly tall guy, you got the short, good-looking king. Who would you choose?
I'm taking the tall, ugly guy.
Oh man!
Wow, break that.
Man.
Are you capping? Does everybody in the chat think she's capping? Is she taking?
When I tell you, when I tell you, I'm taking tall and ugly. I don't care.
Tall and ugly.
Stop the cap.
Damn.
Because most of the men that I've dated ain't that cute anyway. But you know,
not even the short, good-looking kings can't get it.
I don't care about that. No.
Oh man, I feel sorry for y'all, man.
It's a lot of ugly tall men out there, so it goes both ways.
Brittany, what's your choice?
Between I don't like the whole ugly pretty thing, first of all, but I just for the conversation, just to be a part of the conversation.
Be
totally transparent. Be transparent.
And if you want to transform the question, you can transform it however you want to say it. If you say you're not looking at looks, but you're looking at something, go ahead. Go.
Yeah, we want to hear the real.
So I'll say this. For me, with the short guy that I ended up being with, I love. Now this isn't just like I said, I ain't got no type, but he was country. I love country men. He used to wear them cowboy boots and he had bow legs and he was fine as hell. So for me, that's what it was for me with him. Oh, and also the relationship he had with his mother, the way that he talked about his sisters, you know what I'm saying? The relationship he had with his family, all that kind of stuff. His job, you know. So that was what it was with him. But a short, attractive guy versus a tall, ugly dude. I don't know who Greg Odom is either. But
I mean, I could pull a picture. You could,
just take it that he's not a good-looking guy. Let's just say that.
Let me see. Let me see.
Hey, pull him up. Go ahead and talk.
I mean, people say that. I mean,
he'll find it. He'll find it.
I mean, they don't say he's the most handsome-looking dude in the world. Who's what, close to 7 feet?
But it depends on how they treating me. That's what I'm saying. Is it kind of like how they treating me? Like, what are
hold on. I mean,
most guys think. Hold on. So let's be clear. We got QB Passport Flex in here. He's a major black pill type of personality and incels, and a lot of those guys in that community think looks is everything. You guys are sitting here dispelling the fact that looks ain't everything.
They aren't.
Which is
For me, they aren't.
So it's all about height.
No.
Not even for her.
Not about height. For me, I told you I don't have a type, and he's not ugly.
He's not.
He's not ugly. What are you talking about?
I mean, he's tall, and most
hey, brothers, y'all got a chance. Y'all got a chance up in here.
He is not.
Hey, I got a
ugly.
chance. There you go. There you
Most
go.
tall men that are big like that, they have those eccentric features. Okay, Mr. Dawkins said, I believe her and ugly got a good heart too. Yeah, they do. But he's not ugly.
Not all the time though. I don't like how people be saying that either. Like, oh, ugly people are nicer. Like, not all the time. You be surprised.
You said
Some
some mean, ugly people out there, huh?
Yeah,
nasty.
like I said, I don't like the whole ugly pretty thing though either. You know, it's somebody for everybody. Like how y'all was saying just now. Oh, what if he looked like Greg Odom? And then you pull him up, and I'm like, he's not ugly.
Well, I
Hey,
mean, this is
beauty
what.
is in the eye of the beholder, for real. I
Hey,
believe that too.
I believe
Everybody
in it
has a
too.
type, and it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to appeal to everybody else.
There you
You
go.
know,
But you do got mainstream media. I mean, that's what they're talking about. They say he's the ugliest dude that's 6 feet something.
That
But
is
what's
Except
on the
God, he's 6
insane.
feet something.
but what's on social media is not what's
real
real. And
life.
I say
Social
Yeah.
it
media
every
is
day
literally fake.
because I have a lot of followers on my Instagram that I've met over the years of bartending and working in hospitality. And sometimes I see them in person and they like, hey boo. And I'm like, hey. And I'm
Who
like,
is
I
you?
don't know who this is. Like, I'm just like talking to you. And then it's like,
That's crazy.
and I'll be like, where I know you from? Like, you know me? And they're like, yeah, I'm such T baby 60 on IG. I'm like, damn, that's her. Like, I don't know who you are, baby. You filtered up all the time. So I don't know how you look, and these people wear these wigs. These wigs make them look totally different. I don't know. Social media isn't a real
Are you
place. So
saying men that are wearing wigs as well?
no,
Or are you
I don't
talking about
see
the
men.
wait,
Men
doing the
don't
hairpiece
really.
thing? You know, the guys that are doing the extra toupee.
I haven't seen.
Hey, you in Atlanta? I know you've seen somebody running around up in there like that.
Actually, I have not. I see more of the white men with them more so than black men.
Okay.
Wow.
I don't really see if when I see black men bald, and they usually just cut all their hair off, which is cool because, I mean, bald head is sexy. Like, you know,
Yeah, we know.
I mean, it's falling off anyway. Just to take it off.
I'm sorry, I got to do the transplant thing. I can't do the bone thing. I'll let my girl decide which way I'm gonna go. She
But I
got
mean,
to
if you get a good doctor to like really put it on there, really good. But if it's looking all, you
baby
know,
dollish, like you got a Cupid doll head, blotches
yeah,
of hair, and
not
deep hair
blotches,
in there.
but that black hairline thing.
That straight line that's not real.
Yeah, that straight line with all the whatever it is.
I wanted to make a comment on the masculine thing from earlier too. It's something that I just thought of, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
All right, go ahead.
Like for me too, I would think that a man would, I'm not gonna say appreciate a masculine woman or an aggressive woman. I feel like those words are like harsh, but like appreciate a woman who's selective about her energy. Like if I'm thinking of, if I go out with my husband, say for instance, I don't know, if I'm going to a Super Bowl party and his male friends are there with their female friends and I'm meeting his male friends, he don't want me going up to them like, oh hey babe, and giving them the non-church hug and all that kind of stuff and just being all over them. No, you gonna want me to be in the cut a little bit, you know, like hey, a little handshake, a little fist bump, something like that. But you're not gonna want me to
So,
be all up in their face.
so you know how to carry yourself in public without acting a fool around your man?
Yes.
Really?
You have to.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm just dispelling rumors because a lot of guys in the community think women don't know how to act in public when you take them out. They can't be ladies. They don't know how to gorgeously. They just so ratchet when they're
Oh
out.
no. I don't do that.
That's a very, and don't get me wrong, I've seen it and I see it. But that's a very small percentage of women that I see do that. Um,
For me, I'm your woman. I'm not doing it. Like, and it's nothing like I'm not being mean to them per se, but this my man. I'm not your friend. You his friend, but I'm not doing none of that. Because my thing is, Like that's where all that weird, oh, I see, that's where your friend be thinking like, that's when you come up with all this weird stuff like, oh, I seen the way you was looking at my girl, all that kind of stuff. Nah, we ain't having none of that. Or for your friend to be trying to talk to me when you're out the room, all that kind of, nah, we finna shut
But
all
what
that
kind of
down at the front door.
but
So
what
in
kind of
other words,
respect?
y'all really looking out for the man's interests where your
Right, because we
relationship.
don't want any conflict with you and your friend or your friend homeboy or his cousin
Makes sense.
and all this saying that I'm being overly nice and that was,
Exactly.
I was being suggestive towards you to invite you for conversation or to be dwelling up in my face while you're not around. Like, absolutely not.
Wow.
And
I
I
mean,
say,
you guys are blowing some people's minds that are sitting here listening to
Yeah,
this
I
because
mean,
guys have a whole nother opinion
And
of the
my whole thing
situation.
is,
so,
let me
so where do
just
these
say this.
where
If
Hold
a
can
on.
these
woman,
men find these type of women that are like you guys? Because it
they're
seems like
around,
not right.
but they're around. And I see a lot of single women that come up to my bar and sit by themselves. And I know they're looking for somebody and they sit and they wait around. And I'm like, yeah, this is a bad day that you've come. Like, come on Saturday or, come Friday between 4 to 7 when we got happy hour. Or, hey, on Monday we have, half off on bottles of wine. Come, but it's a lot of more, nicer, decent guys that come then or, whatever. But there's women out there. If a woman cannot respect you in a social setting, that's not a woman that you need to be with. That needs to be cut off immediately because we're at an age where you should not be teaching a woman
Fellas,
how
are you
to
listening? Go ahead and
how
say
to
that again,
conduct
Maya.
herself or how she should. She's a representation of you.
facts.
So why is she out philandering and gaga giggly all up in people's face? Like, I mean, I wouldn't do that to my man. My man, and I love him and I respect him. I couldn't see myself doing that, and we got to get in the car and leave together. I can't even imagine what that tension and what that argument would be like. I would
Wow.
never want to embarrass him.
Well,
Hey, real quick,
unfortunately,
real quick.
I was just gonna say this real quick. Unfortunately, we do have women that are like that, and a lot of men are running into these type of women that are taken advantage of. So,
But do you date women like that?
oh, me personally?
Yes.
Oh no, I see the signs already. Cut it off.
Yeah, but do you, Ronan? Do you date women that has those type of behaviors?
Maya, now you
Nah.
know better.
I'm just
Absolutely.
asking because
I'm cutting them off.
Absolutely not.
but
I
the
can't even
the
be in
reason I'm
her
asking,
presence. If she's acting all ratchet right off the top in a conversation, I'm not even planning on seeing
I
you.
ain't looking at
But
it. I ain't even
real
going
quick, before we go any further, there's a super chat that I think Andrew, social learner, has a problem with what you called old boy. You need to read that.
Bro, who called this dude ugly? He ain't though. Let me go fishing quick. I'm ugly and mean as hell. Okay. All hell. Okay. All right. Well, that's what people were saying. It's just social media, bro. I was just putting out whatever people said. Like, that's what I do
but
all the
we
time.
have
Ladies
to.
dispelled it. But what social learner is trying to hit to is, ladies, do you think social learner is a good looking guy? I think he's trying to throw a
I mean,
pass.
I can hardly see him, but he looks like he has a nice
He said, blow
smile.
your picture up.
I don't know if I could blow it up. I don't know how to do that
And
shit,
just
but
another
No.
thing with like the masculine thing, something that I think of too is like, cause people are messy. So some people would be like, "Hey, bro, I seen such and such pushing up on your girl or whatever," and I would like it for my man to laugh at something like that and be like, "Nah, cause my girl mean as heck in public. She nice to me.
As I
She,
would expect her to be.
That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. Like, so I would want him to be like, nah, that's not happening. Like, cause nah, she ain't like that at all.
yeah. Yeah,
So,
he's supposed
cause
to
she
just
was
take it like,
look, and take this, look, because she was mean to me when I first met her. So, like,
Hey, real quick,
no.
I have a thing because my girl actually said this to me. If a dude, when you walked away from me or your date, whoever you're dating, approached you and said, "Hey, can I get your number?" or da 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 da, what would your answer be?
If I'm on a date with a man,
Right. Or with your man, and you happen to walk away to go to the bathroom. It's not like he's going to follow you around like a puppy dog, and some other guy had the opportunity to holler at you real quick because you're away from your man. What would you
no,
say?
that's unacceptable. That's very, very rude. No. And just for me personally, it takes a lot to get me to go on a date. So if I'm on a date with a man, I've been knowing him for a while and I'm taking him very seriously. So, and I'm very grateful for him spending his time with me and spending his money on me. So in
You
my
said
mind,
grateful?
You said what?
You said grateful.
You
Very
said take
grateful.
time. You said take time.
You're
Yeah, so-
recognizing these things. You said took the
Yeah.
time,
Yeah.
effort, and you're grateful.
Hey,
Wait,
that's
we're not
Yeah.
used to hearing these words from
Yeah, I'm
women.
very grateful
This
for a
this
man
is what
taking me
these
out
guys
to
are
eat.
complaining about. Women don't know how to be grateful and appreciative of being taken out these days with all these lists of where they're not going to go. You just sat here and broke down a whole bunch of things where people said women on IG said that they would not want to go, and you just said you appreciate their time and you're grateful.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like for me, the way my mind works, if we're on a date and you're already doing these things, in my mind, I know this might sound crazy, but in my mind, you are already like my husband damn near. So I'm treating
Wow,
you on that kind of level. Like I'm not playing
she
it.
done
And
latched on.
that's just super duper weird because that's like some sneaky stuff. Like why didn't you come up to the table and ask me for my number? Because you knew you probably get bust in your mouth.
Right.
So why you waiting
Right.
until I'm going to the restroom? You just a sneaky, messy person.
Yeah, I don't do that well. I'm like, no, you see my man right there. Like, it's a no. Well, can I be your friend? No.
Or I
No.
might tell him, go ask that man at the table
Mhm.
if I
So
want to
my
be
answer
petty.
was the same thing. My girl said, "Well, what would I do?" I said, "Point at me and say, come over and go ask him if you can have my number."
Exactly. If I want to be, like I said, petty, if I just want to, entertain it, go ask him.
All right, cool.
There's good women
ahead.
out here. There's still good women out here.
You
They're
sure?
not they're not all overseas, which like I said, I don't have a problem if that's what you do and that's what you choose to do because of, cultural differences and maybe, your bad choices or poor experiences. Then you have to go where you need to go to get what you need.
I will say this too though. I'm not gonna sit here and stunt though. The majority of women are, out of there. That's why when women be saying, "Oh, I'm a girl's girl," or "I'm this and that," there for the longest, like for over 10 years, that's why I've always just been quiet. Like when around females, because the way that they talk about me, and I'm like, let me just be quiet, because y'all saying what y'all won't do and all this other kind of stuff, and you don't want to hear my opinion and what
Yes,
stuff
we
that I'm.
do. Actually, we
And,
in
and
this
I've
Yeah, we
room,
do
actually
want to hear it.
in
Well,
this
that's what I'm
room,
saying.
we
This is
want
the
to hear
appropriate
your
Hey,
setting
opinion.
now.
listen,
So
man.
What I'm
Everybody's
saying
opinions
now is,
matter.
I'm
listen, in
saying
this
now
room,
is the
we want to hear
appropriate
your
setting.
we want to hear everything. Everything you've been restraining yourself to say in other panels, say it in here.
Well, no, not even in other panels, but like that's why I'm saying, like I said, that was 10 years ago in a room full of females that are just dead set on using men or doing whatever. No, I'm not finna sit here and try to convince you otherwise. Like I'm not finna sit here and argue with y'all because no, like just if that's the way that you feel, I'm just not gonna be around y'all because this is very disgusting to hear. So I don't know. Yeah, that's what
So,
I'm
so
and I
saying.
mean, Andrew, you just showed two pictures, right?
yeah.
So let me just say this. So you show
Okay.
a Latin woman.
Okay. You want me to bring her back up?
Yeah, go ahead. Bring up
Okay.
both of them.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so you
That's
brought
what they
her
go
up,
for.
right?
Okay.
And then what the other one, the black woman, what'd you show?
Okay. The
So
black
why
woman.
would you why wouldn't you show a classy black woman that's dressed similar in comparison to the Latin lady?
And
Oh,
that's what I was going. Okay.
I was
Why
looking
wouldn't you
for that.
show because for me as a black woman, for one,
Mhm.
I don't wear lace wigs. For
Okay.
Facts.
two, when I go get my nails done, I don't get long, clawy, sharp, pointy stiletto nails or any of that with rhinestones and all of that stuff on it. I get me a nice short manicure and I make sure I tell them I need my nails as short as they can be because I like the natural look.
You don't wear those
Same.
long fingernails about 3-4 inches long past your
Absolutely
fingertips.
not.
What
Absolutely
about
not.
you, Brittany? Do you
I was
you do
gonna
the
turn
long?
on the camera and show you my nails now, but I do not do that.
Well, I only put up what most men are attracted to.
Okay, but you're basically saying that
And
most
that's
men are attracted to what? Number one or number two?
both of them. Because
Yeah,
my
both.
thing is, and
Yeah.
that's what I was gonna say earlier, is
No,
Both.
let's not sit here
no.
and act
I'm
like
not
a lot
attracted
of
to both
men
of those
don't
women
like
that you
black
put
women.
up.
But there's some men that are.
A lot
You know
of
what I'm
men,
saying?
but y'all, because y'all were saying, oh, there are still some good women left, which I
Fellas, by the
agree.
way, if you
I
guys are calling
agree.
cap on these women on here, I don't see no questions, no pushback. Drop a super chat. The bounties are in the listing there. Priority on the questions based on the amount on the super chat. But y'all got pushback. Y'all got ladies in the room on a panel legitimately telling you how they feel. If you feel indifferent and you think they're lying, ask them some direct questions. I
But
mean,
what I
this
was
is
gonna
supposed to be interactive for a reason.
Yeah, what all I was gonna say is, and for the majority of men, though, I feel like a lot of them just aren't honest. A lot of them, and this is for me growing up in the South, a lot of them don't like dark skinned women. Period. I'm
I
ugly
love
to
dark
them.
skinned
So if
women.
you just be honest with yourself and just be like, I don't like you're not attracted to me. That's cool. I'm ugly to you. Let's not sit here and not be honest. But like those women, like you got to listen to other women that are talking about, oh my God, being so pretty is like a curse too on these other podcasts that I've heard because of what they have to go through with being abused, used and abused by men because they're so pretty. Like, because some men, a lot of dudes don't be wanting a real relationship from women. They just want to, they fetishize, it's a fetish to them. They
Right.
look good to them. They just want to have sex with them. And so these women, they get, I'm not trying to be disrespectful or nothing, but they get their heart broken a lot. They just get, lack of a better word, tossed around. So you got to think about these things. A pretty woman, and then y'all say, "Oh, she's hard to approach when she's my age, 29." Well, she's been through a lot. She's super pretty, and she's used to guys like you. You see, like if a guy were to ask, if she were to ask a guy, "Why is it that you like me?" He say, "Oh, cause you're pretty." Okay, and what's that supposed to do for me? I know, not to be mean, but I know that you're saying I'm pretty because you want sex out of me. Like, let's just be real. That's all you want. And
Even if
those
you're
women,
not that attractive, men still want sex. That's how
fact.
they're made.
Exactly. And I'm saying like those women, I hear men say, "Oh,
Um,
they require too much money and stuff like that." That's because I mean, their time. Well, dang, now we're gonna get into a real mess now. Like they're required. They just require more. That's just the way it is.
okay.
But also too, you saying that's the way it is. But also too, when men have money, the more money they have, the prettier they want them too. They want them bad. They got the money, they got the pocket, they got the car, they have the homes, they have the condos. They can
Right.
vacation you everywhere.
Right.
They can fly you out. They can
Right.
pay you for your day off. And the
Right.
the more money they got, the
Right.
better they want them.
And they don't
And that's
deserve
so.
it.
And that's
Don't y'all do the same? Hold up. Don't y'all expect a man to come with his pockets fat?
no.
What?
I'm not looking at a man's pocket. Honestly, a man with a lot of money. Honestly, I'm not even gonna stunt.
Fellas, y'all believe that?
I'm not even gonna stunt. A man with a lot of money. I, first of all,
I've,
how do
I've
I
dated
know?
I've dated
You got
some
a
rich.
horn coming out the center of your head right now.
First of
You
all,
sound like
how
a
do I know that you
unicorn.
have a lot of money? A man with a flashy car, or if a man is like, talking about his salary. If I ask you on a first date, tell me about yourself, and you start talking about, oh, I got this, that, and the third, or I got this car and stuff, I'm
Yeah,
like,
you're gone. You're
yeah, you're
done.
done. You're
You're
done.
done. You're
Because that's
done.
your identity. Is
Like,
this
don't be telling me
materialistic
what you
So
things?
you
got.
telling me
Yeah.
if a man leads with his wallet, you
Yes.
two are instantly turned off.
Yes.
Instantly.
That goes against the standard that everybody believes in America. Y'all two sitting here acting like,
First of
money
all,
is no
Ronan, don't say acting like us. This isn't an act. We're being upfront. Don't you dare say acting like. First of all,
they
we
don't know
asked
you. I know you. You know I gotta kind of throw that in there.
you.
I
Yeah, I
know
know
you.
you want to get some spice. I got it. Don't worry. But the
Not
thing
the
is, that is
boxing
a
bell.
turn off. That is a turn off. Like, do you want me to want you for your money or do you want me to want you for you? If you have money, obviously I'll know that by the way you give me or the time that we spend or the places you take me or how you dress. I mean, if you invite me to your home, I'm seeing how you live. I'm going to obviously know how well you're doing financially without that being said.
And this is the thing too. He said, I never met a woman that says she don't want a man that makes good money. We're not saying we don't want you to make good money. We don't want you to lead with that. If I sit here, literally, I don't know what little dating show it was, but the woman, it was like a Kendra G kind of setup thing. And the girl asked the
I
man,
don't like her.
she said, tell me about yourself. And he said, oh, well, I'm a biochemical engineer at, I don't know, let's say for instance, NASA. And she was like, nope, next. And everybody, it just went viral because everybody was like, oh my God, they don't want a biochemical engineer that works at NASA.
Oh, I
That's
know.
making
That
good
was
money.
Melly Monaco show, Pineapple show.
And it's just like literally, she asked you to tell you, like, you're leading with your money at that, like that's what it is. I get it. A lot of people, they think that people like that people want to know about your career initially, but your career is not who you are as a person. Tell me about yourself.
But can I say this? Most men that typically start off with those conversations about their money and what they have, they usually have poor behavior. Um, they have a lot of self-esteem issues and a lot of insecurities, and money is all that they have. So they may be rich financially or doing well financially, but they're poor in a lot of other areas.
So
They
you're
don't give
saying they're overcompensating because of the money.
because of the money, and they're horrible. They're horrible. They're horrible.
Interesting.
And I'm
But
not saying all, but if you like she said, if you start off with that, I'm just not interested. I don't want to know where you work at. If you are here sitting with me in my face, tell me things that are actually important to you, your family, or your travels, or what you do for fun. What do you do in your spare time? What's the last book that you read? Things like that.
Oh, you saying a whole bunch of stuff that people don't believe that you really mean. I'm trying to tell you, they sitting in this chat right now thinking you lying your ass off, Maya.
What you ate. First of all, I don't want no man that eat garbage. If you tell me you ate Popeyes earlier, that right there turns me completely off. I'm gonna be like, yeah. I'm gonna be like, do you eat that every day, or was that like a cheat meal?
Okay. So
Because if you're my man, I'm sorry, I'm not frying chicken in my house. I don't even buy oil to fry anything. Like I would be dating for lifestyle, not necessarily your money.
So lifestyle is equivalent to personality traits, I believe.
To a certain degree. Because
Okay,
you could be a fitness freak. You could be buff, cut, fine, and eat well,
Right.
but you could still be a messed up person.
Right.
But to clear up what we were talking about earlier with the NASA engineer, on the Pineapple show, he came up and he was talking. He was very meek and very humble. The girl turned him down based on his intelligence, based on the fact that she thought he was going to be boring.
Okay, yeah, I saw that in the chat. Yeah, that's
okay. Just to clear that up,
sad.
he wasn't
Yeah,
leading
sad.
with the fact I'm a NASA engineer and I make a lot of money. He was leading with the fact that he had intelligence and that he was wanting to invest in a good woman. And she looked at him, sized him up, and basically said, "Nah, you're too boring for me." And Pineapple.
And obviously, she couldn't keep up with him, so she didn't get him because he wasn't gonna want her anyway later on anyway. So that wasn't even a match. If she was able to dismiss him that quickly because of his level of intelligence, that means she wasn't an intelligent woman herself to even behave
to
that way.
recognize it. Okay.
And my thing is too, with like leading with what you do or how much money you have, I don't want for a man to turn around one day and be like, well, you only got with me because of what I had. I don't want that to come out your mouth, or for you to think that, oh, you have to keep this job because if not, she gonna leave me because this is what I led with, or this is what she likes about me. Like, no.
Okay.
Is there a sound bite playing over and over, or is that me?
I don't hear anything.
Okay, I'm gonna leave out and come back in.
Well, if you have your YouTube channel open at the same time you're in StreamYard, just close that tab off. You won't hear anything in the background. That tab is open. It must be turned down really low. So just go ahead and close that window down. You won't hear anything.
That worked. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, it works.
I'm reading the chats. James says she's willing to date a poor man, but a short man has no chance. I never said I would date a poor man, James. I don't even attract poor men for one. Um, yeah, I don't attract poor men. But
So
I do got some tig old biddies where the short boys might, want them in their face. But other than that,
Oh my
you know
God.
what I mean?
yeah. Let me ask y'all both ladies a question. So is making $72,000 to $95,000 a year, is that considered poor?
No,
No.
that's not poor.
And so
That's
my thing is too with the video that you showed us. I feel like a lot of these panels, what they do is they choose, lack of a better word, stupid women or women that they feel like is gonna give them the clicks and views or like say some stupid crap like that on purpose just to cause a ruckus. But
Y'all causing a ruckus with telling the truth. I don't know what you're saying, but I get what you're saying.
but I'm saying like looking at those girls too is like they look young too. So it's just like I don't know. I don't know.
these young girls. These like okay. So the topic is 90s women versus 2000 women. Is that golden era gone? I'm gonna have to say to a certain degree, yes, it is. Is it still, classic, 90s style women that still live by those standards and principles? I do, but when you have this, whole sexy red ice spice,
Oh, damn. She calling out names.
fuck a nigga, fuck you, pay
Y'all don't
me.
like those women?
You left out
Yeah.
Sukiana.
My ass,
Oh, girl,
my ass
that
flat, my
thing,
booty
You
hole
left out
brown.
the
She feeling that.
original.
that thing, right? Sukiana is just, I mean,
I love
just,
Suki.
I can't with her. I can't.
You can't rock to that?
I did no. Out of the young girls who I may listen to
Pussy
right
pink, my
now,
booty hole brown. You ain't gonna get down to that shit?
I like
no,
it.
no.
My baby
I went
daddy.
out. I
My
went
baby
out. I
daddy.
went out. I went out 2 weeks ago, and I was at this lounge down in Atlanta, and I mean, I couldn't even vibe right. I was like, "What the fuck is this? I gotta get the fuck out of here, like now." Like I wasn't even drunk enough, and I was like on tilt too, and I was like, "Yeah, this is safe. This is just like killing my whole vibe." Like I'll do Megan the Stallion. I'll do a little, maybe I can't even do Cardi B either, but Meg's my girl. Um,
No matter what Meg is saying?
Megan, all right. She's not that bad.
What?
What?
Really?
Her
Megan
and
not that
Cardi B
bad.
with that whole anthem they had?
What was it? WAP? Is that the
Yeah.
name of the song? Yeah.
But that was like a statement.
Would you let your kids listen to that type of music?
No,
I mean, there's
but
a lot
I'm
of girls.
grown. But
I
I'm
don't know.
grown.
There's a lot of
I'm
girls.
grown.
There's a lot of young girls that look up to girls like
Which is
Nicki
which is a
Minaj.
sad thing because we're the only community that has this kind of music. I was talking about this in the panel last week. We're the only people on this planet that has lyrical music that is so degrading to both male and female. Like you don't hear white girls saying fuck him and I'm gonna take his money and do whatever. They just do it, and they do it in a way where they win.
You said they ain't warning nobody. They just gonna do
They're
it.
just
You
doing it.
sitting there boasting about it.
Wow.
We're boasting, we're yelling it, we're telling them this is what we're demanding, this is what we want from you ninjas, and give it to me, pay me up front because I ain't fucking off on you and whatever. Which to a certain degree, I understand why they feel that way and why they're saying the things that they're saying. Um, and a lot of it I feel is from a place of pain and a place of being misled. Um, more than likely by the women in their life and the men in their lives. So women are with these young girls, they're wanting a lot of money. They're wanting the luxury. Excuse me. They're wanting the luxury cars.
Hey, real
They're,
quick, Vlog Tripping just put out a question
Yeah.
on the super chats. You gotta grab that and put that out to the ladies real quick.
Okay, you want me to read this?
Yeah.
Vlog Tripping says, ask the women if their thinking overall represents the majority of black women in America. Money, height, character, values, wigs, oversized eyelashes.
I'd
I'm
say
gonna
about
say
15% of us
no.
think this way.
Say that again,
Absolutely
Brittany.
not. I
Nope.
said I would say it's about
So you
15%
two are
of us that
outliers.
think.
I just happened to find two outliers of the people that I asked. I found two outlier women that go against the grain when it comes to the general population, when it comes to women and their thought process.
Correct.
Yeah, because I don't wear wigs. I don't wear lashes. I don't wear the long nails. I don't do that. And I mean
Hold
I
up,
do
Maya. That picture you got on in your profile. I'm not trying to call you out. Look like you got some lashes on.
I do got on lashes, but they ain't long.
Okay, but you do put lashes on. They're just not oversized.
Correct. Do I wear
Okay.
them every day? No. If I'm going like out to dinner or a nightclub or something like that, maybe. But I don't wear lashes. I don't
So
go.
you're reserved in your makeup style, basically.
Yes, you see, I even got a light beat on my picture. That ain't a lot of makeup. A little eyebrow, a little lip gloss.
Okay.
Do you ladies believe when women wear makeup, they feel that they are in a different character than their normal state?
For me, yes. For me, yeah. Because if I'm gonna wear makeup, I'm a wear makeup.
You feel like you're Superwoman.
Not even. Yeah, I guess so.
Ah, yeah,
Like
come on now. You know that
for
boosts a little confidence.
yeah. For me, yeah, because like for me, I don't wear makeup on a day to day. I haven't worn makeup in like years, like 3+ years, like probably over 4 years, just because like I don't know. I haven't been out and stuff and whatever. But what I'm saying is like if I were to have a man and if he were to be like, I want to take you to this picnic at work, meet my coworkers. I'm not gonna put on makeup for them because it's a picnic. It's not the setting for that. I'm gonna be sweating, all that kind of stuff. I'm not gonna put on no eyelashes. I'm gonna wear my
Really?
natural hair. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that. But if like if my man, oh, this is when I would put on makeup. If my man say, if he bring me home a dress and some heels, and he say we going to, a dinner, I'm surprising you or whatever like that, and I see the dress and the way it is, then and I'm like, oh, he taking me out. Then I might be like, yeah, I need to put my makeup on and put one of my good wigs on and flat iron my hair. Even though he probably not gonna like that, he might turn around and say, why are you doing that? I'll be like, look at the dress. And like you saying we're going to a steakhouse I'm trying to put on. So, I don't know. It's certain things. And maybe, even if he was like, we going to the club, then I would feel like maybe I need to put on some makeup because the club scene is a whole, different ball game. But and then one might argue, just be your natural self. I like wearing my natural hair and not wearing makeup and being the oddball. I don't mind doing that. If my man, not if my man, more than likely he likes me because of my natural looks because I don't put on makeup like that. So I don't know. It'd be very far and few between that I would put on a full face of makeup and the lace fronts and all that kind of stuff and go out.
What about you, Maya? You feel like you Superwoman when you got that makeup on?
Both and not. It depends on where I'm going. I'm always in character. I'm a glamazon. Like this is what I do. Like I love getting dressed up. I love smelling good. Um, Especially when I'm stepping out of the house. I'm always in main character mode. Like this is me. Um, that's just me. And I don't necessarily do it for attention. I do it more so for me. Um, I feel like when I'm dressed up and I am glammed up, I get no play. I get zero. Like nothing. Like when
Ooh.
I typically go out and I'm like, tonight I'm gonna dress up and I'm on the hunt. It's very far and in between. Now when I go out regular, yeah, I get more attention.
Real
So when
quick, a little housekeeping. Hey, if you guys want to ask questions to the panelists right now, because we're in interview mode, in order to preempt the interview, you need to pay a super chat. The higher the amount, the more priority you get on the question. This is the rules that we set up for bounties. If you don't like something the person is saying on the panel, you can pay to keep them quiet for 10 minutes. But hey, if you want to make comments and you want to ask questions right now, the rules are set in the chat right now. Go ahead.
James said the fact that Maya never
No,
shows
no,
her
no. Don't
face.
read that. Don't read that. That's
Oh,
exactly
sorry,
why
I'm in
I
the
said it.
chat. Sorry, have the
Yeah.
women.
Stay out the chat.
Okay,
Focus on the interview.
sorry.
So Maya, so you said that when you go out and you wear makeup, that's where you get most attraction. Am I correct?
No, when I'm like low key, I get more attention.
When
I
you
get
low
more
key.
attention at a grocery store. I get more attention at Target or Publix or Walmart before I do when I'm out in like a nightclub or lounge.
Yeah.
I'm sure I understand why, because they probably are more intimidated when you are dressed up versus when you're dressed down.
Maybe
These brothers
so.
ain't confident.
Okay.
But I would want you to be. I want you to, because I'm not gonna look like this every day. You know.
I won't
Right.
even say it's intimidation. I just feel like a lot of people appreciate somebody in their raw form.
That's true too.
I agree, Brittany.
But it all depends
And
on what you're
I was,
looking
oh,
for.
my bad.
No, I was just saying it just depends on what you're looking for too. Because
But I
I
everybody
just
also
don't.
feel like, for instance, the other day I didn't do my hair. I needed to go run in Publix really fast because I didn't have an onion or something I needed to get. So I had on like some
Not an onion.
sweatpants. I had on this oversized shirt, and I had a hat and shades on. I looked crazy. And I mean, two guys literally followed me down the aisle. I got like sauce on my shirt. I smell like garlic and onion. I'm trying to run in there and hurry up and run out. And I mean, it was just like, I was like, please don't come up to me. Like, please, not right now. Like, no. And I'm like, why would somebody want me looking like this?
You'll be surprised.
Like, why would you approach me and I look like this? I was like, something got to be wrong with them.
Not necessarily. Like I said, you being dressed down makes you who you really are. They feel like they perceived you better without the makeup than with the makeup.
True,
Because I'm
too.
telling you, there's a lot of Gila monsters that had a lot of plastic surgery, and you won't realize it until you have a kid with him. All of a sudden, you got an ugly ass baby, and you're like, "Where the fuck did that come from?" Came from all them
Yeah.
plastic surgeries that chick had before
But
you
but
met
you
her.
know what? I don't wear makeup to change the way I look. I use it as an enhancement. You know what I mean?
Okay,
Like, that's just a feminine part of me, of something that I like to do. I enjoy being in my feminine energy. I like, cutting on some music and dressing myself up and detailing myself and things like that. But I also like my natural state, just like Brittany said earlier. I like walking into the room and I'm being the oddball and I'm not dressed like all of the other girls, and I don't have on the lashes and I don't have the fake lips and the big extra booty and the, big titties. Like, I like looking natural.
And it's not even like I like looking natural. It's just like, why? Like, it's just like, why do the. And I'm not doing it to get a rise out of the other females or to be like, oh, I'm the one that's wearing my natural hair and y'all are beneath me because you got BBLs and all this kind of other kind of stuff. No, I'm not doing that. It's just, I'm just cool with being me. I'm just chilling.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
my
Like,
thing is too,
my
a
own,
lot of,
yeah, my
yeah, a
own
lot of female,
self-confidence. Yeah.
yeah, a lot of like hate from females because they'll, especially as
You
non
being
for real,
funny,
because
Andrew?
it's
Me?
You
what
posted that?
happened?
You
Me?
saw me just posted.
Me?
you
No,
don't think people are looking up side eyed at you guys right now saying all this?
not me.
I think some people are looking at the chat, just looking at y'all like,
And that's totally fine, but I'm gonna still stand in what I'm saying. And that's just
okay,
just the
10
bottom
toes
line.
down, 10 toes down. You standing, huh?
Yeah, that's fine because you can go and ask plenty of people about me. Like, nah, Brittany don't be doing that. Like, Brittany go out, she be dressed like a little boy. Like, she don't be no. But
Well, I'm
my
from
thing is too,
Miami. I'm from a very superficial place. So I do have some superficial tendencies. So I just do how I've been raised. My mom has always been into like beauty and eating right and skincare, and even my grandmother was like, keep your feet done, If your feet not done, it looks like you're having a hard life, or this is what you do as a woman. These are like womanly things that you do to be aesthetically pleasing.
Hey, I see a lot of comments in the chat. I don't want the ladies to look at it, but y'all making a lot of comments and ain't asking a lot of questions. Y'all got two women. If you think they capping, ask the question. Ask direct. Don't be hitting around pussyfooting in the chat. You got an opportunity to actually challenge these women and ask them direct questions.
And I'll let y'all go one-on-one
around in the chat. And by the way, if you pay on the super chat, you have an opportunity to get on the panel when it's open. So let's not be women in the chat. If y'all want it, $2, that's all you need to do. Drop $2, ask them a direct question, come up on the panel and challenge them direct.
They're not gonna do that.
I'm just trying to say,
they're scary.
Oh no, y'all not calling them broke.
Oh, I smell a challenge.
That's not the type of crowd we hang with. We don't hang with broke brothers.
Wait a minute,
brothers
James, drop your cash
here.
app so I can send you a cash app so you could ask me what you really want to ask me.
Oh, she said she'll pay you to ask a question.
Damn. So what do you both ladies think about the men going over to the foreign land because they just don't want to deal with the bullshit?
By the way, do you ladies have a passport?
I do.
Okay.
My first trip out of the country, I was 21, and I went to Barcelona, Germany. I went to Frankfurt, Germany, and Zagreb, Croatia. Those were my first three.
You didn't run down to Jamaica and get the riverboat ride thing?
I don't want no riverboat ride, for one. That's for one. Okay. However, I do enjoy the Bahamas. I do I like Aruba. I like San Juan.
I love San Juan.
I love San Juan. I really enjoy Aruba, but Aruba's super, super hot. But I love I've been to Dominica. Where else have I been?
What's your take on the men that are going over to these countries and they don't want to deal with the women over here because they feel it's toxic?
I feel to each his own. I can understand why. And if those are their personal choices and that's what you have to do to find what it is that you're looking for, then I'm all for it.
Okay, so one of they have their reasons of saying the pH level might be low, and that's why they're going.
Their pH level is probably low too, but they'll never admit it. But that's cool too.
Okay.
Not everybody got a stinky crotch. Like, come on, man. Like, if you attracted some low vibrational woman that don't take care of herself down there, then that's you.
That's a fact.
Hey, I mean,
y'all need to pick better.
You need to pick better. You could look at her and tell. You could look at a woman and tell if she has poor hygiene. If she got bad skin and she looking rough, you could tell she got some other shit going on.
The way you said she looking rough.
I'm really rich.
We got Drew with a $4.99 donation. He says, "Good morning. Salute Andrew's show and the panel."
Hey, Drew.
Wow.
But don't come on here like y'all just going to fucking Candyland like, oh, I'm going overseas. It's just fucking perfect here. You got some shit going on there too. You just ain't saying it. So don't act like you just going and you going fishing and you get a big fish every time you hit, because that's some nonsense. There's some difficulty.
A lot of the comments we make is a lot of these guys are going overseas and they're buying it anyway, so they're really not getting quality anything.
But it's okay if there's a buyer, there's a seller, and that's just how it goes. And it's the same thing that works here is the same thing that works there. And you've used this term on so many of the panels, which is hypergamy. Women everywhere want the same thing. We want care. We want to be provided for. We want to be protected. Everybody wants the same thing. Now, if it works for you financially as a man to go out of the country to get that, and that's what works for you, you have to stay in the lane that you could stay in. Because there's other men here in America that's not having the same issues that you're having on why you have to go get a passport and date overseas. So it's to each his own. So you got to kind of look at yourself. We always talk about what's going on outwardly, but do we talk about the things that's going on with you inwardly? What's going on with you where you can't get a woman here? And don't keep pushing back and kicking back like, oh, these women are fucking horrible. We could say the same thing. You men are fucking horrible. But, you know, to each his own.
Okay.
I need an explosion after that or something. There should have been a sound effect after that.
Yeah, man.
That
I was
nice.
just listening.
But that's not, but
I
nobody
need a
wants
sound
to.
effect after that. Blow that shit up. Go ahead, cook some more, Maya.
I mean, that's just how I feel. Like, do what works. Be happy. That's all I'm saying is be happy. As a man, I don't have anything. I don't take it personally that that's your choice, but it's almost like y'all just some of these guys that get on here, they want to humble us and tear us down. Like the guy said, when he said compliant, they're gonna be compliant. Like that
Yeah,
was
that choice of the word is just incorrect altogether.
that was just not the right word to use to say if we leave and we jump ship, they're gonna be more compliant. But some women don't think nothing wrong with them. And some men don't think anything is wrong with them either.
So do you think that the 90s black women were more compliant than the 2024 black women?
Stop using that word, bro.
I'm just going. It's the title, man. Come on.
Don't you dare say compliant, Andrew.
Okay, fine. All right. More okay, what's
submissive
the
and
It was more
feminine.
it was more
More
it
submissive
was
and feminine women.
it was
I'm sorry,
more
my apologies.
it was more about black love. That was an era where we had nice movies to depict our realities from. You had Love Jones, you had Jason's Lyric, you had
2 terrible movies.
no.
What? Oh damn.
Once you watch them again and watch like for sure,
She said rewind them motherfuckers.
I was in love with Jason's Lyric for sure. The whole making love in the grass and he was washing her feet and the little train track thing when she took him up to the train track for sure. But like, didn't she
So were
get
they
killed
selling
at
a
the
dream
end?
in those movies?
Didn't she get killed at the end?
No, she didn't get killed.
Or who
Remember
got
she
shot?
went no, she okay. Remember Jason Allen's brother had planned on killing Lyric's brother because they got in a fight in the bathroom or whatever. So his baby brother had intentions on going to, shoot up the house, which that's what ended up happening. She got shot, but she never died. But they ended up taking off together
Okay, well
and
that's
they
different.
left New
Okay, yeah.
Orleans.
Okay, cool. But
Not,
my
and I'm
thing
not
is,
saying that that's a good movie or the best, but we
yeah,
had more black unity and community breakdowns. Those were real things. Those
yes.
are real things that your brother got out of prison, or like on Best Man when his friend slept with the bride and all of this kind of stuff happens.
But let me ask you something, Maya and Brittany. Do you believe, like, even in the 90s, because I grew up through the 90s, do you believe that even the sitcoms that we saw in the 90s with Family Matters and Fresh Prince of Bel-Air and even Saved by the Bell, I don't know if you guys are into the
Yeah.
90s. Do you believe that they had learning lessons and they taught people learning lessons of what to do and what not to do? It was more like family structured.
It was because even with Fresh Prince, what was it? He went to go live with his aunt and uncle because he was having troubles in Philadelphia, right?
Right.
So
we don't
we don't have that anymore. Like
Right.
if it's like that's your issue. Your son misbehaving, that's his issue. We don't have a family structure to say, okay, my nephew having issues. I can't call my sister and be like, well, send him over here to me. Let him stay with me. Let him get to work. Let me, have him mow the grass and do these things and get him back on track and out of that environment. It's like, that's my son. That's my baby. I can't let him go.
What do you think caused this ripple effect to happen within the black community?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
No. We need you to answer both. Yeah,
We
we have our own
education.
theory. We have our own theory, but we need
Yeah.
to hear from
We need to hear from your
female
side.
from our community. What you felt like started this rock rolling down this fucking hill.
Rap.
I got you.
And like, okay, well, I don't know. I can't answer that right now. Let me take a moment to kind of think about that. But the music, like, there's no more loving music. Like, even now, I don't listen to majority of the music that we have now today. It's no more. I was like, what happened to men being romantic and sexy and what happened to Joe? What happened to Kim? What happened to Kendrick and family?
I
Like,
disagree though. I disagree. There is a lot of great R&B males out there. You
I
just
mean, you
have
got
to
Lucky Day, you got Sir, you got
Masego.
Kenyon Dixon, you got Ari Lennox,
Masego.
you got Masego, yeah. Um,
Cleo Soul.
you got Cleo Soul too.
Ella
Yeah,
May.
those are, but how many of them are being mainstream?
It don't matter about mainstream. My thing is with the whole music thing, y'all people sit up and talk about, oh, sexy red this, sexy red that. Okay, well, how's she getting all these streams in? You secretly listening to her behind closed doors.
Well,
Stop doing that.
no,
If you
no,
don't
because
like
that's
her
what
and y'all don't like
those are.
pushing the narrative, then go listen to what is conducive to a better community. But y'all don't want to listen to that because y'all secretly don't want a healthy relationship.
But who listen? When do you hear Cleo Soul being played on the radio? When do you hear Masego being played on the radio? They're not streaming
That's
and
what I'm
get.
saying. It don't matter about the radio. I'm on Apple Music listening to this. I'm not listening. I'm not pushing it. Like for me, like the whole radio thing, that's what that's their quote unquote job to do is push BS. So I'm not even listening to the radio. That's what
But
I'm
like
saying. Cut
but
it
you
off.
said
People
mainstream doesn't matter, but it does. And then you also have the reality TV shows where you got grown women on Housewives of Atlanta, you got Married to Medicine, you got all of these different franchises with
Love and hip hop.
42-year-old women, 43-year-old women arguing, yelling, being catty, fighting. It's like, where do we get our leadership from? Where do we get some positive outlook and light to look up to? Okay, she's a boss bitch now because now she got a hairline or a purse line, or she on the club because she spent off for this. She spent off from this franchise, but what is that actually
Right.
telling other black women?
Hey,
my
real
thing is
quick, take a
too.
breath for a
Oh,
second. Hold on. You got 2 super chats you need to read.
Okay, say so. Louis Daves with the $20 donation. He says, "This is what happens when you remove men from the rightful place as fathers, as leaders within the black community. ABW as a collective
American Black Women.
have evaded accountability for nearly 50 years. What do you ladies have to? What do you guys
Well,
think about
can
that?"
I ask Lewis a question when he says that black women as a collective have evaded accountability? What does that necessarily mean? What accountability has been avoided in the American black women community?
Lewis, you can answer that in the chat, in the regular chat. You don't have to pay another super chat, and we'll read it. Okay. So appreciate the comment and the question. Then you got Drew.
and then like y'all were like saying, like, can I address Drew? Is that okay?
I'm gonna
Yes.
read Drew real quick, and I'm gonna let you address it. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay. So Drew with a $1.99 donation. He says, "Good points, Maya. Love has been left out of music." It's from the 90s.
Excuse me for a second.
It's all about choice. What you're choosing to listen to. That's what they push. If there
True.
it's supply and demand. If you're listening to the BS, that's what I'm saying about people saying, "Oh, it's in the music." Da 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 da. Y'all are the ones that are secretly listening to it. You love it. Like it's the toxicity for me. A lot of people don't like to admit they don't like healthy relationships, and I'm not saying it's just like talking out my behind, but I've seen several couples online where I'd be like, oh my god, they must be, they must be, they're a great couple. They look like they're a great couple, and if I meet them in person, they're horrible. They fighting, he beating up on her, all this other kind of crazy stuff, and they think it's cute. They think all this stuff is cute. It's in the music. It's on social media, everything. People be saying, "Oh, I want a healthy relationship," but they secretly beating up on each other behind closed doors like it's cute and saying that, "Oh, I like it when a dude pull out a knife on me. I think it's cute." Like, no.
That's insane. That is absolutely insane. If a man pulled a knife out on me, like
But
that is
I'm not,
that
like I
is
said, I'm not being funny at all. This is stuff, like I said, if you look up like females will, yeah, and dudes
I
be
mean,
saying that they like it too.
I
And like
believe
literally,
you.
I was on another panel, and this guy was talking about how this girl had ruined his apartment and slashed the tires of his Jeep and stuff, and he was talking about, but we good now, I still love her. Da, 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 da. I said,
Well, that's because he's used to abuse, and that's how he wants to be shown love. That's not loving. That's not healthy. And a lot of people are in relationships because of their toxic household or upbringing. No healthy person or any person that's
Oh man, I guess we lost her.
somebody said, Brittany, name a current song that includes the word love. It's called "Know That You Are Loved" by Cleo Soul. CLEO space SOL. Know that you are loved.
Shout out to Renaissance Cap with the 1999 donation. We also have Jim Rattle 8 499. He says the worst of us are being put in the forefront as representatives of our culture. No other groups does that but us. What do you guys
I
think?
agree. I agree. I got kicked out somehow, but any healthy person is not turned on by somebody slashing or ripping out their tires and damaging their property.
What it comes down to, honestly, is mental health. That's what it comes down to. Because for me, in the Black community, they say, we not supposed to talk about that.
Why?
That's true.
Because a lot of people don't want to hear that, my uncle been touching me. Let's be real.
I want to
Don't
share
nobody want to
something with
know
you.
that Uncle Ronnie is out here, doing all this stuff.
I want to
But
share
that's
something with
taboo.
y'all. I want to share something with y'all, right? And I couldn't really quite understand what was happening, right? But when I was in the 6th grade, I'm a little bit old, but like in the 90s, there was this principal, not this principal, my bad. There was a school teacher named Mr. Gold. The reason why we call him Mr. Gold, because he had, gold teeth in his mouth. He was a Jewish teacher. So when I'm in school and I'm reading books and I'm, doing math work and stuff, when we're done, we have to hand down our paperwork to the teacher. But he wouldn't get us all at the same time lining up, handing our paperwork to the teacher. He would get the girls to go up first, right? And his desk used to be to the corner of the classroom. So the girls would line up and they'll be going into the teacher, like where the desk is. And the girls are sitting on his lap. And he leaning over, touching the girls in the back, but we can't see what's going on. All we know is every time a girl would get off his lap, we'll see the girl start crying. And I used to ask the girls, this is real stuff. I used to ask the girls, what's wrong? Why are you crying? But we can't process that because we're young. We don't know what the fuck is going on.
Oh my God.
That's a shame.
Yeah, and the assistant principal was also a preacher. And it was a woman, a black woman. I'll never forget. One of the girls was a black female, and she grew up in an environment to like she was raised by boys. So he tried to pull that shit with her and have the girl sit on his lap, and she was starting to feel him and stuff like that. She pushed him to the side and punched him in the face.
She's masculine. Why would she do that?
Mm-mm.
She ran
That's so
out.
aggressive.
She ran out the classroom.
Right.
And then she got the black lady to come in there, and she told the black lady everything, like, yo, Mr. Gold, he touched me. He was doing all this type of stuff. But see, the other girls, they were from different races. I'm going to keep it real with you. But they were scared. They didn't know what, because this guy's used to doing that. But the guys in the classroom, we're young. We don't know what's going on. So we asking the girls, why are you guys crying? And we always wonder to ourselves, why is he just lining up just the girls to go in first, and then they're all coming back feeling all weird and shit, and they're acting weird. And in that process,
Wow.
the girls just didn't want to talk to us. They didn't want nothing to do with us, but we didn't know why. But now we see why.
Understandably.
They were traumatized from what their teacher was doing to them in the classroom. I witnessed seeing this shit.
Right.
But I couldn't process this because I was young. I didn't know what was going on. None of us did.
Yeah.
But
Real
that
quick,
brought-
we have 2 more
Yeah.
super chats come in. Renaissance Cat, we appreciate the donation of $19.99. No comment.
Oh, yeah, I read that already.
Just for the donation. And then did you get Jim Rat?
Yeah. I got those guys ready. Yeah, I got
Okay,
them
my
ready.
bad. I'm sorry. I stepped away
No.
for a minute.
No, you're good. So with that being said, I didn't know what it was. And we're in the 90s. We're talking about I'm 12 years old. So I don't know what the fuck going on. You know what I mean?
Wow. That's a shame.
But that grooming process right there, that was separation. Because I can understand what women go through. I understand that shit. Like that was a psychological I don't even know the words to say. Like it was just a mental fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we were in a chat the other night and I brought this up. I said there's a lot of traumatized and damaged both on both sides, male and female, within our community. And there's a lot of mental help and understanding that needs to be given on both sides. You know, I've said every woman I've ever met, I literally had to help them through therapy and dealing with some kind of trauma they dealt with when they were a child.
Right.
And it's a sad thing to say within our community. Our Black women are hurt that much that they have already built up walls from the pain and the trauma they've had to deal with as children because they couldn't go and tell anybody.
But
They
can
were
I
told to
say
shut up.
something?
Yeah.
On top of that, there's a lot of Black men that need help too.
Yeah, I confirm that. Yeah, absolutely.
And the thing about it is I think that religion, and this is no offense to anybody who's religious or anything like that. I think at my age and from what I've noticed, religion plays a major part in how we interact in our community as well.
Facts.
So when bad things happen to us or bad things transpire, we're told to give it to God or pray about it. Oh, just pray about it. Give it to God. You know, and that's not necessarily a healthy option to deal with things, is to just walk away and not face it. Like somebody has to be held accountable for their wrongdoing to another person. We
Or
just
you don't
can't
feel protected.
we just can't say, well, you're gonna be doomed to hell for committing a sin and doing that, or you know, you're gonna get your karma, or whatever the case, whatever's being said in the community about, you know, oh, then it's the thing. Well, if you did something wrong, just go repent and ask for forgiveness. It doesn't work that way.
How do you think it works?
If Uncle Craig been touching all the little girls, all his nieces, and possibly his nephews, and those people come forward with it, we cannot shun them and be like, well, that didn't happen because you just don't want to accept that. Because because that's your grandma's son and he don't want to accept it. 9 times out of 10, you knew your son was a pervert. You knew it. You know your child. You knew your son was a pervert. You knew this. And it's not just men doing it. It's women that essay other women too, and little boys too. But when it's done to a young boy and a woman, and the older woman is doing, it's a score for him. He got him some old pussy, or he got him a notch under his belt.
Facts.
Yep.
You get what I'm saying? So
absolutely.
Molestation is molestation. Giving a child a sexual experience earlier on, before they could even grip a concept of what's going on, is just wrong. Because it leads to having unhealthy sex. It leads to sex addiction. It leads to perversion. It leads to so many things that could have been avoided. And if we stop ignoring these things and giving it to God and saying go repent, that person needs to be held accountable. He needs to be put in jail. He needs to be put in jail, and he needs to be ostracized away from other kids and away from people from it happening again.
You're absolutely right. And that's been going on for generations.
And this is why a lot, and I'm gonna be personal here. I had a girl cousin of mine that molested me, my cousin, my sister, and a bunch of the girls in the neighborhood. Okay. We didn't know that that's what that was because of the way she did it. She would say, "Come on, let's play house."
It's
I'm
narcissistic.
gonna,
Narcissistic.
yeah, but somebody was doing it to her. So you see what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. So she's a victim
Somebody
of
was
somebody
doing it
else.
to her, but I didn't
Mental abuse. Gotcha.
exactly. So I didn't find this out until later on in life. So she had been doing it to all of us, and her sister now is lesbian. So when her sister came out and said, I'm coming out with my lifestyle because I'm a lesbian, and everybody was like, well, when did you decide to do that? And she said, because my sister had been molesting me. The whole family oh, no, she didn't. That didn't happen. No, you full of shit. That's just your choice. And then I came around. I'm like, hello, like, yeah, she was doing it to all of us.
So you think it starts off pretty much like little crumbs and pieces here. It's like a mental type of
I'm assuming, from what I
initiation.
understand, she was doing it to us the way somebody else did it to her, because there's no way that somebody that age would know how to manipulate a situation like that,
Right.
to gain sexual power.
Wow. That's some
Facts.
spiritual shit in a way, bro.
Now, did
So-
you guys find out who was doing it to her?
That's crazy.
Well, it was a lot of people doing it to her.
Oh, wow. But that's typically what happens. Hurt people hurt other people. People that are abused turn around and abuse other people. So it replicates itself. So the point is,
Not all the time, though.
being quiet about it and praying and putting it in God's hand ain't resolving the issue, because it gets carried on, like I said, and like she was saying, through other people. So the longer
But that
you shut up
doesn't.
about it,
But I agree with what Brittany was about to say. Just because I was molested, that don't mean I should go out and be a molester too. That's
no,
just it.
absolutely not. No.
Like,
I
I'm
wouldn't-
very protective towards my daughter, and I never kept her in the dark about that. Like, when my daughter wanted to do sleepovers and she wanted to go to people's house, and I'm like, no, you just can't, because women do it too. And I know some of my male friends that have been molested by men. They would never talk about it, but they have some type of dysfunction going on from that.
Facts.
Brittany, you wanted to intervene and say something?
I'm just saying, like, I'm that type of. I guess I'm not. Not I guess I must be a safe space for a lot of people. So the things that I've heard, I just be like that's why I said, like, for some men to sit up online and tear down Black women. I'm just like, have you ever thought in your mind, if say for instance, if he had Black sisters, have you ever thought to ask them what may have happened to them? Or are you just gonna tell all men to just go overseas or go wherever because these Black bitches ain't shit?
That's a good point.
But you don't want to. My thing is, you don't want to hear what happened to your sister. If she were to tell you, you would lose your mind.
Yeah.
He'd
'Cause you
probably
can't think
want to go on a killing spree.
And that's what I'm saying. You will lose your mind. You don't want to think. It's like some people just you saying all this about us, but if we were to tell you even one time, there's one thing, maybe the most recent one that happened to us, you will be like, oh my God.
And then also too, just to say something, and if you had a parent that grew up in the 70s and 80s and they was using coke, you got another problem too.
What if people want to escape those problems and they don't want to deal with the problems here in America, and they feel like, I'm just gonna go overseas?
Escapism. You're always going to be escaping. It's always going to be something else. And if that's what you want to do, that's cool. But don't open your mouth and say and always have. It's always going to be something else. Just be quiet, because you're telling yourself.
But those women have some of the same problems too, but it's normalized. It's normalized for them to have sex at an early age. It's normalized for their uncles to have sex with them. It's normal for them to exude their sexuality. It's normal for them not to to be more open sexually cultured than it is for us. So it may in fact be a little more easier for them to date and have a level of intimacy.
But do you think that these type of men that travel to these different countries that are in search of foreign women, this is both questions for both of you ladies. Do you think these men are searching for a partner that they can gel with and they can't gel with here in the United States? Do you think it's kind of like they just want to have the sexual experience of being with a
They're
woman?
addicted to sex. Yes, most. Yes, not all, but most are addicted to sex. You
Oh
would be
man.
surprised to see their Pornhub search filter. Like their search
I
bar.
agree
You would
with
be
you.
surprised. You would be
I agree with
surprised
you,
what a lot of
Brittany.
people search.
I agree with you, but also too, I'm not gonna say it's just the sex, but 9 times out of 10, it is the sex. It may start off sexual and it may end in a relationship because they just might accept that they just like a hoe and that's what they want to be with.
So do you think most of the women that they're going for overseas are hoes?
I'm not saying most, but majority.
Ooh.
Because that's all I see. That's all, and that's all that I'm seeing being projected is
And that's
the
all they
sex,
put out too.
and that's all they put out.
I mean,
And we were just talking about that the other day as well. You know,
They
go
want
ahead, read that one
compliance.
from
They
Drew.
don't want to get out here and go talk and date and spend their money on dates and go through these cycles of trying to get some type of satisfaction, which I understand. If you don't want to do that, then that's
Guys
perfectly
say that
fine.
it's not their our other conversation you're aware of, Maya. A lot of guys are saying that's not their responsibility to try to have to fix a black woman.
And it's not your responsibility to fix me, and it's not my responsibility to fix you. But can I go on that journey with you if you want to heal? Absolutely. But if
I
you
wanted
want to be,
to.
Do you think that the modern day black woman can be like the 90s day black woman to where black men won't have to
Don't
travel
talk
to go to
about
different
90s. I'm
countries?
trying to get back to the 50s. What is you talking about?
Hey,
You keep
right.
talking
back.
about 90s and 80s. I'm
Said
talking
before
about
the
He's
whole
trying to
system
get back to
broke
the
down.
50s.
She's
what
trying
are
to
you
say, I want
talking
to get
about?
back to the original system, not this
Yes,
system
what are
here.
you talking about?
Okay, all right. Well, I mean, the title is 90s.
But that's
We
me.
get the
Like I
50
said,
in there.
I am not like that's why I say I be staying quiet when I be hearing a lot of women talk because I'm just like,
But a
I'm
lot
cool.
of women, they want to live like in the 50s, Brittany, because they're expecting these men to have a shitload of money while they sit at home and do nothing.
Yeah.
Really? Because that's
But
what the
my
whole
thing
thing
is,
is now.
yeah,
I don't want to work. I want to provide a man. Like, I mean, I wouldn't even know what to do sitting at home besides cook, clean, and wash your clothes. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
all we
I
I
want to
want.
don't.
be in the garden
That's all we
Yeah,
want.
well,
But I mean, you can garden, you can have hobbies, you can have
and I'm
other
gonna be
interests.
homeschooling the kids. That's just me. Like I said though, I'm on some different what everybody else
So
ain't
you
on.
don't think about what if your man likes to do some adventurous stuff? You know, he's like, hey, let's I don't know, let's go ski diving. I don't know what the fuck. Like, what if he wants to do something
Yeah,
adventurous? I
we
mean,
can
would
do
you have
that. I'm all
time?
down. Let's go
Oh,
do
okay.
that. I'm down
All
for
right.
that. I'm down for some dangerous stuff. Matter of fact, I'm an
Oh
Okay.
adrenaline
shit.
junkie.
Okay.
All
All
right.
right. Well,
Let's go do it.
my, what about you?
Let's get this super chat real quick, and then we got to go back to Lewis's question because he
Okay.
came back with the actual specifics to his question that he asked earlier, and he
All
paid
right.
his $20. So
Okay. So Drew with the $4.99, he says some children may be silent on the issuer because they know their parents would delete that person.
Facts.
they need to be deleted. They need to be deleted. If you as say a child, a child is helpless, can't make a decision on their own, and
believe
you
me, if
take
it happened to
advantage
my
of
children, they done.
you need to be deleted.
I ain't
You
waiting
need
for them to go to jail.
No, I ain't waiting either. And I'm not going to jail after I do it because we gonna have me and the whole family gonna have a meeting on how we finna do this here.
We doing some mafioso shit. There's a brick and there's a
That's
brick in the
crazy.
ocean for you. That's all I'm saying.
What was that? Fried green tomatoes. That movie. Y'all seen
Okay, so
Fried Green Tomatoes?
Lewis asked the question earlier.
What's
Black
the
men in
question?
America have silently endured disrespect, overall bashing from American black women as a collective via every other form of modern mass media communications for the last 50 years. But his follow-up question to what he was saying before was, feminism, number one. Two, the welfare system, which removed the black man from the household. Oprah Winfrey's venomous shows, and I'm strong, independent, and I don't need a man attitude came from the fact that the American, the black nuclear family was broken down over 50 years ago. Is what he's
Well, I
trying
agree. I
to
agree
do
with
about
that. But I agree with that. But also, too, those women that are on Section 8 and getting housing and food stamps and all of those things, they're still limited. They can't even get a man because, from what I understand, the man can't even move in the house with them if they get these
that
benefits.
was the rule back then, and it's still true today. Yeah.
And then, so you decide to opt out on love to have the government provide for you, which is insane because we're just not designed to be alone. That's just the fact
So,
of it.
so does that make them strong, independent if they're sitting there on the system?
You're not independent now. If you going out and you're working and
Who
you
became
have
your
these,
daddy but the system? The
no,
government
that's
became your
that's
daddy.
not independent.
People are saying you guys were raised to be independent.
No. No. Well,
Dependent
okay.
upon the system, but independent of a man.
No,
Let's be
no, no,
clear about
Say
no,
that.
this.
no.
I-
I was not raised to be an independent woman. Now, have I survived not being an independent woman? No.
I just want to say this. Like, for me, my dad told me specifically to get your own shit first. He told me if I ever find out that you are begging to stay in the house with a man after he been mistreating you because you think you ain't got nowhere to go, I'm gonna handle you myself. Not physically harm me, but you get what I'm saying. Like, you better not let me find out that you begging a man for a place to stay or whatever. But that, I mean, and I wasn't. Does that mean I was raised to be independent? I don't know. That's the question that I'm asking y'all.
No. In a way, he said you need to be able to fend for yourself. But my thing is, as a father, especially to his daughter, it didn't sound like he was trying to give you any kind of covering. Like, if you ran into that situation, don't feel like you can't come back to the house until you can find a place of your own. Don't feel like you're forced to stay there. You get what I'm saying? I didn't hear you say that.
But how
That's
do
what I'm
you
saying. So I don't think I was raised to be independent. And like that whole, I know that a lot, I'm not being naive. I know a lot of women that are, that say they're strong and independent, but honestly, I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. When somebody says strong, like, oh, if somebody were to say, Brittany, you're so strong, I take that very offensively. You might as well call me the N-word with a hard ER at the end. I'm not gonna stunt.
Damn.
That's very offensive. Like, I'm not gonna rise up on you, but I quickly be like, nah, don't, that's nah. Cause I shouldn't have to, no. I just don't like it.
Okay.
but if you're in a relationship, right? And the guy is a sole provider and the relationship doesn't work out anymore for whatever reasons. What am I supposed to do as a woman to get out of that situation?
Say that again.
If I'm in a relationship where the man is a sole provider,
Mhm.
I don't work, I have no income,
Right.
right? Because I've been a housewife.
Okay.
I've been taking care of the kids. And for whatever reason, our relationship doesn't work out. We
Okay.
grew apart, or he wants somebody else, or I'm just not happy living that way anymore. What do I do as a woman to remove myself out of that situation?
The
If I were
greatest
to
thing in the
leave,
world, here, I got you. The greatest thing in the world about America is they have all kind of social services for women. That's
but
the
those
advantage.
social
Hold on, that's the
services,
advantages that you guys have. You can go to
no.
a battered woman's shelter. They will give you support to give you a home, put you
Why
back on food
why would I
stamps.
want to go? Why would
It,
I
it,
want to go live in a shelter?
it's
Why
just
would I?
temporarily until they can find you a place, because they're gonna give you a place. You already know they'll put you back in that
What
system
are
where
the
they
I
will pay your rent, they will get you
no,
food, they
no,
will
no, Ronan,
re-educate you.
you're
They
wrong.
will. I've watched them do it.
Ronan, those resources are not readily available. Some of those women stay in those houses and those rooming and be homeless for years, 2 years, 3 years sometimes, because those resources are just not readily available. So my question is, I'm gonna have to stay with them.
Okay, so what if in this relationship the women were committing adultery, right? Let's just say we're in a marriage. They were the ones stepping out and they were having kids by different baby daddies, right? Let's just say, because we do have that out there. Guy go ahead and he decides to file for divorce. His baby daddy's nowhere to be found. So whose responsibility is it?
What? So if she cheats, then she has a baby from another man, and that man is nowhere to be found.
Right. And the man wants to have a divorce. Whose responsibility is it going to be for the child?
It's
Well,
hers because she
it's
went out and had the
hers.
baby.
But they're also going to, okay, let's just say they have years in this marriage. The courts are not going to see it like that. They're going to see it, oh, you guys have been married. Oh, that's your responsibility. You guys need to figure it out. These are situations that happen.
Is that real? Is that really how it works? Because that's stupid.
It has happened. Laws are starting to change now. It has happened. And a lot of women just lie and say it's that man's baby in the first place.
Yeah. And then he's taking care of another child that's out of wedlock that doesn't even belong to him. These are stories that happen.
That's absurd, and that's not fair. And
we ain't never had fairness. Never. And when it comes to that part of it.
Well, nobody really has had fairness. That's just the way that life is.
I gotta push back on that, Maya.
There's no fairness.
But the laws are written around.
But if she cheats,
right. She's gonna get alimony, she's gonna get child support, and he's gonna have to pay for a child that is not even biologically his.
Well, I knew somebody personally that went through something like that, and he got a lawyer, and he was like, "This is not my child. I don't want to take care of this child. She cheated, and I'm not doing this." Men still have rights. Now, it's up to you whether you choose that fight or not.
I just want to say something from earlier about the mental health thing, like with women and abuse that we were talking about. That's not an excuse for a woman to get up and say all men are, and talk down on black men the way that I know that they do. So I do feel for y'all on that part. And the whole man versus bear thing is a disgusting topic.
Please go into that, because we were just talking about that the other day.
That's absolutely disgusting. It's no. Why would you want to hear, like, for you to? My thing is, like, let me finish my point though at first. That's not it's not an excuse for a woman to go out and talk down on men just because she isn't going to therapy or healing from her trauma. So that's all I wanted to say. She should turn inward, like Maya was saying earlier. And a lot of people just literally everybody needs to turn inward at the end of the day. But anyways, the whole man versus bear thing, I don't understand the topic. Like, if
you understand the concept, right?
No, I don't. Like,
okay, well, the concept behind that is women feel like they would be safer in the woods with a bear versus a man, which they fear. There might be essayed or something like that from that.
And that's in my mind, that makes me question, like, do you think all men are out here doing this?
That's insane.
That's
the perception feminists like to give out.
All men like that, like that's some BS. Like, why would you?
That's the perception feminists like to give out.
Well, a lot of those feminists. Well, let me say this: a lot of feminists are lesbian, for one.
Facts. Speak on it.
For two, a lot of them hate men because they've had some trauma with a man.
Maya, you're about to get clipped out. They're about to just crucify you online.
Clip it.
Clip it. Because that's who created the child support. That's who created some of these laws. Were the feminists, and most of those feminists were white women. They were not black women. Black women were still rooting in and trying to stand for their families until, of course, these colonizers, like they always do, they come in and they try to make things better. And when they try to make things better, it makes it worse for us.
White Tears, Brown Scars. It's a book. Go read it.
So let me ask you,
brown scars.
I just want to piggyback off of what Maya was saying. So do you believe the colonization of culture, do you think it probably had a ripple effect like between mid 90s, or do you think this whole feminist wave of trying to indoctrinate black women do you think it was before that?
It was before that, because whenever the projects and all of those things were developed, that's when it started. You had a lot of black men going to prison. You had a lot of black men selling drugs because they weren't able to work, um, or that was just the lifestyle that they chose. And the women were really left to fend for themselves.
Mm. And this is
We can't forget. We can't forget the crack era.
oh yeah, the 80s.
That's true. Yeah, that's true though.
So this is where public housing and affordable housing, and then even with those affordable housing, they got so much criteria that you can't even get in them because you can't make this much money. You can't have these many people in the house. You can't have a background. You can't have this. You can't have. So it's like you're basically saying that it still was a system to conquer and divide because you still can't have shit.
Okay,
You want to
so
read that super chat?
yeah, Louis Davis with the $20 super chat. He says, "Ladies, I disagree. These men go overseas to find wives!" Exclamation point. Something that black women in America have forgotten how to be collective. I've lived abroad and I'm speaking from experience. So black women overseas pretty much have been the collective. Maybe because they're understanding. I don't know. What do you guys take on this comment?
I don't know because I have black foreign friends that don't even look at black men in America. Won't even look at a black man overseas.
Really?
Okay.
Why?
Really?
Why?
They don't want no black man because of all of the stereotypes. They're aggressive. They're broke. They're abusive. They cheat. They got kids everywhere. That's what I've heard.
I mean, just like
And if you
we
go
have to
and
be blamed
if
for who
you
we pick, the women have to be blamed for who they pick.
and that's true, but I'm just saying what the conversations are without men knowing. Like
Mhm.
these women don't and seek after y'all. Y'all are not a priority. Y'all a priority when you come over there because they know you got some money. They know y'all got money to spend. This goes
Oh
back to the
man.
whole hypergamy thing. Don't act like it's Candyland over there. Those women want something from you. And if it's a
That's true.
if it's a fair and equal exchange, then so be it.
Wow.
Facts.
Okay. That's some powerful
Brittany?
words right there.
So don't do that. My whole thing is black men should really stop on these TikToks and these podcasts and they're sharing their poor experiences. We keep harping on pain and problems and issues and this is what's wrong and that's what's wrong. Well, how do we fix it? How do we fix it? My thing right now is I'm not dating currently. I plan on dating in the near future. But one of my requirements, and I say this is a requirement, if me and this man decides to be together and pursue a journey of love in a relationship in a life together, I need to know what the fuck is wrong with you, bro. I need to know all the shit that's wrong with you. And you
Even the
need to know
debt, even that
I
money that
I need to know what's going on with you. If you got some fucked up finances going on, can we fix it? Is it fixable? Can we fix it? Can we not just walk around the fact that quote unquote, and I'm not saying he will or he is, if you got bad credit, come on, I got a nice credit package over here. We could fix it. Let's fix your credit. Let's get these hard inquiries off. Let's get these late payments up to date. Let's get you in a 750, 800 credit score, my guy.
okay, so what about the baby whenever he has like babies from different baby mamas?
Different baby mamas, if they grown, yeah. If they young, no.
What's the difference if they're grown or they're young?
Because I'm
That's
not
the
trying to
whole.
be nobody's
That's a
stepmama.
big difference when you have kids. There's a big difference between a
I
child
don't
versus a grown
want
ass
to.
kid. Yeah.
And a lot of relationships have ended because people don't share the same mindset anymore. And it's like, I don't know who this woman is. I don't know what she's getting ready to bring into my life. And I don't want that. I want peace and I want harmony. I don't want all these different personalities that I have to deal with just to be with you.
Okay.
Fair
Brittany,
enough.
Yes,
what's your opinion on this topic right now?
these men go overseas to find wives. Not all of them. A lot of them are openly just smashing, which is okay.
And
That's
a
what I'm
lot of
saying.
them been
Like,
going over there, and a lot of them been going over there 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years plus, and ain't got a fucking wife nowhere here and nowhere.
Oh shit! She's calling out some of you motherfuckers real bad. I swear to
I'm
God,
looking
I'm
for a
telling the
wife.
truth.
Well, why? If it's so easy, why aren't you married yet? Is it because of you, or is it because of them? Is it because of you, or is it or is it just easier for you to play around over there than it is for you to play over here?
Ooh, damn. Oh, shit.
Who want the smoke?
You've been going to Brazil for 10 years and you ain't married yet.
Wow.
But she got the best pH and the best body type in America, in the world, from what you say. And you ain't married.
Oh man.
And I'm not against the women, because I'm for women. I'm all about women.
Damn, she want all the smoke.
But
she's telling the truth, and we've been saying it. But I like hearing it from a woman. I like hearing it from a woman because that's fact. We've been saying it all along. We've been calling a lot of guys out about that.
And then some of these men are living vicariously through these podcasts. They don't know shit. Ain't even been nowhere. Probably don't even have a passport.
Bruh.
But you're saying you got one, but you might not. We don't know that. You could just be on the bandwagon of being a scorned black man, and you just want some shit to identify with and connect with to join on the bandwagon.
So Maya, what's your take on men that are
drop your email in the chat so Maya can send you some money so you can actually make a comment on the super chat and she can actually answer you. She already offered to pay for your super chat since you can't pay $2 and actually ask her a direct question. But you
come on, man. Y'all pay
chat, but you can't pay $2 to get up there and actually ask her a question.
I mean, come on, man. Where the super chats at? There we go.
Somebody say something?
No, go ahead, buddy. Go ahead, continue. I'm gonna go ahead and read this in a minute. Go ahead.
You over here cooking. Go ahead and keep on
cooking, right? Yeah, we let you cook. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying as it comes to my mind, but it's not to insult or offend anyone. It's the fact. It's factual. Why is it taking you so long to get married? If it's just that easy. Getting married to someone isn't easy for anyone, no matter where you are in the world. How do I know I want to commit the rest of my life to you?
I want to throw this real quick. What's your take on Austin Holloman going to Brazil? You think he's trying to find himself a wife, or?
I don't know who he is. He looks like a fucking chump to me, to be honest with you. He just gives me chump vibes. He gives me simp vibes. He gives me fake. He's creating content to make money. He does not give me real.
Dumbass motherfucker.
Damn.
He doesn't give me authenticity. He does not. He gives me a joke. He looks very young. He doesn't look experienced. He just doesn't give me that energy. Is he looking for a wife? I don't know. Do I think he's probably playing around? I believe so. Do I think he has an?
No, go ahead. Finish.
No, what were you gonna say?
No, go ahead. No, I'll let you finish. Go ahead. I just wanted.
He just doesn't give me real. He gives me fluff.
Oh wow. Okay. Do you think that
hold on. Let Brittany follow up with that. Brittany, do you have anything to say about
that? Go ahead.
Do I have anything to say about Austin?
Austin, yeah.
No,
I'm sure you've been on Zed's channel long enough to know about who Austin is.
Yeah, I was just trying to make sure that
Zed's in here ghosting anyway. I already know she's in here.
I like Zed.
We got some Zed fans in the building, y'all.
Zed is in here, but she's under a ghost name. I don't know why she's sitting there doing that.
I watched Zed read somebody else who I'm not very fond of, and I was very proud of her for doing that.
I know exactly who you're talking about.
I'm not gonna say no names, but you know.
Why are you doing that?
I ain't saying no names.
That's my boy. Don't do that.
That's your boy, and that's your boy, and that's all I'm gonna say. that thing right there, that individual, it's a hard no for me.
Oh wow. Y'all just, like I said, y'all just can't get along.
Because I
Well,
have very amicable conversations with other people on their panels, but it's like when that energy is around, it's just like very daunting. It's very dark. It's very unreal. It's very sexist. It's very male
Take a
chauvinist.
breath. Take a breath. Come on. Don't relive it. Don't relive it.
I'm not
Just
reliving
take a
it.
breath.
It's just not. It's not realistic. It's not giving.
Okay.
It's not
Okay.
giving educated.
Let me read this super chat real quick, just so you can take a
Yeah,
breath.
yeah. Brittany, I
Okay.
just want to say this real quick and jab it real quick. Do you consider yourself as a feminist?
No.
Okay. All right.
So Lewis Davis says, American Black women as a collective, not the two individuals on the panel, stop defending yourselves.
But Lewis, you have to also understand that when there's been a light shedded on majority of Black women, it kind of affects us little people that's far in between. We're not seen.
Yeah,
We're
because
not.
y'all be speaking to the masses. Y'all just be saying all Black women. So it's y'all not talking about us.
Like, who's going to be the voice for us? Who's going to speak up for the women who are well-rounded, who doesn't have an attitude, who is amicable, who is friendly, who is open? We keep talking about these other things that's being pushed and pushed and pushed on TikTok and Instagram and social media. And half of those women, they don't have nobody. They're doing that for other women. They're doing it for their own reasons. And to be honest with you, a lot of those girls, these BBL girls and these, glamazons, and they're all made up and they're, so fit and they're so bad and sexy. Them girls was like fucking 3s and 4s before they quote unquote made themselves a 10. So you still a 3 or a 4 on the inside. You fix the outside, but you haven't fixed.
That's what I was talking about with those Gila monster babies.
So
y'all having babies with these babies, these chicks, and all of a sudden they looking ugly as hell when they come out because these ladies are not real.
What would you consider this girl as? I mean, just your opinion, because some of the guys saying they're leaving, they're going overseas, and they're getting these type of women.
They not getting them type. Them girls around, but they ain't getting that. No.
You don't think guys are not wifing these type of women?
No.
Huh?
No.
Okay. Just there for the play.
They not. That's the fantasy that they got to pay for to get. And that's why she looks the way she looks, because she wants you to pay her for what she's worth.
But some men are saying that a lot of the women in America are the same way. So what does it really matter? I'm just
all
getting
the IG models.
But I said the same. I said this earlier.
I'm getting a better bargain going overseas. I don't have to spend so much money, and I could go over there and do the same thing, but it would be a hell of a lot cheaper. It's a different market. What if they?
But if that's what works for you, that's what works for you.
Do you think that causes a problem in today's modern society and dating?
It doesn't affect me. It doesn't affect me because, baby, I want you to go wherever you want to be. Because if you don't want to be here,
there's a lot of women complaining about it. I mean, they're starting to say, where are the good men? All the good men are gone.
Well, they got self-worth issues and they have a scarcity mindset, because even at my age of being 38 and being a single mother, I don't feel like there's nobody that's not out there for me.
They are addicted to social media. I'm not having any issues in like walking around day to day.
Neither am I.
I don't leave the house. I'm a super duper homebody. Like, I'm not, like, if I want to go find a man, I can go, I can go to a bonfire or a trail ride and find me a man. But
I get hit on 10 times a day at work.
I believe it. By the way, I want to thank my nephew real quick. I got a cash app, my first cash app of the evening.
Okay.
$2 cash app from my nephew Bert Ross, saying great live stream. He appreciates the content. Thank you, Bert.
I appreciate that, Bert. So we got Louis Daves, the $10 donation, Mama. These are examples of outliners. Outliners don't make the majority. These men are speaking facts. Men in America are leaving and dating market in droves because of crap like this. So what's your guys' take on opinion on many men that are just traveling overseas because they're just not getting the experience that they're looking for within women? Because, like, for instance, you have a certain height that you go by. You don't like guys shorter than you. But there's a lot of men.
But what's wrong with that, Andrew? But why?
We all have standards.
No. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with having standards. But a lot of these men may not hold up to those type of standards and they want a woman that looks like you. Or they want a bad chick, right? They might think to themselves like, shit, if I can't get this woman that I have these high standards like this in this country, why not I just take a trip overseas, get myself a plane ticket, and I can still get those type of women that look probably better than you and not have to deal with half of the things that they would be dealing with the United States. Or
This goes back to what I'm gonna say this until I have no more breath in my body. Do what works for you. I'm not over here crying because that's what you want to do. I'm not losing sleep because that's what you want to do. What I like is what I like. What you like is what you like. What I'm willing to tolerate, she might not be able to tolerate it. And it goes vice versa. I'm staying in my lane. If you have to go, if men have to do that, it's sad, to be honest with you. It's really sad.
Okay, but why would it be sad if they don't have any options? If they want a girl that looks like you, what are they supposed to do?
They got to do what they can.
Yeah, they travel,
and that's cool.
Okay, so
I know I'm not disagreeing with that. You have to play in the lane that you could play in.
Okay,
she's a realist at that. At least Maya's a realist. She ain't in denial about
you. If you're not any, let me tell you something. When a person needs something and wants something, they're gonna go out and get it. Point blank. Period. At all costs.
Okay, so what's your take on the women? And I'm gonna get to you, Brittany. What's your take on the women that are upset with these guys who decide to travel overseas and date foreign women, and they get upset and they get mad? Since you're saying from the back end, hey, go as you please. If that makes you happy, then do what you got to do. But there are women that are not too happy with this. What's your take on those?
If they're not happy about someone making personal choices and choosing to be upset about what somebody want to do, that's just I can't relate to that. My brain can't really. I'm having a brain block with that.
I mean,
because I don't relate. And they probably are upset, but they have to look at themselves too.
What's your take on that, Brittany?
Men?
No, the women.
Oh.
What's your take on that, Brittany?
I was just gonna say about the whole going overseas thing. It just goes back to, like I was saying earlier, about the mental health thing. It's like, if you took the time to try to understand and give grace, I guess, to Black women, it seems like you just like, oh, she's like that, and I don't want nothing to deal with all Black women because they all like that. I don't know.
But like you said, it's a mental health thing. They don't want to deal with it. They don't really have to deal with it. And also, too, it's an escape. It's an escape from the reality that there's still a Black man and there's still Black women. But then also, too, just because we desire a Black man doesn't mean I'm going to be with a Black man, and vice versa. We all might want to be with each other, but it may not just work that way.
And I keep saying, too, like, just be honest. Just say you don't like Black women. Just say that. There's nothing wrong with that.
I don't think necessarily they don't like Black women, because there are some that are dating Black women in different countries. It's just that they're getting treated better.
But a lot of them don't like Black women, and a lot of them don't like being Black either. They don't like being Black men. A lot of Black men don't like being Black men.
Like I was saying in the beginning, a lot of them don't find us attractive at all, and it's nothing wrong with that. Just say that with your chest.
Okay, so do you think? So these men that are traveling, why do you think they don't like you at all? Is it, you think it's because of your physical appearance, or do you think it's because of the personality traits?
It's because of what they fixated in their mind already about me before they've even given me a chance.
They think we all sexy red. That's what they all keep saying. We all sexy red. We all Suki young.
Well, you know that ass is super fat. They think y'all all sexy reds.
I don't attract those kind of men. I'm personally not in a relationship because men they like to cheat a lot, and that's
come on.
I date men that are players. Honestly,
can I say this?
They want their cake.
Can I say this?
Eat it.
That's like men are accountable for their picking. if you're running into that issue, and I understand you're working on yourself, you're doing your therapy thing, and I did the same thing through marriages and divorce and everything else. Obviously, there's a missing link when it comes to the choices that we make when we
But
pick a
how do I
partner.
know? But Ronan, how do I know that if I'm in a relationship with somebody and they lead me to believe that it's a monogamous relationship, but
Women do the same to us.
they go out and decide to be in relationships with other people and not
Women play the long
necessarily.
game, have babies, and then wind up wanting to leave after 2
Well,
to 3 years.
I never had somebody that had a baby on me, but they've been in other relationships and not the relationship that they've been in with me, but sexual. It's like, well, I'm just fucking her. She doesn't mean anything to me, but you was out at 4:00 in the morning, bro. No.
Maya, I just want to shine into both of you ladies, you two, Brittany. I'll tell you my bad experiences that I get now that I'm older that I'm seeing right now in the current dating scene. Is totally different, but it's more of a I need money if I want to see you. Since when do we have to pay you money to come see you? And then take you out on a date? Like this is what's going on now with the generation.
I don't ask men for money. Honestly, I've never had to. It's always really been given to me as a woman. I've always received it. I've never had to ask a man for anything. And if I'm in the dumps and I'm fucked up,
You've never
I don't need
asked
to
a
be
man
dating.
for anything at all?
I never in my entire life have ever asked a man for money. It's always been, what is it that you need? What can I do for you? Kind of vibes. I've never been in a situation where I've had to ask a man for money. Like I've always been provided for.
Oh, provided for. Oh, so you didn't have to ask for it, they just gave it to you.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that hard for you to believe? There was a long pause.
That's what I'm
between that
saying.
all.
Like, is that
you
not?
know what? Hey,
I'm like,
hey, you know what? You know what? You
there was
hey,
a long
I learned
ass pause
I
between that.
learned something today, man. You are absolutely right. There
Hey,
are
Lewis
men
is
that
burning
just go
up
give
these
it to
chats,
you.
man.
You
You
don't.
got three.
No,
you got
she's
three-
right.
You got 3 super chats you need to read. Lewis is going in the chats, bro.
All right, let me read Lewis, man, with the $10 donation. Really? Tell that black man who are married to foreign women, tell that to every black GI married to a non-black woman from a foreign country. Your friends overseas are small minority.
Tell what to them? What is he talking about?
No, that's why I say you got to keep up with those chats. Because
Yeah,
it was
I'm
in the
sorry, man.
moment.
Maybe it was a conversation, and I got to keep up with the shit. My bad. Okay, so Lewis Dave says with a $2 donation, and you know this? How? How do you know this? Like all men are cheaters and the stuff that you claim.
Then go to the next one. Because like I
Okay.
said,
Material status is not something I share on podcasts nor social media. Have you ladies lived abroad? Have you
He
lived
said
What does that have to
marital.
do
He
with it?
said my
Marital.
marital
Oh, I'm sorry.
status.
My bad.
My
I'm out of it.
My marital status is not something I share on podcasts nor social media. Have you ladies ever lived abroad? No, I haven't lived abroad. Do I have future plans on living abroad? Absolutely. However,
really, this is a new
yeah,
thing. You never even brought that up.
yeah, that's been a big thing for me since I visited Belize and Costa Rica.
Oh,
Okay.
shoot. That's what's up.
Yeah,
That's
I want to live a holistic lifestyle, and that's just really not a big thing here. Like I love the mountain views, I love the ocean there. I like the people. Like I said in the beginning, the American dream is to leave.
Do you see
So
yourself dating over there, or are you currently married?
no, I'm not married. I'm single. I possibly could. I mean, I would. I'm open to it.
Are those men at least over 5'7"?
Some of them.
Oh, you think they are going to be over 5'7" in Costa Rica?
No, I know. I mean, that's not, like I said, 5'7" isn't bad, but damn, come on, like 5'4", 5'2", that's like a bit much for me. Like, I can't do it.
You
You said you like height.
Drew, how tall are you? I think it's a complex thing. How tall are you, Drew?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, honestly, I'm 5'9".
That's
Okay.
decent.
You barely made
Yeah.
it. You barely made the marker. It sounds
Yeah, I
like
barely
you were a
made the
little
marker.
hairy over the height.
But
Yeah,
listen, I got a lot of short kings, man. I got
But
a
you
lot
gotta
I got a lot of
understand,
short kings.
there's
defend them all,
American
though, bro.
there's American men living abroad too. There's a community of American men living overseas as well. Does that mean that they're not seeking or want the possibility of being with an American woman? No. Like, I'm not restricting myself to the views of social media people.
But do you think you could find yourself a man that might be in the range of the height that you're looking for? And do you think those men would be interested in you?
Finding a man is not an issue for me. That's not an
No,
issue.
not even in Costa Rica either?
Maintaining the idea of a relationship and monogamy is my issue. Monogamy is an issue for me. That's the only issue I have with men. And I think that monogamy is like finding a diamond in a rough. I'm not saying that it's not out there, but for me, the makeup of a man and how a man thinks and how a man is aesthetically driven, I just don't see. I just don't see it.
Anywhere.
I see so many women, and this is where the trauma and the pushback and relationships and the lack of marriages come from, because the level of disappointment that women feel when they're cheated on, it's insane. I don't really think men understand the
We do.
psychological, the emotional, and mental effect that it has on women when they're being cheated on. I see so many women so broken up and in so much disbelief. I can't believe he cheated on me. Why would he cheat on me? Then if it's a woman that's not as attractive as them, they start to have self-worth and self issues about what's wrong with them because that's what he chose to do. And even if that was a personal choice on his end, right? That doesn't mean he loves her any less or he doesn't desire her. That was his vice at the moment.
But Maya, let's say this. Statistically, men and women cheat at the same rate. And that's a proven fact. But my thing is, listen. My thing is, when a man cheats, it could be superficial. When a woman cheats, it's more emotional.
True.
So who's hurting who worse? We're doing it just out of an act. You guys are involved with the people you guys wind up cheating with.
But when you think about a woman cheating, she's cheating emotionally.
You got to go directly to what I'm asking you.
When okay, I get it, Ronin, but can you hear me out?
Yeah, I'm listening.
When a woman cheats emotionally, we have to think about how many times has she begged and pleaded with that man on what she's missing before he actually addresses it.
That could be true. I'm
Lewis
not going to
sent
discredit
another
that.
super chat.
Okay, so Lewis gives with his $10 super chat. He says, "We never said all. Guess what? Now you know what we went through when Oprah, Sally, and Ricky was busy bashing us. Now you know how it feels to be voiceless."
I don't know who Oprah, Sally, and Ricky are. I mean, I know who Oprah is, but I don't know who Sally and Ricky is. I'm just
that was way back in the Sally, Jesse, Raphael, and Ricky Lake.
Well, she's 28, so she wouldn't know who Sally and Ricky.
They had shows that were worse than Oprah. They were always there was like a Maury Povich.
I understand what he's saying, though. It is very disheartening to hear, like I said, a lot of what Black women have said about black men. Don't get it wrong. Don't get it twisted.
All right, Drew going right to the heart of it, Maya. He coming right after you. He says, Maya, have you ever dated a married man?
Yes. What's your next question? You got to give me more. You got to give me more than that. You got to give me more than that, Drew.
Dude, you got to ask challenging questions. She ain't ashamed of herself. She will.
You got to give me more than that, Drew. Come on now. If you gonna come with it, come with it.
Oh man,
I'm telling you,
she's lethal over here, guys.
He said, "Drop that link." Yeah, you have brought your way onto the panel. I don't know when we're gonna open up the panel. You want
Let
to
him
do it?
on. Let him
Hey,
on.
okay, all right. Let me open it. Let me open it up. Oh man, y'all ready for me to open up the gates of
Here's
hell?
the thing. If you have contributed to the chat and the conversation by super chatting, you have priority if you want to come up. So if you donated anything, I don't care if it was $2.
Oh man,
you guys have already dropped chats or super chats. Y'all have priority if you want to come up on the panel once the link gets dropped.
All right, I'm gonna drop the
And
link
then
right now.
anybody else
Man.
can filter in after that.
All right, well, the man said it himself. Oh man, I'm gonna open up the gates of hell with this one.
Let Mr. Dawkins on too.
You say you gonna pay for him? You don't care?
Let Mr. Dawkins on too.
Dawkins, bruh, she calling you out.
Oh damn, she's calling you out, man. Oh shit. All right, let me see if I can put this on here right now. Oh, let me read the vote real quick because we had a vote on here.
Yeah, you've had a couple polls.
So yeah, I got a couple polls over here. So we asked the poll: has Maya asked men for money? Question mark is has Maya asked men for money? 64% of people said yes, and 36% of people said no. What's your take
Why
on
is that
Maya?
not believable? Why is that not believable?
It's true. How many people
I guess
voted?
They we got about 11.
Yeah.
Let me
Yeah, it
see.
says 14
14,
now.
14, yeah, 14, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, 14.
64% of them are saying, yeah, you've asked for money and you're capping.
I ain't never asked no man for money.
Oh, damn, that sounds definite.
I ain't never had to. That's just I never did.
And I ain't never scared.
I ain't never had to ask.
Someone said you was on your sexy red shit.
No way. Hell no.
Get it sexy. Get it, Maya.
Get it?
Listen, honestly, I never did. Like I've
All right.
always
The panel is open. The panel is open. If you guys want to come up and join the panel, like I said, the people that have already contributed to the super chats, you have priority first. Then after that, others can filter in.
All right, well, I
think
already
your
opened
link
up the
is
gates of
broken.
hell, y'all. All right, so anybody want to join? Anybody care to join?
I'm fixing your link.
Super chat.
It's broken.
come
Your link is
on,
broken.
y'all.
Hold on,
Don't
I'm
get
fixing it.
quiet now. We
No.
need
The
we
link
need
was
you to
broken. I have
talk.
to fix it. The link was
Oh,
broken.
the
I have
link
to
was
fix
broken?
it. Yeah, I
Oh,
just
man.
fixed it.
Anybody want to join in? It's on
Come
there.
on now. Let's not get
They're
quiet.
coming. Hold on. They're coming. Don't rush the demise of Maya.
Cat got your
Don't rush
tongue.
it. No, they ain't quiet now.
Cat got your
Maya,
tongue.
Maya, you really
Tell 'em, Maya.
you really
Tell 'em,
staring up
Maya.
that fire right now. You really staring it up.
So Maya, are you for the 2024 black woman?
No.
Okay, okay, all
Do
right.
you
I don't
consider yourself a 90s type of woman?
We
Yeah,
got
I'm a nine.
okay. Well, we got Drew. You're what? Go ahead.
I'm a 90s vibe, natural hair. I mean, I still even dress like 90s style. Like I like the the high waist jeans and the flattering shirts and really light simple makeup and
Okay.
So Drew G, do you want to go one-on-one with Brittany Wright and Maya, or you want to go one-on-one with each, or how you want to do
You
this?
just want to stay up on the panel.
No,
open
I
panel.
just get the panel, man. It's just simple questions, man. It ain't really to bring smoke, but it's some things that I observe.
Lewis, you're more than welcome to come up as well, bro. You're damn near the sponsor of the show.
You want to
Some
ask
things-
the ladies a question?
Yeah, some things that I observed Maya saying. One of the first things was she was talking about men cheating and the hurt that women feel from men cheating. But I just asked her, did she cheat with a married man? Or did she see a married man? And she said, yeah. But did you feel about that? Well, what did you feel about that woman's hurt?
Well, he lied to me. He lied to me. I didn't know. He had his own condo. That was his little outside house. So I was under the assumption that it was his home. And I guess when he was away with her or at home, I thought that he was on business. So I believe he was telling both of us the same thing. I think when he was out seeing me, he told her he was out working and vice versa.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, now that makes sense.
But
Because that's
I haven't done it willingly with intent to be with somebody else's man. No.
okay. Yeah. All right. That's where I was going, because I know you were saying you were feeling sympathy for the women that were getting cheated on, but you were a catalyst to the cheat, but you're not. Um, my second point was that so a minute ago you were saying, like, you didn't ask men for money, but do you see in subliminals?
What do you mean?
Subliminals are like, well, I know you work in I live in Vegas, so I know you work in the bar industry. So, you're almost like a therapist of sort, bartenders are. And you talk to your customers and customers talk to you back, and you may
Hmm.
come up and say, man, wow, it may be a guy that you're digging or something. You guys are talking at the bar. You may say, hey, wow, my car is broke down, but I don't really have the money to get that car fixed. And the guy drops the subliminal, he gets the subliminal that, hey, I'm gonna give her some money, I'm gonna drop her some money, or I'm working 80 hours here to get I'm just making up story. Like,
Hmm.
I'll get my next iPhone. My iPhone is $1,200. I crack my screen. A dude drop you $300 or $400, or he actually buys
Hmm.
you a new phone.
Hmm.
Are you doing that?
I've been bartending for almost 15 years. And within 15 years, 3 men have done that and they were my boyfriends.
But are you sending them subliminals?
No, I
Because you're
don't. I
saying I'm not
don't. No,
asking for money,
I don't tell my customers my problems. I let them
but
tell me their problems.
your
So I,
boyfriend, your
huh?
boyfriend, your boyfriends though, are you sending them subliminals? Because you said I don't ask for
No,
money; it's given to
no,
me.
no, no. They've shot their shot at me by tipping me $100 or $150 or coming 3 times a week when they don't necessarily have to, and they're shooting their shot and they're coming up there and they're talking to me and things like that. But I've never made any or even talk suggestively that I need extra money than for what they're already tipping me.
So how do they? So you say your boyfriends are just willingly giving you the money, then, right?
Yeah,
Okay, with no subliminals. All right.
no.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, because that's like low key, like honestly, I'm an old school bartender. The new girls do that now. Yeah, they do that fucking all the time.
Yeah.
But that gets really messy when you have that type of energy at work because if I do it and everybody think that they could come up to the bar and do that to get women, it becomes a bad trend and it makes it hard for anybody else to work.
Yeah. Yeah. That's all I have for you. Cause I've seen you on other panels before. I know you got a different maturity about you. You and Brittany, y'all come a little bit different. So it ain't really no smoke. It's just constructive questions.
No, I'm not taking. I never take it as smoke until you get ignorant. But
Yeah.
um, I don't. I don't ponder for money. No, I don't.
Yeah. That's cool.
I don't have to. I don't want to.
No,
As a
you
matter.
don't look like you. Don't look like you have to. You look. I mean, based on the
I don't
picture, you look
want
very
to.
pretty.
I don't do that because it messes up the business. To be honest with you, it messes up the business. It's gonna make it bad for the next girl, whoever that works there with me, because now guys talk, okay, and the next thing you don't want is like, oh hey, yeah, you go up there at such and such and drop her off $300 and she down for it.
Yeah. Yeah. You're right. You're absolutely right. That definitely can happen.
I don't want that. I mean, there's girls that I've worked with that have done it, and those are establishments that I've ultimately had to leave, because of that.
Drew,
But
you're muted. That's why they can't hear you.
Oh, okay. My bad. Drew, did you want to go one on one real quick with Brittany before we get everybody else on the panel?
No, Brittany. I mean, I think Brittany's got that same maturity too. Um, you can already tell she just wants something different than what she's getting out here in these streets.
Oh, so you think
But
Maya and Brittany are the same?
Yeah. I think they're kind of on the same level. You know, they got that same level of maturity.
Are they your type of women that you would consider as being submissive that you would date?
I don't look for submissive. I look for cooperative, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, you gotta be cooperative because submissive. I think it's kind of like we mentioned that earlier. It was mentioned earlier, like in the live. I forget the word that you were using, but I shot it to you. I said you probably want to look for a woman that's more cooperative than submissive.
What was the word that Austin used?
Compliant.
Compliant.
Yeah.
Compliant, yeah, compliant. Yeah, you want to
That is.
look for somebody that's cooperative, man.
Like he
Like
got
y'all,
cop or something.
yeah, y'all
Comply.
gotta,
The fuck?
yeah, comply exactly. Like, put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back.
That's really harsh, and that really. And then this is the thing. I'm gonna say this too. He's out here saying these things as if women are overseas. He's still projecting that women overseas are compliant. You just can't say that about women. You shouldn't say that.
It's clickbait. It gets people attention because it's so controversial when you say shit like that.
Compliant, like, damn, am I a goddamn fucking house slave or something? Like,
No, it's like you being arrested. Like, comply. Put your hands behind your back.
but you know what? Sadly, I'm gonna be honest with you. Some of these dudes like that. They want to do that. They want you to comply. They want you to be underneath their foot. They want to be in control because a lot of them don't have any control any other place in their lives. So they do
Leadership.
leadership. They don't have any control in their personal lives. So they do need compliance. They do need somebody that they can put their foot on their neck and obey because they.
I don't think well, do you believe that a man should lead in a relationship?
No, I think leadership should be shared.
Yeah.
I think leadership should be shared because there are certain intuitive things that women have, and there's other qualities that men have. And I think if you come together and put two heads are always better than one. You know what I mean?
Well, it's funny that you say that because there's a like a short that goes around every now and then. I see it. I forget what the judge's name, female black judge, and when she's talking about you in the short, you guys may have seen it yourself. It says something. She says something like, "My mother told me never hit a man when he's low. You know, you can get a man to do what you want him to do." And I think maybe from that female perspective, why not let the man lead? Because ultimately, you can get him to agree with you on that same page, but making him look at like the leader.
That takes too much energy for me.
To me.
Yeah, that takes too much energy for me. Yeah, that's too much energy for me to. Like I said, I think two heads are better than one. If we share some ideas or if there's a business venture or a planning or buying a house or different life events that we need to discuss, that doesn't mean that you as a man you get the lead and get the final say so. Like, let us come to an agreement together on what's suitable for our lives and how we're moving forward.
Cap, would you like to talk with Maya and Brittany?
Oh man, I love this conversation, bro. It's very.
I'm gonna let y'all go. I'm gonna put everybody off the panel. Let the two ladies rock.
Yeah, man. I think it's very interesting, and I'm just kind of like, because I mean, I like all women, and I want to hear from like two black women their ideas. Me personally, I do believe in leadership. I think it's just nature. You look at any like animals, there's always going to be alpha. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's the female, sometimes it's the male. I think human beings are no different. I think that we're being conditioned to kind of get away from that. But when you ask a man not to be a leader, then you're asking that man to fight 6,000 years of evolution, because from the caveman times, the men have kind of been dominant and leading in relationships. And now in the 1900s with feminism and stuff, they were trying to get away from that. But you're asking us to like move away from our biological nature.
I'm going to agree with you on that to a certain degree because I'm intrigued by Animal Planet that I frequently watch. I like watching animals' behaviors. You do have some women in these animal tribes that are hunters too. They're leaders of their pack as well.
Yeah,
Um,
like the elephant, the hyena.
right. And in those times, women sat at home with the kids and cooked and cleaned, and the men went out and hunted, obviously because men are physically stronger than women. Um, they went out to hunt and fight wars and bring back the bacon. We need something to eat tonight.
Yeah.
But women did the same thing too.
Okay. So you're like more on the. What about you? Is it Brittany?
Hey,
What do you think about that?
the man's the lead.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. My thing is right. Is it Maya?
Maya.
Okay. Yeah. I'm very flexible, so I can date a woman like that, and I can date a woman. But for the woman who thinks that there is no, equal, then everything has to be equal. I'm not going to apply to tradition custom. You want to be equal. So when we go out for dinner, there's no hey the man pays. When it comes to the bill, not the main place. We're equals in this. You know what I mean? So you bring to the table what I bring to the table.
Yeah.
You know?
I pay for a few dinners. I don't mind.
Okay, okay. But would you, as a woman, would you work 60 hours a week to support a man?
No.
But most men, well, I can't say that. A lot of stand-up men will do that.
I mean, I know men working two jobs to provide for their family, but am I a woman that's going to work 60 hours a week? Honestly, I'm hoping that you're going to come into my life and stop me from working 60, maybe take that down to 40
Yeah.
and,
So you want him to like bring some kind of provision financially.
not necessarily financially, but if I'm working 60 hours a week, I ain't really got no time for you.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, okay, if he's not providing financially, right? How are you going to go from 60 to 40 hours a week?
That might not be a thing then.
So you're going to like cut back on the hours so you can have time for a relationship?
I would have to.
True, true. All right. I mean,
How can I be in a relationship and I'm at work?
24/7. Yeah,
Even when you get home, I'm not going to see you because I'm at work.
I get that. It's just
And does my man would my man want me to work that many hours?
true. But some men do. Like you heard about the whole was it the wage gap between men and women, even in higher professions where like women go to schools, they become doctors and shit. Most of the time, the reason why the men make more than the women is because the men are going to work 60 hours a week because it says that men work so that they can provide for their wife and child. Most of the time, women work so they don't need a man. So men or people to work for, so they are willing to put in those 60 hours a week. That's what.
Well, isn't that a man's gratification? And correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't that a man's gratification to want to be needed?
Uh, yeah, most men go where they're needed, and I think this is why a lot of men are traveling
Well,
because.
if I work 60 hours a week, I need you. Okay.
All right. But I'm just kind of like trying to get the perspective of how some men view it. You know what I mean? So if I'm a man, right? And I'm working 60-hour a week to provide for you, then I should be able to take some kind of leadership. If
But leadership on what? What is it? What is it? What is it exactly? Is it that you want to lead me on?
the leader, where our future goes, it's not that I'm going to completely disregard ideas, your thoughts. If you were the woman that I married, then I respect you. I respect your ideas, your way of thinking. There's something about you, and that's why I decided to marry you. So I'm going to seek your counsel. But at the end of the day, the final decision it should be to the man, especially if he's like giving up his time, energy, and effort to provide for you and the lifestyle that you want.
You got any questions for Brittany?
Brittany, what do you think?
Like I said, the man is the lead. I don't operate any other way. So
Okay, I like that. She's nice. I like her.
All
But
right, we got. Go ahead. Go ahead.
no. One other thing she said about the men not going overseas and like not being chosen. I don't know, man. I was just in Colombia from December to February, and I see like brothers black out there.
Renaissance, you're coming in and out.
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit, bro.
My phone.
Where in Colombia were you?
I was.
Sir, you are coming in very spotty. I apologize for the background noise from my end.
Okay, Coach Dave, do you have something to say to the ladies?
Can I ask a
First
question
off,
really
ladies,
quick?
Go ahead, Maya.
So y'all got Candyland over in Colombia and wherever else, South America, in the Caribbean.
Why are you
right?
making that assumption? Why are you making these
Way to
assumptions?
Let her finish. Let her finish. It's just an expletive, man. She's just joking. But a lot of guys play it up like it's Candyland, so let's be real about that.
Yeah, just
Go ahead,
relax. I come in peace. I come in peace.
Go ahead, Maya.
That's fine.
So-
Don't bring the sword, and I won't be forced to fire.
Okay, cool. No pun taken. But these are such great women, right? So these are feminine women. They're culturally different. They're sexy, and they're fucking everything a man could ever.
And you're wondering why these men aren't married to them, right? There are GIs, millions of GIs that remain overseas that are married to these women. That's what you're missing. I know
Okay.
exactly where you're going with this. Do you?
Okay.
First off, I'm a veteran. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead. Please
No,
continue.
you go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
You got it. I want you to get it off your chest. Go ahead.
First off, and this is in response to what you ladies were saying earlier, that the dysfunctional black women are silencing women like you who desire a good black man. And that is a very valid point. And that was what I was speaking to earlier. The actions of a few affect many. The actions of many affect a few. Those dysfunctional sisters over the years have tainted the pool of eligible black men for ladies like you. And as a result, black men just within the past decade have started doing what veterans, what brothers like myself and another gentleman on the panel have been doing for years. And that is, they've either lived overseas, or they've traveled overseas, they've spent time overseas, and they've embraced those women. Quite a few GIs, and I know several, regardless of branch of service, have been married to women from other countries for decades, 20
Well,
plus
that's
years
well,
or more.
Coach
That's how
Davis.
long these
But Coach Davis, that's a reason because I have a lot of I have quite a few mixed girlfriends that are, Asian and black, Filipino and black, Korean and black, and things like that.
But have
That's
you
what
lived
they're.
overseas? Have you lived
No,
overseas? Now,
I have no reason
respectfully,
to. I'm from America.
I think the one thing that
and
Coach
that's the
Davis is
problem.
saying as a
But
veteran.
Coach Davis, in her defense, she is planning in the future to move overseas
Well,
and
I
to
think
And I
live.
hope that her
one of the
experience
things.
is a
But
great one.
here's the thing. But she has not discredited men going over there to find a woman that they can be happy with. She has not said anything to
But her
disparage that.
responses,
But
respectfully, her
no,
Her
responses
responses are her
But
sound
why
that way.
can't you? But why
no,
can't you
no.
respect my
Stop,
response?
I think what's missing,
Her
guys.
responses are her responses. You can't control somebody's responses. All
What
you
was
can
Agreed.
do is accept them for who they are and move on with the program. She's
Hold on.
What do,
open
what,
to the
just like,
fact.
what do
Hold
you
on.
want me to
Hold on
do?
a
You
She's
want me to
open
move
to the
over there
fact.
with
Wait,
you?
Hold
wait.
on one second, guys.
She's
Hold on
open
one
to
second.
the fact. She's open to the fact that men can travel overseas, have whatever
But then
relationship they
don't
want.
demean
She's a
them.
realist. She's
But
a
don't
I
realist.
make
never
but don't
demeaned
make fun of them
anyone.
for doing.
She
I never
hasn't.
did.
It's not you
She
I'm
hasn't
referring
since she's
to.
been on this panel. But yeah, you can't talk about
Yeah.
other people. It's the women that's on the panel. Don't
Hold,
use any other reference besides what she
hold,
said and what Brittany said.
hey, Coach Davis, hold on
Okay.
one second.
Thank
And
you for the
Ronin,
rules of engagement.
Ronin,
No
guys,
problem. No
hold
problem.
on one second, guys. I think what's missing is that you got Coach Davis, which I assume is a little bit older gentleman, such as
Oh
Ronin
yes.
is a little bit older gentleman. And I was served in the military also. That when the military
What branch,
guys went
sir?
out, there was never they never ever showed this stuff. It was all talk amongst fellas. That's why you see they say you heard Richie Mack say one time before that the military guys got upset with him because Thailand was such a well-kept secret amongst them. And now you have this younger generation that's showing and putting out all this stuff. And you have a Maya who's looking at that and like, damn, you guys are putting out all this stuff, but you're not marrying anybody. But we as the military community know that, man, we've been marrying international girls for years. This just been part of the for decades. So we know that it's just two different points of view. Yeah,
but remember when I just said, just to circle back what I said. Now, if you're in the military and you're traveling overseas and that's just the women that's around you, that's what's in reason. That's a natural thing for you to do. You already there. But to go out of your way to get a passport and to pursue these women without any intent on ever marrying, what is the sole purpose of it? So if you're just going over there to play in Candyland, don't come online and be like, well, black women this and black women that and women in America or this, that, and the fifth, when you've been traveling over there 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years plus, and you haven't married one single woman.
I agree with you, Brittany. I mean, Maya, I agree with you, Maya.
Maya, respectfully, I disagree.
I've asked before, what is the end game for some of these?
What's the end game?
Yeah.
First and foremost, when I went overseas, over to Germany, I will tell you, I re-enlisted because the dating market in the United States was horrible for me, because I wasn't a thug, because I spoke proper English like I am now. I'm articulate, because I didn't play basketball, because I didn't live up to the black man stereotype stateside. I got passed over quite a bit. It irritated the hell out of me. Now, upon meeting a fellow service member where I was stationed, and he was dating a woman that was drop dead gorgeous. And I asked, hey, where'd you meet her? How'd you guys meet? And in the course of that conversation, he mentioned Germany. That following Monday, I was in the retention office and I signed orders. Now, what you're seeing here as my profile picture, that was part of my old life. Now, I just got a place on the Armed Forces Taekwondo team, and I ended up having the opportunity to compete. What was that I just saw?
He played a video.
Sorry about that. So Taekwondo was also an added bonus, and I went over there and I trained and competed. But during the times where I wasn't competing, I was dating the local Germans. I came pretty close to marrying one. My wife is Asian. I am currently married. But because of what I saw, and I kid you not, even being rejected and told no wasn't offensive. It wasn't embarrassing. It wasn't a horror show. When I was shooting my shot stateside, I got the look up and down. I got the rolling of the neck, the snapping of fingers. I was practically insulted for just saying hello.
And they just look like this, huh? They all look like this. They ain't want nothing to do with you.
Pretty much. All that right there. Perfect.
Ladies, this is what we see. This is what we get.
Yep.
But here's the thing. I get your experience, Coach Davis, but that's not replicated through all military personnel. I've never had a problem dating stateside or overseas. Unfortunately, I'm sorry for your experience, but I've never had that. Both of my wives have been American. I've never had to seek a marriage overseas, but I am dating overseas now. I'm looking forward to getting married to a woman overseas. But ultimately, all my kids
programming. What changed?
It's not necessarily changed my programming. It's just I found a type of woman, and I still was dating American women. I was taking them on trips overseas. I was still doing everything that I was doing here in the United States. I was approached by a very feminine, traditional woman, and she caught my eye. So I kept going with it, and she happens to be a Filipino. But I've never not stopped dating American women up until I met her.
That's an incredible story. My experience was this. Every time I came home on leave during my 5-year stint in Germany before I transferred to South Korea, I would sit back and observe. Most of the American women that I encountered, and I stayed out of the clubs. The club was the last place you'd find me. Just in everyday life, it was the lack of approachableness. You know, the so-called choosing signals that a lot of women say that they send out to men. I didn't see any of it. I didn't sense any of it.
I get it, but here's the thing: when I was coming home on those same leave, time frames during the holidays and everything else. Dude, I had girls calling my mother's house waiting for me to get there. So, like I said, all experiences aren't the same, especially from military. We have the easiest time, really,
Yeah. So
because of our military experience of getting attached to, or women wanting to come after us. Women love a man in uniform. Like I said, it's an unfortunate thing with you, and I get, you know, some of the pushback that you're giving, but it's not replicated. You could take a poll with a lot of military guys; they're not going to tell you the same thing.
Ron, Cap had something to say. Hold on.
Put that poll.
Let's go to Cap, and then after Cap, we're gonna go to New York City Kings. But go ahead, Cap.
All right, bet. Because I'm from Junction City, Kansas, right there by Fort Riley. Most, like 9 out of 10 girls there want a military dude.
Thank you.
I mean, yeah.
But for what reason, though?
I lived in Kansas City, Kansas, by the way, Renaissance. I'm from Kansas. I grew up in Kansas.
So let me ask you this. Can I say something? Everybody keeps saying women, why would they want to marry a military man? No shit, Sherlock. Of course I want your benefits. Of course I want good health care. Of course I want stability. Of course I mean, what is this shit not? Is
now
this
you
shit
know
not?
why I was sidestepping it.
Like, come on.
Get paid, get married and shit. They get to travel and all kind of shit. Like 9 out of 10 girls in Fort Riley, Kansas are going for military, and they get the most baddest girls. They get
exactly
the 9s out of 10. So
that's why, as a military guy, I can't see why you would be struggling. And I understand it's a very minute
stereotype.
I mean, wait, stop. Do you hear how I talk, how I communicate? I was an architectural major. I wasn't a nerd type. I could talk very intelligently. I could hold a high level conversation. I didn't talk ghetto, as people used to say. I'd never still had a problem when I went home to get a girl.
Facts.
Okay,
Facts.
guys.
This is something
Listen.
I dealt
Hold on.
with.
Hold on, guys.
I personally dealt with.
Hold on, guys.
I was told that I act white.
Hold on, Coach. We
What
got
was
New York City Kings. Let's get to New York City Kings because he's been patiently waiting, and then we're gonna get
What's up? Salute New York City.
Go ahead, New York.
Hello. First of all, salute to the ladies on the panel. Salute to the chat. Salute to my fellow brothers on the panel. I also do watch the animal channel, Animal Planet, and I do like how I follow lions a lot, and I like how the female lions go out and do the hunting, and the male lions, when they need to take down a big buffalo, they step in and do their part. Now, I feel it's proper that a man should pay for dinner. I feel more a man me pulling out a wallet than a woman pulling out her purse. I just don't feel good like that. I don't feel good at all. So I like to cook for my woman. I love cooking. I'm about to shear me a New York steak and potatoes.
New York strip, man after my own heart.
You know, a man should respect his woman. It should be a 50-50 relationship. You should let her make judgments. It's not a man about controlling anybody, because we don't own anybody in this planet. We don't even own our property that we bought. You should give a woman the same space that she gives you. You should treat her as a lady, as your best friend, as your baby, and respect the fact that without women on this planet, us men would be lost. That's number one. Number two, just like Ronnie said, you could if you have personality and charisma, you can find a woman any place. You got a good sense of humor, and you ain't even gotta be the most attractive man.
Nope.
You know, you just gotta be able to come across and sell yourself for the person that you are.
Facts.
You know, traveling overseas and pay for play doesn't make you a man. It just means you're a simp paying for prostitutes. That's what Candyland is about. There's no real relationship. Money can't buy love. You can go all overseas and spend all the money you got, but you know what? You're coming back home to be lonely again. And you're counting on your next trip. Like I said, I'm respectfully, I'm not going to hog up the channel, and I thank you, Andrew, for giving me my space, and Ronnie and everybody who's on the panel. I'm going to sit back and let you guys carry on. I think it's a great show.
Appreciate you, King.
No, I appreciate you guys, and I appreciate the ladies that came out on the panel today. And that's just my focus on it. You should respect your woman. It's a 50-50 thing. A man should never, ever let a woman pay for his meal because she's going to look at you in a totally different way. She's going to think that this is going to be the rest of my life with this guy. And a woman should not work unless she wants to. A man should be able to provide for, once you import these women, you got to show tax returns and stuff like that so you can prove that you could support these women from overseas.
Amen.
It ain't like bring them here. They can hop a plane. There's a long process through this visa journey to get these women back over here. And you got to show governments that you can afford to take care of these women before they let them go. All right.
New York.
As said, if anybody got any questions for me, let me know because I had to get back to cooking my Sunday dinner. But if not, I'll pass on to the next person.
We got DR in the building, man. What's up, brother?
You're muted if you're talking.
Hey, what's up, Andrew? What's up, everybody on the panel? It was a good show today.
What's up, my guy?
Since the beginning, I try to donate to you, but somehow I'm having some kind of problem with the super
It's all
chat.
good,
I gotta
man.
look into my bank.
It's all good. You got any questions for our guests that we have this evening, Maya and Brittany?
Well, Maya, Maya and Brittany, thanks for coming on the panel and giving the woman perspective. We need more of that. And shout out to you, Andrew, as well. I look forward to you, seeking out, emailing other chicks to come up here, open this debate. I think that'll help your content better too. You're doing a good thing right there.
I appreciate you, man. I gotta have the best of both worlds.
Yeah, Maya, I already have nothing against what they're saying. It's more of the brother, what's his name, that just came up here and tried to like those salt because of his past background. I mean, everybody can't relate to that regarding relationships in the States. We know it's messed up, but at the same time, there's nice women in the U.S. and you can find them. Austin Holloman is way off. I like Austin on certain ways, but with that clip that Andrew played earlier, that did rub me the wrong way, man.
Well, I mean, but fair enough. It was like the old him. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what kind of tarnished, the whole.
That wasn't when he was in Dallas recently. No.
I think no. That was an old clip, but I think I was just showing that because that's what kind of rubbed Western black women the wrong way.
Well, I think you should maybe play that because that's what kind of like setting this gender war, and that's what kind of like enlightening it and all that, and then keeping the flames,
But
and see, that's the issue. That's the issue that I have. It's the
off a long time ago.
Okay.
Let's off a very long time ago.
But that's the thing for me, the clickbait. Even if it's not a real thing, right? Even if it's not your experience, why is it constantly being spreaded? That's not fair. You're not giving it's not giving black women a chance. It's not even giving the people that's going overseas a chance because it's selling a false reality.
Ma'am, if I may, can I comment on this? All right, let's set the Wayback Machine to the late 70s, early 80s. And this is
I'm not that old,
media.
so I was born 1985.
I know. and I'm still going to give you the narrative.
Okay.
From the late 70s to the early 80s, and I was born in 1970, so that gives you my age. I personally witnessed as I transitioned from a child into a teenager what was happening here. The moment Oprah Winfrey got on the air and started running her mouth, not a day went past where I wasn't forced to sit beside my aunts, my female cousins, and so forth, and watch that tripe. Every other episode, and it was pretty intriguing because I remember every other episode, she was empowering black women, uplifting them. And then on the opposite ends of those shows, she was on the attack towards black men. Oddly enough, as we transitioned from the 70s to the 80s, along comes Ricky Lake, Sally Jesse Raphael, Tyra Banks, and the like. And they were following that same suit. They weren't just bashing black men, they were bashing men. And men took this stuff on the chin very, very quietly. Along comes the 90s, where it's I'm Miss Independent. I don't need no man, no scrubs. And I was in the army during the 90s. And as we transitioned into the 2000s, again, black men were keeping quiet. Every other episode of one of these shows where men were being bashed, men went on the shows and they didn't have a leg to stand on.
So can I
So
ask this
those
question?
hold on, let me finish, please. Because when all that took place, black men either tried to or they didn't have a leg to stand on. Now, as a single black man, I had to be lumped in the same way a lot of black men and myself, if you and I apologize for doing so, lumped a lot of sisters in. Black men got lumped in with Pookie, Tyrone, Ray, the degenerates, the hood dudes, etc. Now along comes the crack epidemic. Since you guys brought that up, girls wouldn't look twice at a dude unless he was wearing the latest clothes, drove a specific vehicle, conducted and acted a specific way. Now I watched this stuff happen up close. Now, moving forward, because of how I am right now, I didn't get looked at twice. I was told time and again, man, you act white. Excuse me? I act white. Or when they saw me dating outside my ethnicity, first thing they said was, your mama is black. You come from a black woman. What does that have to do with my choice of dating? Absolutely nothing. Moving forward, you hate yourself. Really? I hate myself. Which of us is wearing someone else, is imitating someone else's appearance, their hair, eyes, makeup, etc., etc. But I hate myself. Oh, and by the way, if I hated myself, I would have blown my head off long ago. If I really hated myself. You see what I mean? This is this and what's happening now in the social media era, and especially starting roughly around 2014, 2015, after Charles Tyler started the Passport Bros movement, and after Al Grease dropped Frustrated, you ladies are getting a front row seat to what brothers have been experiencing for a long time. There are a lot of black women just like yourselves that desire a good black man, but you are being overshadowed by the dysfunctionals. Now you're getting a dose of, unfortunately, you're getting a dose of what we've been getting for a very, very long time. Is it fair? No, it is not. I agree with you on that. But that is where we are right now. This is what has been happening.
You know what,
Don't
baby? You know
I've
what?
heard this time and again. You ask the same loaded question. Why won't you date someone of your own race?
Coach, okay, what you had to ask a question, but go ahead, Mike, ask the question because I want to go into what Coach David's saying, but go ahead.
I don't think the problem is you not wanting to date a black woman. I don't care what your race of choice is. What I'm more concerned about is, like you said, I think we could both agree on the fact that black women that are not with the attitudes and that are approachable, that are doing well for themselves, that see black men, that hear black men, they're being overshadowed with the negativity, because what it sounds like you're saying is that black men have a voice now and you women need to hear us, and if you don't hear us, we're going overseas. Am I right?
No,
Okay.
that's not it. We're going overseas as a result of not being heard. We're going
Okay.
overseas as a result of 50 years of disrespect, 50 years of being bashed
Coach
via
David,
every form of modern media communication. I've
All
said
right,
that time and
let
again.
me
let
let
Dr.
me
go.
ask
Go ahead, Dr.
let me ask something because I'm the same, almost the same age as Coach David, maybe older. Coach David, you
All
gotta
right.
let this go, man. This past hurt regarding you, what you talking is from the black manosphere that Matt, Kevin Samuels and Obsidian. I know where you coming from because the same talking
That's my
points I'm
own
hearing
personal
because I'm
experience.
actually
That's
listening
my
to
own
those.
personal, respectfully, that's my own personal
Yeah,
observation.
it's your
That's
personal.
before the manosphere.
It's your personal. It's your you have okay. Then have you ever been married before?
Yeah, I'm currently married now.
You currently married to a foreign woman, correct?
My wife is Asian.
Okay, you think you could? And where you from? Where you from?
Well, right now I live
In
in
the
the
United States.
Midwest. I'm not going to give up. I live in the Midwest right now.
Okay. Have you traveled other places like California, New York,
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I
Maryland,
have.
East
My
Coast? Okay. And have you?
my screen avatar is proof. When you compete in that sport, representing the military, you're traveling all over the place to compete.
Okay. But what I would basically want to say that you think you couldn't find a equivalent African American or American black woman?
I have no interest in doing so. I have no interest in doing so anymore.
Yes, that's the case, and leave it like that. Then stop complaining about something that you don't know.
No, my thing is I'm tired of hearing people ask the same loaded question.
You have an Asian wife, and you want to throw it in these black women faces. We want to hear that. Because I'm into overseas life too. I'm a so-called passport bro by default too. I'm Flip DR, Final 11 Dominican Republic. So I definitely know what you're saying in some ways. But I ain't gonna let you hear you bashing and making black women feel bad because of Oprah Winfrey 50 years ago. When
I'm not making them feel bad. If they choose to feel bad, that's on them.
I don't. Okay, well, first of all,
here's the thing. First of all, stop. Wait, Maya. Let me address something real quick. If 3 people on this panel can hear the pain coming from you, Coach Davis, from your prior relationship and the hassle that you had from coming back from your situation dealing in the military, then that says something about what we're hearing from you. I hope you recognize that we're all hearing the same thing. Okay? But just to keep the panel moving, let me finish this up, Di. Just to keep the panel moving, because everybody's had the opportunity to talk besides the social learner. Loner. I want to be able to hear from him as well. You know, I really think I hope you play this back, brother. I really do. You know, and kind of listen to the tone and the intonation of what you're saying, and in difference to what everybody else said, and then go back and listen to what Maya said. She has not denounced anybody having the ability to travel overseas and do whatever the hell makes them happy. She's very realistic about what men suffer here in the United States. You get what I'm saying?
Which of the two agreed? But which of the two said something negative that it's pathetic that
neither one of them
overseas?
Nobody said that.
One of these two. Neither one of these two.
And if that's the case, then I offer my apology to the board.
And that's what I'm saying. If we all picked up on it, there's something that you're missing that we're hearing, and you might want to go back and play this back. So, social learner, go ahead, man.
You're social learner, and then we got to get Brittany. We got to get Brittany's take too, man, because Brittany's been quiet over there.
I would allow Brittany to go before me because I'm really taking it all in because I like to be very coherent when I speak. So allow Brittany to go before me, and then I can go if that's okay with you guys.
Such a gentleman. I love it.
I was just gonna say, I understand where Coach Davis is coming from. That's very unfortunate, and I'm sorry that he had to deal with that. Like I was saying earlier, I'm very aware of what women say about all black men, and I'm very aware, how some women will say you sound white or things like that. That's very unfortunate. I'm sorry you had to deal with that, but I am happy that you found somebody that loves you. So that's all.
Much appreciated. Now, to the panel, respectfully, I will admit, hey, it hurt. Past tense, going through that, but that doesn't mean I can't share my observations. I am not trying to bash anyone. I'm not trying to make anyone feel bad. I am simply pointing out what I've observed over 53 years. I'm pointing out what a lot of men in some of the groups I've been in have said. It isn't just me, but it's been
somebody's got a bad feedback. Somebody got a bad feedback. You might muting up.
But I also understand that what these two women on the panel said, that men don't get married these days. Like you mentioned the guy who died in Brazil, and you also mentioned Spears. What's his name? Ari Spears, the one that the Brazil thing. Is he married?
Somebody still has some extra noise.
Yeah, somebody got some extra noise. Who got that in the background?
It's not me. It's not me.
Somebody mute themselves.
Oh, probably Maya got something going on. Okay.
Whoever was talking, can they start back over?
Yeah, I want to say that this is Flip. I want to say that the guy who started that Brazil talk years ago. What's his name?
Charles
Andrew,
Tyler.
cut me out. No, not him.
Charles Tyler.
Not him. Not Charles Tyler. Charles Tyler, not him.
Al Grease was the one who started the film.
Yeah, it's him.
Al Grease.
Al Grease, exactly. Is he married to this day? No. Did he marry a Brazilian woman? No. So what's he doing out there? He out there being so-called a name called the Sex Pack. he out there sex patting it, right? So you can't go out there and talk about how much these women is much better when it's you as a man that choose not to be married, and that's where you would, and you want to throw, black women under the bus by saying, oh, they not good women, they not submissive, they not doing that. Okay, submissive in what way? To be toward marriage, not toward you just dating and banging these chicks because they willing to do that, and that's exactly what he's doing. I mean, I'm just a man. I know what's going out there. It's no secret. We all know what we go out there for. Sugarcoat it. If you either married or you're not married. If you're not married, then you bang a lot of chicks. You bang a few chicks. You become the sex pet. That's basically what it is.
Darnell. My bad, brother. Darnell.
Yes,
gracious,
sir.
man.
What's up?
What's up, Darnell?
Gracious with your presence, man.
All right. How y'all doing today?
Doing good, man.
All right. Yeah, I just wanted to chime in. I can't remember who was speaking earlier, but they're talking about the TV shows from the 90s and stuff, man. That just made me had to come in. I was like, I remember all those shows.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying, about Oprah and all them. But yeah, I mean,
Darnell,
whoever.
Can I ask you a question, Darnell? Is it justified how those women talk? If men not willing to get married, they playing games. Listen to these women on the stage today. They talk about how men cheat and stuff. We know that we cheat. We know right now to this day, we get a fine woman like Maya or Brittany, and we dating them. We're gonna look for other options on the sneak. We know that. We know how we are as men. We're gonna say we're going to DR to play golf. Will we really not? We're going with the direct trip to Sasua. Well, I know.
Thank you for your honesty.
So just be for real. I'm just telling you, guys, we lie.
Respectfully, sir, I'd have to disagree with you.
I mean,
who has a disagreement? Who has that disagreement?
Go ahead.
One, I've been married for years, and not once have I stepped out on my wife. Trust me, there's a lot of, and there are quite a few gentlemen that I know that are in my age group that honor their marital vows.
Your age group, you talk about a younger generation now that's not down with that. They don't even get
Are you
married
talking
these
about?
days.
Are you talking about the real young? Are you talking about the real young generation, like the Austin Hollamans? Is that what you're indicating?
Like your age, Austin, your age, Andrew, and younger.
Okay, I mean,
I know you're in your early 40s, but I'm 52.
Yeah.
So
but people, I don't know, man, because people my age they're kind of married, bro. They either looking for women or they married, and even some younger men too. So you can't really entirely say that. It just depends on the individual.
Culturally, because every decade, every century have its own. You can imagine its own culture, right? So we live in a cultural era where social media and technology and all this stuff. So 100 years from now, when we are dead and gone.
I mean, but I've seen, but fair enough, brother. But I know personally, I've seen men, even my age, they're getting married with women that are foreign. So I don't know if that's entirely 100% correct, but I do agree with you.
Also, it spoils men as well, because I'm in these younger men circles, like 28 young men in their 30s, and they out there, they got their passport. Some got there when they was 22, went to DR, and I'm saying, man, I wish I got that when I wish I would have got my passport when I was traveling like your age. But at the same time, this traveling is spoiling your guys. You're not gonna be. You can't. I don't think you'll be able to settle down with one woman because you're so used to being around with different women. And when it comes down to settle, when there's one argument, you're gonna be ready to be out because.
Okay, but who is y'all though? I'm trying to really get a better understanding.
Young men today that's have passports and out there with the options is wide open.
Okay, so men my age, around in their early 40s, or men in their 30s, or younger, you think that they're not marriage material? They're not looking for marriage?
I ain't saying they're not. Well, not because they being tainted right now because it's traveling overseas. Because this is the first time in our history where we once again they passport actually traveling with the social media.
That's an interesting word.
Or remember somebody I think Ronin said it earlier that the military kept this to themselves. Or I think matter of fact
yeah,
Coach Davis might have said it.
We did. No, I said
Ronin.
No, he did.
I said that. We used to keep.
So they got mad. They got mad at Luna Thailand because he spreading the gospel and how good it is to be out Thailand. Now you got to mad at
Exactly, because at one time a lot of these places were so well kept secrets. They were known just amongst a military community that okay, Germany was that spot, Thailand was that spot, Philippines are those spots. Those places have major or have bases or places where we poured at. So, that's just it was just always.
But Drew and DR, just to intervene real quick, but I respect the veterans that travel. You know what I mean? So people in my age group, they've traveled and they understand that the veterans were the ones that had boots to lands in the first place.
Yeah,
so I
that's not what we're saying.
To add to that,
wait.
To add to that, really, this is the key. Okay, veterans don't mind you traveling. It's the lack of humility and respect when you get to these countries and how you leave it. When we go somewhere, we try to leave it better than where we found it.
There you go.
You guys are tearing these countries up.
There you go.
You're leaving bad reputations. You're leaving bad reputations everywhere you go. You live in bad reputations everywhere you go.
There you go.
For as long as we've been traveling, as far as the veteran community, we don't leave bad reputations. There might be incidents every once in a while. There's an incident every once in a great moon, and believe you me, everything gets shut down when one bad thing happens.
Let me just cut real quick. I don't want to go too deep or too far, but Brittany, we had you on here, man. You've been kind of quiet.
She listening.
Yeah, I'm just listening.
No.
Oh, you ain't got nothing to say?
There's a lot of statements being made, not necessarily
yes, a lot
questions.
Of statements, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Brittany's like,
where did Maya go? Do I need to go chase her back?
Brittany's all confused right now.
Well, I was just gonna say about like the veterans. I'll say I feel like veterans appreciate, like veterans have a different viewpoint of the world where they've been exposed to, working with other cultures and stuff. So they're not looking at, most of them aren't looking at women as, sex objects. Like a lot of what I'm hearing, like sad to say, a lot of the passport bros are. So like a veteran has a different viewpoint. In some veterans.
I would disagree.
Wait. Is that social learner trying to tune in finally? Did you get woken up?
Pandora's box is open again.
Was social learner turned up all of a sudden? Are you ready to speak now?
I have a couple of things to say.
Okay, there you go. Go ahead.
All right. One thing
This is why I was staying quiet, because I didn't have anything to add. Now I'm getting tore down.
No, that's what we want. Go ahead.
I got kicked out. What happened?
Nothing yet. We're about to hear from social learner. So let social learner speak, and then maybe you'll have something to fire back on. Go ahead, social learner.
Oh man.
Okay. Don't hate me, please. I know I talk a lot.
No, man, it's all love in here, brother. It's all love, man.
Listen, there was a lot of points made, a lot of things. So I'm gonna try to attack each one of them. I think one of the reasons why somebody has to say about why brothers aren't necessarily getting married when they travel. We have to remember that people are very loyal, not to.
Somebody needs to mute.
That's Maya, whatever her name was, I believe. That's her to speak.
Oh wait, hold on. Go ahead, I got her muted.
So one thing people need to understand is people are primarily loyal to their options and what is obtainable to them, right? So when it comes to a man has to build himself in order to get more options or any at all. A lot of women, it doesn't matter if you're a 2, if you're damn near 1, somebody's going to want to sleep with you as a woman. It might not be what you necessarily want to sleep with, but the option is there. You don't really have to be alone. There are a lot of men who are truly alone where there is nobody. They're so low in the poll, there's nobody. So let's take the average man, especially with the social media, has removed the average man from the average woman. It's just what's happened. Where, for instance, let's put like 4 neighborhoods. Each neighborhood will have their own king or the more desirable man, and that'll be a pyramid within that neighborhood. But what social media has done is created one giant pyramid for the world, which means there's less desirable men in accordance to what every woman is seeing. So where a woman might only see the dude or the dudes in her school, or the dudes in her church, or the dudes in her grocery stores, now she's seeing dudes around the world. Now, another thing we have to understand is what men and women are primarily desired for is two different things. Men are primarily desired for their ability to provide, the jokes and all that extra. Women just primarily desired for their body. Let's just be honest with it, for your beauty and all that. That's what it is fundamentally. That's just what it is. Yes, there's other things and nuances, but when you break it up half and half, that's where it is. Now, when a guy goes over, now there are guys here who had to build themselves. They're doing all these things, maybe go to the gym a little bit or not, but they're making good money, and they're saying, look, I'm doing all these things, yet I'm still not getting even the woman within my circle. They don't even want me. So they might.
I just want to.
Go ahead,
let him finish, please. Please let him finish.
I just want to intervene. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. And I'll go ahead and say what I got to say. Go ahead, finish.
So essentially, what then happens is these dudes get a little bit upset. They get mad. They go like, "Why are these women not looking at me? Why are these women not looking at me? Why? What am I doing wrong? What am I doing
frustrated.
wrong?" They get very frustrated, and hence why the show frustrated. That documentary. So now what happens is they get to go, because again, if a man has the money and has the time, he's able to then go, just like men has always done. When there's not was not food or water in the area in which they're in, or a lack of it, they venture off to new lands. They go explore. So what happens is now your basic dude goes overseas, and where he was in the States, he was just looking for one woman to just pay him attention. Again, a starving man eats not what he desires, but what is available. So when he goes overseas, now he's put on this pedestal of 50, not 50, but let's say 10 women. And these are beautiful women, because again, it doesn't matter that they don't have a job, they have no money, because women are primarily valued for their beauty. Huh?
It is 50. Go ahead.
No, let's say 50, but okay. So it doesn't matter that these women don't have a job. They can work at Starbucks. They can be the woman that's like, you see many women this year, women cleaning the mall. And based on her beauty, if she was in the States, she should be on somebody's yacht. And this is a woman who is more beautiful than some of the women that are not even paying attention to the dude in America. And he has access.
Excuse me. I'm not.
What do you guys take
rude.
on the?
I'm not trying to be rude, but what's the point? I don't understand what you're trying to say.
I'm trying to give you an idea what the man mindset is in regards to when you're saying that why are men going overseas and still not getting married? Because so
you're talking to Maya. You're not even talking to me.
Sorry, yeah, I'm just talking in general, dude, but I'm talking to that question that was asked earlier, why they're not getting married. And that's part of the reason, because now they get to be in their fuckboy era. A lot of dudes didn't get to do that. A lot of dudes didn't get to just meet up a bunch of women and do this and do that. When they go overseas, again, people are loyal to their options. And when you go overseas, it's just like I used to be a sales guy. You cannot give a person too many options because they get option on paralysis. They're like, if I can this one,
real quick. That's why I was gonna say that it spoils us. Now the younger men today, it's spoiling them right now because we never experienced that before. So
a lot of dudes,
are we gonna get married?
They're not until later on, because again, they're getting out their system. Just similar to, if you would look at it, there's a lot of women here who do kind of the same thing. They got like 5 dudes in the inbox, 6 dudes. They have the dude that pays their bill, the dude that does their laundry, the dude that do this, that cash up for that. And they have all these, they might be good guys, be good guys, but they're not picking one of those guys because they understand they have the option to go to.
But where are y'all getting that we have 5 and several men in our DMs to do all of that? Where are y'all getting that from?
Can I ask you a question?
Let me ask you guys, let me just say something real quick, because Austin right now is in Sao Paulo. He's in Sao Paulo. Brazil,
we don't care about him, honestly.
That these are the type of women that he's attracting. Just for Sao Paulo. Sorry, Sao Paulo. I didn't say that right. Ladies, I want to get your opinions on it. What would you rate these women from a scale of 1 to 10?
I'm not doing that. I don't do the ugly pretty thing. I'm not doing that.
Okay. Let's remove that. Can I add something to this? Can I add something to this? Because that's something that really upsets there's a lot of guys who are currently in the computer doing nothing, who these women, based on their beauty, would not even look at them in the United States. You keep saying these women are not pretty or things like that. These are women that are just basic average women. They're not ugly. So the idea that rape them, a lot of these guys go out there and get with hookers who are 10s or 9s, but they can't really afford in real life this off personality, and all of a sudden, average woman is too good for them, and that's one of the problems. She could have great personality. She's not ugly. She's not like this what you call ogre, but yet what is she? Is she this? Is she this? Let's be honest. Have you looked in the mirror and see what you are, what you can afford?
Maybe they go there because it's a cheaper way to go on dates, and they don't have to bend their wallets. What if they're getting the options? Like if they can't get the options in America, they just go overseas and they're able to explore their options.
So this goes back to what I was trying to say about an hour ago. So these women are such good women. They're so feminine. They're so easy to talk to. They're friendly. They're not giving any attitude. They're these great, wonderful women. Why aren't they married to the men in their country? Do the men in their country not see how wonderful they are? Why is it that they need an American man?
I can easily jump in and say that. Well, because here's the thing. It's kind of like the girls over here that like the 7s and the 8s and the 9s and the 10s, right? Over here, most of those girls are going for guys who have the super killer looks, the money, and all this other stuff, right? Maybe those guys don't have those potentials of getting those women that they want in the Western culture. So they travel overseas and they're getting the woman that they want, even though they're paying, but they're going to be paying for it anyways, even if they're in the States. It's just a different tax bracket.
That doesn't answer my question. My question was, if they're these great women with all of these great attributes and great characteristics, why aren't they with the men in their country? And why is it that they need an American man?
May I ask you a question? Okay. So if I could ask a question real quick. If I could,
a lot of girls actually do have boyfriends, but they still fuck with an American dude.
If I could ask
somebody needs to answer her question too. Answer her question. Social owner. Answer her question.
Why would you? May I chime in on this? Go ahead, Social.
So let me answer the question for you. So again, we as men here live in these fantasy lands. Okay, we have to be honest with ourselves. When you go to these countries, one of the things you should ask the local men how their women treat them, because Bill Gates and I will not get treated the same. And I'm not trying to say it's like that, but it's kind of like that. When you go overseas, you're moved to a higher socioeconomic level, and most women want a man who's going to be able to provide for them in these things. And when you have a blue passport, that's how it kind of plays off. And some of these countries, the men are very misogynistic. Like if you go to Honduras, that has some of the biggest femicide rates. So some of these women don't feel comfortable going out with these guys because of the things that happen within their country. So when a guy from the United States, I know women think we have our own problems, but we tend to be more liberal than a lot of these countries. Y'all act like behind closed doors, some of these men are the most ruthless. Yes, they're very ruthless. So when we are over there, some of the women know how more open-minded we are to them getting education, to them having, some form of input and things like that. So they're attracted to that also. So when you say why these women are not dating their man in their country, because most women want a man who can provide. And some of these countries are very poor. And the men, it's not necessarily that the men are not smart or anything like that, but lack of opportunity. So when you come into that picture, you are an opportunity. And why would anybody not take that? You are literally moved up.
And I've said this over and over again, and I've been attacked and shamed for saying exactly what you said, that these women are looking for opportunities.
All women are.
They're looking for money, which is the same thing here. So it's almost like some of the men that, and I'm not saying all, but some of the men that use this leverage of being able to go overseas to date, it's almost like it's like you're trying to dangle it in the black woman's face, like, yeah, look what I got since you didn't do it. Look what I'm getting now. But it's the same thing.
Did you ever stop to think that that's how you're perceiving it, respectfully? Because again, like I said earlier, a lot of black men who are single, who are looking for wives, who want to give a black woman a fair and impartial chance, have been burned several times. How many times must someone get burned before they recognize, you know what, this ain't it, let me look somewhere else?
I've been burned too. I've been burned by men. But I ain't looking for no white man.
I'm talking about black men.
I'm not looking for no white man. I'm not looking for no Asian man. So guess what? I got to look at myself. I can't look at what. I can't look at what someone else's does because their actions have absolutely nothing to do with me and who I am as a person.
If I could ask
But you are
something,
demanding that black men continue to navigate through a minefield
I never demanded
with a
anything,
pocket knife
sir.
and a flash. But how you're saying this, that's the impression I'm receiving.
if
That black men are to continue to navigate through a minefield of dating with a pocket knife and a book of matches. At some point, with that
I don't
pocketbook
know
and
what
that
part.
that
I don't
if
know what part of this conversation you came in on, but I've always been supportive of black men going where they're loved and where they can go to get exactly what
I've
it is
paid
that they
attention
need.
to that.
if
I
I could
paid
ask
attention to that, and I applaud you for it. But what I'm saying is that last response, that's what it sounds like in my ears. This is not an attack against you, but
so
I'm not
that same
taking it as
rhetoric
an
that I've heard
attack.
you say. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. But the way I've heard this, and I've heard black women in America say similar things on social media during discussions, that same narrative. I got burned too. Men, on the other hand, process getting rejected, getting burned a little differently than women do. A
if I
black
could
man
ask,
who, go ahead,
Okay,
please.
Mr.
if,
Coach, hold on, everybody. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. I got QB passport flexing in the building. What up, QB? You got something you want to say to the people out there?
I
Got
just
something
want
to
to
say to the ladies?
say, enjoy your Sunday. I am grilling. I'm listening to the conversation. Shout
Mm,
out to Drew and Ronin. I'm just showing
what's on
my
the grill, man?
support. Uh, I am grilling. Let's see if you can guess this fish.
Oh man,
Wait, stop it,
No,
man. You're
that's
making me
rich.
hungry.
That's
Sea bass.
Sea
Sea
bass.
bass.
There you go. Yeah,
Yeah,
sea
I can
bass,
tell by
and
the
oh
scales.
I got some
I'm a red.
lobster on the
I eat a
way
lot of steaks,
too.
brother.
You eat a.
Oh,
oh wow.
I love
So
me some
yeah,
lobster, sir.
man.
If I,
Just living the passport life, worry free. So
Where are
life is
you?
Hey,
Where are
good.
you right
so you
now,
are
sir?
you back in the States now? Or are you still abroad?
No, I'm Max Mexicali.
Okay, okay.
man,
We.
Cali.
You in Sanoa?
So you got
Mm-hmm.
Sinaloa, I mean?
Yeah.
Sonora, yes,
Sonora, okay.
yes. Go ahead,
Yin,
Drew.
yin.
so yeah, QB. You have something you want to say to the ladies, Maya and
Are
and
you
Um,
back in
and
the
and
well,
Brittany?
conversation?
yeah, really quick, and I'm gonna let you
Yeah.
guys have back at it. For me, I don't. Uh, for me, dating overseas has been better overall, but I've never struggled with American women. I had an opportunity to actually settle down with a very nice woman that made more money than me, but her age was just a little bit of an issue if I wanted to have children. So I'm not one of those passport bros that are bashing American women. There are a lot of great American women here. However, the dating structure is completely different overseas, and that's usually because of the family court system and the laws.
So
That's it for
QB, let me
me.
ask you this
Hmm.
question before you drop off.
Yeah.
So I know you've had a lot of success abroad and in Mexico. What is
Hmm.
your end game?
Great question. So I'm really taking my girlfriend that I'm dating now seriously, and it's one of those things to where I just have to see progression. So right now, I'm working on getting her tourist visa to come here because I'm not trying to marry her in the States. Like that is not an option. So as long as
Hmm.
she's making progress, damn, sorry for the loud
Yeah, that sounds like a
Oh,
motorcycle.
who's racing in
NASCAR
the
going by.
background? Who's
Sounds like
Yeah,
a
I
racing?
know.
Who's
NASCAR back there.
Yeah, I know. So as
That's got
long as
some
she's
firepower in
making
it.
right, as long as she's making progress to do the things that I want her to do, I would put a ring on it. She's 25,
Right.
no kids, no tats, met the parents, very good supportive family structure. So she's worthy of the commitment. But if she's
What is
not
it about her
trying
family that? Sorry,
to,
what is it about her family that stood out to you the most, aside from them being supportive?
yeah, so I mean, the mom and the dad are always, questioning me and making sure that she's okay. And they're very strict on her. So it's like, hey, I need to see your passport. Where are you going? Can you, give me the information on the hotel? What's going on? Is she okay? She didn't pick up her phone. Where are you guys at? So I really do like that. Whereas some parents, they don't give a damn. You know, all right, you want to take my daughter, do whatever. No, the parents are very
Are you
involved. And mhm.
So QB,
are you
how
fluent in
many years?
Spanish?
How many years in are you?
Basically 4 years in.
Okay.
And then my Spanish, hablo
Outstanding.
español es poquito, but más aprende todos los días, Duolingo. 15 minutos es muy importante para personas mexicanos y latinos. Mhm.
Sí,
Very
sí,
good. Very
sí,
good.
sí, sí, sí.
Okay.
Very
Very
Okay.
good, sir.
I bring the heat and the receipts.
Roger that.
But
Bring the heat and bring
one, one,
receipts.
one thing I do want to say is, a lot of these passport bros, and I'll be honest, and I'm gonna let you guys have it because, I'm enjoying my grilling right now, and then I'll be on later. But a lot of these passport bros, they're not giving you realistic expectations. And what I mean by that is, okay, you meet a girl in a foreign country, and if you don't live there full time, what is the end game? So I love that question that brother provided. And Mexico, and sorry for the win a little bit, is a end game solution because I can literally live in Tijuana or in Mexicali and go to work crossing the border. So even if this visa doesn't work, there is a plan B where I would have to, go to another company to work in San Diego or, El Centro, that area to make it happen.
You think like you're in the
Makes sense.
military. You think that's military mind. That's military thinking, primary and secondary.
Yes, yes. And so these guys that promote places like Colombia, I got to throw it out there, and I will have a debate, Colombia versus Mexico, very soon. What are you going to do? Like marry
Uh-oh.
somebody in Colombia and have an overseas marriage? Like that's not practical. But these guys, they would do that,
Hmm.
and they will promote it because the women are that beautiful and they're big time simping.
No,
A
they don't
close friend
want
of
you.
mine
You
is
can't
married to
say
a woman
that,
in the Philippines, and
QB.
he lives there now.
Listen, a lot of these dudes
You can't say
that
that, man.
Go ahead.
no, I was gonna just add something, but I don't want to, overtake the conversation. I'm trying to be very careful about that because people tend to blame me for that.
You
My
know, one of the
apologies.
things I want to point out, I think that we got to realize when I look at a lot of these guys, I think another reason why they don't go and get married is that they really can't support themselves abroad. They don't have any other streams of income coming in. So it's like, hey, let me go down there, do what I'm
Ah,
gonna do, and then come back. I may make $60,000 in the States, but can I realistically bring a woman over here to the States, have her not be, working, stay at home mom or homemaker or whatever, and do what I
hmm.
do, being her sole provider. When I say sole provider, her cell phone, her whatever, if she needs whatever during the month, you've got to provide that. I don't think many of these guys that are able to do that.
I
You're
blame my woman.
missing one other. I think you're missing one other thing, and because that discussion is being had too. Okay, why bring them back to the states, especially given the way the divorce laws are, and child support laws, and that is a
Yes.
double negative for veterans because if a veteran is married to a woman more than 10, service member is married to a woman 10 years, 10 years, 10 years in a day, half of his earnings, half of his entitlements will go to her. Now, the reason
Well,
I'm
if you're
saying that is that's why a lot of men are saying, you know what, why bring them here? I am willing to relocate, move to another country. That discussion's being had.
as a
And not only
veterans
that, a lot of men are
attorneys,
no,
a
I'm
veterans
talking about
attorneys.
men.
No, you said a veterans attorney
Veterans
wants to go to. I
a
don't think
veterans
so.
and after if you trust me, I this is with my first wife. I dodged a narrow bullet. If you are married to your spouse for longer than 10 years, this is in law stateside. She is entitled to half of your retirement. She is entitled to, I think she's entitled to your compensation with the VA if you are a disabled veteran or if you've been injured while in service. Those things are on the table. That is in law, and that my friend is And then some states even consider veterans compensation as income, and they will take that for spousal support and child support.
Coach Davis was your first
That's
wife. What ethnicity was your first wife?
I'm not going to disclose that. That
Why?
is for me, because I don't
Come
want
on, brother. Nobody knows who you are.
That
Come on.
that is
to. No,
actually a
respectfully,
factor.
What I'm
That is
asking
actually a
is
factor in the conversation.
what I'm asking is I was just wondering if she was foreign, because my thing is if you went
no, my
and
wife was
married,
not foreign. She was
can I finish? Can
American.
I finish? Can I finish? I'm just
Certainly.
saying, like,
I'm sorry.
I was just thinking if, because okay, this is what I'm trying to say. If she was foreign, is my thing is why would you have an issue if she's getting entitlements to your earnings, but if you brought her over here and if she wasn't working, why would you want her to be left in the dirt? That's what I was getting at.
Okay.
That's why I
Now,
asked. And even if she is
since you've
American,
asked
if
that,
she's not working,
I won't
then
disclose her. I won't disclose her ethnicity. She was American,
I don't. And
and
sorry, I don't
that
know if I meant I should have asked nationality. That's my bad. I didn't. Yeah.
ethnicity. You mean the ethnicity? I won't disclose. Was she American? Yes. And I decided to, you know what? Let me at least give her a fair and impartial chance. Something that I didn't get, and that promptly turned into a nightmare. Without disclosing a lot, it nearly cost me my life after returning from deployment. That is one of a dozen memories I do not want. Deployment into Iraq was bad enough as it is, and I saw things over there that I still have to process. But coming home, and a lot of service members, and those of you who served with me, who were serving during the global war on terror, can attest to this. There were a lot of our brothers that were coming back from deployment to an empty house, an empty bank account, and divorce papers.
Facts,
Now,
brother.
Yeah, that's
Facts.
true.
Facts.
I know
That's
a
true.
lot. I know a
I ain't
lot
gonna
and
of
I
lie
them.
was
about
one of
that.
those. I
My
was
thing
one of
is
those
though,
brothers
let's
that,
not sit here and cap
ma'am,
though. Why
please
did
let
you
me
get married?
finish.
Ain't nothing
Ma'am,
you
let me
could do
finish,
when you over there
please.
too.
Ma'am, let me finish. When I returned from deployment, I returned alone. I didn't return to family and loved ones welcoming me back after surviving over there. Because I will tell you, in war, you have to be comfortable with the fact that you may be snuffed out at a moment's notice. That's part of the oath of enlistment. That
Hey,
being said,
did Jody pay a visit while you was deployed? Jody came over to the
yes,
crib.
yes,
Bro,
as a matter of fact, he did.
Come on,
I found
Darnell.
out
Come
about
on,
that after I
Darnell.
got stationed in Hawaii. I
Yes,
Wow.
found out
sir.
about that when I got stationed in Hawaii because Jody
Yes, sir.
contacted me personally.
Wow.
Jody, man,
Now,
Jody ruined a lot of marriages.
No doubt about that.
yep. Now, that being said, ma'am, I came back and then I had to deal with the family court system. I was ordered to give up my basic allowance for housing. And because I was a geographical bachelor, as they said in the military, I could not live in the barracks. I was homeless while in uniform. And I had to figure things out for myself. Now, I almost ended my life I had planned on taking myself out on New Year's Eve that year, and I had to dig deep to find reasons to keep moving forward. There are some brothers that didn't find that kind of intestinal fortitude, and they blew their brains out. So there's a lot of, why am I saying that? Because taking the military out of it, there's a lot of men who have said, you know what, rather than bring them back here, I'm going to move over there. A close friend of mine who was not in the military, he lives in the Philippines right now. He's married to a Filipino woman. He's been there since 2012. I hope that
Cap,
addresses it.
Cap, I want to get your input on it. I know you've been quiet for quite some time, brother, and then we're gonna get to New York City Kings because I need to hear from him, and then we get to Maya. So go ahead, Cap. What you got to say, brother?
Oh man, like I agree with I think her name is Maya. If American men are so happy dating overseas, what's the need to bash black women? That's like I date women overseas, but have no desire to bash black women and further divide us. You know what I mean? If you happy somewhere else, why spread negativity here? I never understood.
I don't think anyone's bashing, but when
But you look
the
at
question is being asked time and again,
Yeah,
they
hold
really
on,
do.
wait a
But
second.
Cap, do you think the young travelers are getting a bad name and a bad stigma because they getting a bad rep because there's a few knuckleheads that do bad things that are traveling?
Yeah, because they don't know how to act.
You're breaking up
Boots
again,
Tyrone
Renaissance.
and Ray Ray? Yes, ma'am.
You're
Hold
breaking
on.
up.
Let Cap answer.
Yeah. Look,
Go
like,
ahead,
'cause
Cap.
I guess I'm considered younger. I'm still early 30s. The way the
Yeah,
women, like you
me too.
said, right? That when you date women, they want something. But Colombian women are like that now. Like you go over there, even though you are an opportunity for them, a lot of Colombian women, they want something to date you. You know what I mean? What do I get for dating you type shit? So
Yeah, change that culture.
it is hard, like, because I mean, my purpose of dating is to build a family, but it's hard to find that because you do got to go through a lot of girls who are going to be like, what do I get? And you don't want to fucking marry no girl like that. She's here for one thing only. You know, I'm not trying
Can I say something that men have to accept? And I may get bashed by a lot of women for saying this.
Uh-oh.
All women want something from you men. If you want to sit up there and be naive and dumb diddy to believe that you're just the finest fucking guy on this planet and all she wants to do is pour love into you and you love her and y'all run off into the sunset, you're sadly mistaken.
But you're gonna have to provide.
Love is not enough.
Okay,
Love isn't enough for me. Love isn't enough for you. Let's be fucking real here. I'm tired of this fluff talk with this bullshit about I don't want to give up anything. We all got to give up some shit and we all take chances.
Okay.
I wouldn't.
Provide. That's what I'm saying. Like as a man, right? If you are going to provide economically, if you're going to provide provision and protection for her, she has to bring something to the table.
Absolutely.
What a lot of American guys are saying is that a lot of women here, they don't feel like they have to provide anything. They feel like I'm self-sufficient, I'm independent, I don't need a man, and they're focused on that, and they're not their time, energy, effort. So what can I bring to a man of value?
But their job and their status has in their education status, because women are making more money than men and women are becoming more educated than they have in the past. More black women are becoming entrepreneurs.
And at how much student loan debt? And then at the cost of how much student loan debt?
True,
What
but this
man
is what
wants to inherit student loan debt?
This is the point I'm trying to prove. Their ego is involved, and their ego is telling them in their job, their salary, just like men, which is where masculinity part comes in. Their job and their money is telling them what they deserve and what they're not going to do and what they are going to do.
Can I say something?
I've never led with my wallet dating.
Yes, you have. You just don't know it. Don't be dumb.
May I add something?
Ma'am, I've never flashed a wallet of cash in front of anyone.
You done gave up some. You talk about the military all the time, so I know you've talked about it with other women, and they want you for that too. So cut it out.
Really? And and how many times have I dodged that bullet? I lost count.
Well, you in a successful marriage now, so it don't matter.
Is it my turn yet?
What do you say? What were you trying to add?
I've been patient, Cap.
I'm sorry, y'all.
New York. Okay, New York Kings. Go ahead. Go ahead, Kings.
All right, first of all, Cap, you seem like you're a young blood, yo, and you still early in this game. You know, love don't love nobody. And just like Maya said, all women want something. And I'm gonna tell you something, when I lived in Brazil, these women were plotting. All you American men, all you guys like Cap, they play the love game. And I tell you guys, you're only good until the next flight comes in. Okay?
Yeah.
She's in love with maybe 10 men, and they send in Western Union, left and right, and they are plotting on men's social security, on their homes, on their well-being and their lifestyle. That's why these older guys go down there and they marry these women 20 years younger than them, okay? Because they fell in love with the dream of having a beautiful woman. But I've sat at because I lived in Rio de Janeiro. I've sat at tables with these women. I've been in apartments where as soon as the boyfriend flies back to America, the Brazilian boyfriend comes right in the house. Okay?
Your advice.
Go ahead, Cap. What you got to say about that, Cap?
What would be your advice to somebody who's like I'm in a good position, right? I don't have kids. I make over $100,000 a year. I'm early 30s and shit. What would be your advice for the next like 5 to 10 years? You know what I mean?
We might be having sex with robots
Can,
soon.
I'm
can
really
I,
rich.
can I answer that question?
Go for it. Yeah, go for it.
My advice to you is you're still a young buck, man. I would continue to love yourself
Yeah.
and enjoy your youth. Get caught up in these fast women overseas. Travel and have fun. Don't think that you know it all because you don't.
Yeah.
Um,
But
my
Kings,
advice is to
fair enough though. But Kings, I just want to intervene and just say this real quick. The young travelers have the technology to do a lot of things that the old school travelers couldn't do back then, right? So fair enough.
True.
And they're also making money off of, online for
No
doing the things that
nomads.
they're doing with the content.
right.
So
No nomads.
you know, we can't fault them for taking advantage and making an opportunity on making money offline, and they're doing travel
You know,
videos and traveling themselves. But
I'm telling Cap to enjoy his youth and his life. Okay, you can't get that back. Okay, don't
That's true.
think
I
about
agree.
getting.
yeah, I agree.
Don't think about marriage or anything like that because it's all a game. It's like Maya said. These women want something, a green card. They want a better way of life, and just like QB and even QB said, you gotta. And even if you go down that route, there's a website called visajourney.com, and I've been on it before. It's
Yeah.
a long route to go down, then you got to have history of a relationship, flights going back and forth, and you got to be good
Okay.
with the parents and stuff. And I'm sorry, dude.
Right.
You want to go ahead? Go ahead. I'm just
No,
speaking.
I
what
was just
I
gonna
know.
read the super.
Oh, all
I was
right.
just gonna read the super chat real quick. Yeah, from because I know John's been waiting for me to read this. John Thompson with the $4.99 donation. He says, "Cost of living is cheaper in Asia. That is where I live in a few years. I cannot wait to reduce my costs by 70% over living in New York City." Anybody
Should be more
want?
than 70%. God damn.
New
It's
York
going to be
City
way
is
more than
New York City
70% moving
is
from New
very
York to
expensive.
Philly.
And I've seen a lot of men lose everything, falling in love overseas, lose it all. They
Ladies,
uprooted.
what's your take on?
They
Hold on, let me
Hey,
uprooted
finish. Let
everything.
him finish.
before
Let me
you ask
finish
the
it, then I'll
panel,
let me finish it and I'll get off.
Hold
They
on, hold on. Let
uprooted.
New York finish. He's on the roll.
They uprooted everything they had, their jobs, their houses, their homes, for a younger woman, and at the end, she's gonna end up leaving him and taking all she can get from him, and that's their purpose. All right, I'll go ahead because you want guys in.
Go ahead,
Finish.
ladies. What's your take on the question for John? I mean, would you guys consider on moving over to a different country?
If I
He
met
didn't
a guy
ask the
and that's
question.
if I met a guy and he wanted to move out of the country and that was our life decision, yeah, I would do it.
Uprooting is a big decision. I'm telling you.
I know
about
that,
you,
and
Brittany?
that's
I have a house. I got 2 cars. I got a dog. I got a backyard. All that good stuff. I just can't uproot for a woman in another country and do that.
no, we're not saying to uproot for another woman in the country. What he's
Yeah.
saying is cost of living is much cheaper in Asia. That is where I will live in a few years. I cannot wait to reduce my cost by 70% over living in New York City. So what Andrew just asked was, would I move out of the country with my significant other? And the answer is yes.
Right.
So if
Okay,
that's what
have
he
you
wanted
been?
to do, I don't care about his backyard. I want peace. I want to live
Mhm.
holistically. I want to live comfortably. I want to get out of the rat race of constantly working.
Right.
Have you
So
ever?
when these women,
Have
so
you ever?
when these
Have
men
you?
go over there and they want to date over there and move over there, I totally get it. And vice versa. When Black men visit these countries and these women want a better opportunity out of their circumstances, I understand that too. But what I don't agree with is that, oh, they just want me for me, they accept me for me, and that's just it. No, these women want something too.
So let me ask you
Yeah, we
something. Do you
agree with
think that
that.
if
They
the
want
men,
something too. We agree with that. But
hold
have
on,
you ever
Kings,
been to
hold on,
Asia?
Kings, hold on, Kings. Let me ask you this question: if men start to bring American women to foreign countries and want to start a lifestyle, do you think the women that are from the West, do you think they'll change their mindset
They'll be humbled.
of of things? Do you think they're going to be more humble to the men
I see it
being in
already.
a foreign region
Could I add something?
country, or
Can I add something?
Wait, so
Yeah.
hold on, let me make sure I'm clear. So you said that if black men started moving those women here, or if they start moving American women there?
American
if
women.
they started to take American women from America to overseas, do you think that's going to change Black American women's mindset on what they perceive life to be in Western culture? Do you think they're going to still take that Western mentality mindset and bring it overseas with them?
I can't speak for those women, because you have to change because you want to change. You have to change because you realize that there's an issue. If you don't find an issue, you'll never solve a problem.
Yeah,
Can I
thank
have?
you for speaking on your own behalf. I appreciate that.
Can
Thanks.
I add something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so from what I've witnessed from just my personal experiences, when a lot of this is a couple points I want to make. First, we keep saying, I know in the Black sector we tend to say Black women because again that's our counterparts. But what most men are saying is Westernized women, because people are forgetting in these countries it's still Black women. Okay, there's a bit of a difference, but it is still Black women. You go to Honduras, all through Latin America, all those, they are Black women. It's just more of a Westernized mindset. But what I've
Transatlantic
noticed,
slave trade.
yes, when I've gone into some of these countries, what I've noticed when it comes to the Westernized women, when they go overseas, they tend to be a little bit more humble. I've actually, for myself, when I travel, I tend to chill with a lot more Westernized women because again, some of them also share some of those same sentiments when it comes to dating and things like that. They feel this and that, and we get along very well, and we can have some more honest conversations that I find that I can't necessarily have it here. But part of that is where there is competition, people tend to be more humble. If you're somewhere where you're constantly being bigged up and things like that, and because lack of opportunity on the man's side, they get very thirsty. They tend to allow a lot of bad behavior or things they might not necessarily put up with, or women they might not necessarily approach. They're going to deal with it. Again, men eat not what is desired when they're hungry, but what is available at times. But if those same women, you remove that and you go overseas, just similar to if some of these men will start bringing some of these women from overseas to the United States, they will change also. Because again, a lot of the men, more men who probably have more money than you, probably look better than you, and all that is going to start hitting up with their DMs. I've seen it happen a lot. I've had a lot of friends that happened to. They recently, a friend of mine that happened
Sir,
to. Go ahead.
Could I sum it up this way? DMX said it best, and this was and when he related to hip hop, and I think it is very relatable here. When you feed folks dog shit long enough, they'll eventually learn to put barbecue sauce on it.
Yeah, like yeah. I think in the United States, I think again for myself, like when I was dating in the United States and things like that, and I still do talk to some women, I wasn't really seeing a lot of women that, especially when I'm going for Black women, I wasn't getting a lot of Black women that were my type in that way. But when I went overseas, I met so many amazing, smart Black women. I was like, wow. And because like-minded people tend to gravitate towards like-minded things. And going over there, you tend to meet them more. And also, we can also attribute it to the vacation mode. There are people who are in vacation mode who day to day might not behave a certain way. But I've spent a month with a woman who was a Black woman, and things like that, and it was just amazing. So when it
Do
comes
you
to this whole
remember the film?
Go ahead.
Do you remember the 90s film, How Stella Got Her Groove Back? Anyone remember that film?
Oh my Lord.
Yeah. I remember.
Now, what a lot of
Where are we
people
going
are
with this?
saying is, a lot of people are saying that Black men who are traveling overseas are akin to these characters from Terry McMillan's book and her film, in the film How Stella Got Her Groove Back. Now, instead of it's women going to Jamaica, it's brothers going to all of these different places.
Yeah, I mean,
I've heard that quite a bit.
Men, like one thing I tell people all the time is, I have no way of evidence to prove this, but I truly believe that women cheat more than men. But men tend to want to show off their catches. Men want to show off their catches, so it's not necessarily who's doing it, but who's actually getting caught. Do you see what I'm saying?
That's the competitive nature of men.
Where we show our fishes, we show that, and then like I truly believe that, and that's one reason why
competitive. That's fucking stupid.
It is, but
let's call it what it is.
I agree, it is.
Men are
but
stupid.
Men have their ego.
Men have that ego. They need to show it off. Like I've had girls who, I remember there was this girl. She called me over. She told me her man got locked up, and I went and looked at his charges. I realized he's going to be gone for a while. You know what I mean? We become real good lawyers. I'm like, oh man, that man. So I went over there. I
Does your
mean,
man know about me?
yeah, like I'm like, man, by the time he gets out, she probably gonna jump to 3-4 other dudes before she starts talking about me. So I'm over there sitting in front of a restaurant, and maybe like a week later, 2 weeks later, this dude really, I'm pretty sure he made a deal and snitched on somebody because his charges, he should not have been out in 2 weeks. Ain't no lawyer that good. So I see her.
You're
I didn't know
saying
that.
a target on your back.
So I seen her walking with this dude, and she comes up to me. And she goes, "Oh my God, Lewis, I haven't seen you in forever. How you been? Give me a." Bro, she said it so convincingly. I didn't believe it. I didn't believe
We
that
share
I
the
should.
same first name. You know that, right?
Oh, it's not my first name. I just go by Lewis because my name is very non-common, so it's easy. I mean, I don't care. My name is Khalis, but yeah. So I was like, what? The way she said it, I swear to you, I did not believe that I was just in her guts just about a week or two ago. I promise you, it was just so. I had to look at my phone to make sure that this was a reality. But then she kept walking off with him, and like nothing happened. And women are very much like that. They will introduce you to their cousins, who's really their side dudes. You don't understand that, but dudes tend to want to show off, especially if she's pretty. They're like, yo, I did this, I did that, and so. And then when it comes to the black women, when I believe, I don't know who said it, but the lady said, why do you keep coming back to black women? Is because essentially it's like Pretty Woman. You treated me like shit. Let me show you that I actually can bag something to your caliber. So here it is. It's the Pretty Woman. Same thing. She didn't have to go back there and tell that lady, oh, you didn't want to sell me.
You didn't want to serve me.
You made a big mistake. Now they're going to show you the better woman they got, the better life that they're living. They have to do it because it's part of the ego. You know what I mean? So
there's a saying again. There's in some people's lexicon, the greatest form of revenge is improvement.
Improvement.
He or she who seeks revenge should dig 2 graves.
Yeah, that's very true though. So men compete. Men need to show their hunts. The trophies that they put on their wall, all these things, and it's the same thing when it comes to coming back to the community that didn't accept them and say, look how much better I'm doing. Look how many better options that I have. How are you doing? What's going on with
that? That is not a masculine trait. I wish you guys would stop doing this.
I'm not saying it's masculine. I'm just saying
that's not a masculine trait to be a braggart. Competition, yes. To be a braggart, no.
Listen, I'm not saying.
Now I agree with you on that,
trait.
sir.
That is a feminine trait.
I agree with you on that.
Let's get this right, because you guys are propagating the same things as why we have son husbands running around here that don't know how to fucking act.
Oh yeah, to act.
So to move around the planet, men move in silence. Men move in silence. Period.
So
you guys are sitting here talking about we need to brag. Bragging and all that other stuff and flaunting and being boisterous, that's a feminine trait.
But I'm telling you,
women want to flaunt their clothing. Women get dressed for other women. They don't get dressed for us because we could give a damn what the fuck they got on. So when men are walking around peacocking, they got that from a fucking woman.
Listen, let me have to agree with.
Can I get a sound clap?
Oh, you want a sound clap?
I'm sitting here listening to this shit, man. You guys are driving me nuts with this.
I can give you some sound clap. There we go.
If I could add something to that. So I remember once I was watching a TikTok and there was these black guys and they were talking about why somebody was asking them, hey, why you with a white woman? Why you dating a white woman? And then there was a lot of comments reading say, oh, your mama's
question.
Your auntie is black and all these questions. And I said, look,
your mama's black, your sister's black.
But you ever actually sit back and think maybe that's the reason? You can love your mother, but you might not like her, especially for yourself. So let's say you're in the household, and again, growing up in foster care, I got to be in a lot of households. What I got to see a lot of people naked, right? Which means it's like I got to see a lot of people, not who they pretend to be in the world, but who they are behind closed doors. So young boys can hear, especially some young boys can hear a lot of ways that black women, and I'm not saying it happened, I'm just saying, but the possibility is there, how they talk towards black men, how they talk towards men in general, and things like that. And then when they see that, they're like, man, you really don't like me. And I'm a man. They're forgetting that their boys are men. And when they're hearing all these things, and I'm not saying white women are better, but because they're not exposed to the inner workings of the white community like that, they're like, maybe it's better over there. Let me go over there and some of the treatment. So you can love your mother, but you might not like her, and that's a distinction that needs to be made at times.
But
certainly.
But Lola, but for
I can
instance, look at
understand
Austin Holloman. Look at Austin Holloman right now. He's young. He's having a good time.
Yeah.
He's getting he wasn't looking like this when he was back in America. You know how depressed he looked? You see the depression on his face. Now the guy, he's smiling, he's happy.
But also Austin Holloman operates
because he feels accepted.
But it's not just that. It's not just that. No. It's not just that. It's not just that though. So within the United States, there's different ways of competing, right? Just being a good-looking dude may not be enough. But with Austin Holloman going overseas, he's not an ugly dude. And a lot of things that Austin Holloman get away with by saying, if it was a dude, an average, like a really below average-looking dude, or a dark, like myself, or something like that, like there'll be a lot more things that they say. It's like you can call me anything, but you can't call me broke, right? And it goes through the same thing with Austin Holloman. But Austin Holloman operates on his looks. That's why he primarily focuses on that. So when he goes into the world,
problem is what?
And the word, I'm not saying that there's a problem, but again, me saying things doesn't mean I'm saying there's a problem. I'm just stating them as they are. Okay, I don't live in the word as I wish it to be, but how it is. Me making an observation.
But fair enough. But at the same time, Austin's happy. He's getting feminine women that he's not getting over here in the States.
Again, we're here to discuss things, to understand them, and maybe see them from different points of view. We're not saying nothing's wrong or right. I'm just stating them as they are. You might not necessarily have the insight to see something a certain way or watch the behaviors. And not to say that I'm the smartest man in the room.
Well, I'm pretty sure they can see that he's a halfway decent, good-looking dude, and it's going to be a lot easier for him. Just like with him bringing Redbeard on his channel, he's a white guy. You know, white guys are going to get preference in Colombia.
Yeah,
the fact that he brought him on makes no difference. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Stating the obvious is not necessarily necessary. If somebody that's not an experienced traveler, doesn't really need to be said. It goes without saying. You get what I'm saying?
I mean, if it goes again,
let's ask Maya. I want to ask. Hold on, guys. Hold on. I want to get the ladies' opinion because we got the ladies in here. What's your take on Austin Holloman, Maya, and Brittany?
I've never really watched any of his content. I haven't. I just seen clips of things shared from other panels, and I mean, I don't. He just give me.
I'm sorry, Maya.
I mean, you think
I'm
he's an
laughing at
attractive young guy?
OD32. He's happy because he can afford to rent there.
I mean, do you think he's an attractive guy? Like he doesn't have to, come out of pocket because he's an attractive guy. He can get good-looking women, right?
He probably is, but his looks are going to only last for so long.
Exactly.
So you don't think it's like a form?
And if he is, you say what?
No, I mean, do you feel like it's mutual, like it's genuosity of attraction, or do you think it's out of pocket? He's paying.
I could be attracted to somebody all day, but where's the money?
Oh wow. What's your take, Brittany?
Okay.
I'm being very transparent. Looks are gonna only last for so long. So we could lay up with each other. We could have all this fun in the world. We could party Friday to Sunday.
At the end of the day, the brother needs to be able to be a provider, protector.
Period.
That's not going to stop with her.
What's your
stop
take,
with
Brittany?
any woman? Go ahead, Brittany.
Yeah, Brittany, what's your take?
I don't have an issue with a man at any age. If he wants to travel and sleep with women, then do that. But my only thing is, like I said, it just seemed like a lot of them have an issue with specifically American Black women. But my concern now is,
I would tend to agree with you.
My concern now is I've seen a couple of his videos, and since then I've hit the don't show me these videos type thing anymore, because I'm like, I'm not gonna sit back and watch this. But a couple of titles I saw of his were like, see, Afro Latinas don't even like us overseas. And I'm like, so now you're saying that the women that you're going overseas for, the dark skinned ones, don't like you over there either. So what are you like? Are you trying to like? What are you? Are you trying to like? Do you have a deep hatred towards all dark women all over? What are you trying to get at now? Or are you trying to say all women are difficult?
Actually, that's actually truthful in some of these countries because again, skin tone is very much associated with economic levels, and some of the women over there being darker skin would like lighter babies, so therefore they're able to upgrade their family lineage. It's
But you
primarily
didn't
a lot
like
of
American black women over here, so why
um,
are you
what,
bashing the dark skinned women in another country now?
what,
That's
what,
my thing.
what they're not bashing, they're saying what's happening over there. Like if I go, like I was approached a black woman in Brazil, a darker skinned black woman, and she told me that she preferred the white guy. This white guy did not look good, but she understood those things. It's actually said in Brazil that black women are made for play and white women are made for marriage. And there's actually every family essentially pushes the kids to go out and marry a whiter person, so therefore they can lighten the race. Essentially, it was for a very long time because when Brazil realized they couldn't literally just kill off black people,
I hear what you're saying, but just focus on the women that do like you. Why are we even bringing this up like it's like a whole
because
race
you brought
thing?
it
Like
up.
you're trying
You
to
brought it up.
enlighten
We're having a
everybody on
conversation.
what we're talking about. Just go over there and smash the females that you smashing and
We're
just
having a
stop talking
conversation.
about race.
They're having a conversation. Race is very important when you move into the world, but they're having a conversation and they're bringing back information and this is how things develop. You have to have this conversation uncomfortable.
But colorism is a thing everywhere. Black is always looked at in a negative light, which isn't fair. I didn't choose to be born black. This is how I came into this planet. So it's a thing where she's making a valid point. He don't like black women, and that's just it. He don't like them. He don't like them Afro Latina, and he don't like black women. Period. Which is cool. If that's not your thing, that's not your thing. But to go online and bash black women and create that narrative and spread it to other people, that's not cool.
So, you talking in regards to Austin?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
You think Austin? That's all Austin does in his content?
That's what she just said in some of his content.
He's a creator. He's doing it on purpose.
Yes.
For clicks
Yes.
and views, like I said. But my thing is, it's hurting us.
True.
And I get y'all saying,
Yeah.
"Oh, well, Oprah and them did it," but that doesn't mean tit for tat is okay.
True. I would agree with that. Austin understands.
But we've seen Austin date black women though on camera.
Austin understands.
So that means he's dating black women secretly. He's dating black women secretly. He doesn't want anybody to know his love for black women. So just leave black women the fuck alone.
I mean, but fair enough. He does date. He did go to Africa. He did date black women over there. So I mean, can we really honestly say he hates black women though?
He probably.
Can I chime in here, please?
Okay. All right.
Okay. So remember what I said earlier? How black men had to take the hits over the head from black women. Some for the last 50 years. Now, at the advent of social media, black men are traveling, and black men are pretty much, like I hate to say it, a lot of these black men that are traveling and meeting these women overseas, they're doing a similar thing to black women in America. Is it fair? No, it is not. I agree, because it is making it difficult for women like the two of you who desire a black man to find a decent black man, because the actions of a few affect many. The actions of many affect a few. And what's happening right now, that small group of black women that
freaking Star Trek
brothers.
So, but what's with that being said, what is your point? Like, we know that that's what
and the thing is that
it almost sounds like you're glorifying that it happened to us, so now it's happening to you guys. Oh well.
I'm pointing it out, and there's a lot of fellas that are saying just that. Oh well.
But you got to understand, you keep relating this to. You keep cross-referencing Ricky Lake and Oprah and all of these things. We didn't have social media as a voice or for black men to have a voice to stick up for themselves
but back then that was modern mass media communication, and those men had to take it on the chin, and they had to be lumped in with Pookie, Tyrone, and Ray Ray. And as a result, here it is, 2024. We're seeing the result of that. These men are
so it was mass media, right? You're saying that it was mass media. You're saying it was mass media, right? Okay. But was there a space for any black man to respond back? No, it wasn't, because women dominated. Because women dominated Women dominated that arena at that point. So there wasn't a space, but now there is a space to address these issues and come together
And
as a
men are
community to say, can I finish,
called
please?
return
Can I
fire.
finish, please? Can I finish? I'm getting
Certainly. I'm sorry.
sidetracked. No, I'm trying to get it out.
Men are returning fires. All I'm saying is that men are
Okay,
returning
come
fires.
on now.
But please
Let Maya
continue.
go ahead. Maya
I
wants to
don't
go ahead.
lost my train of thought because he's trying to prove a point that hasn't been proven yet.
Doesn't need to be proven at all.
We know this. We're aware of it. So once there's awareness, how is it corrected? Do black women want black men because we know what the issue is now? Do black women want black men fleeing over to other countries? Absolutely not. I can understand why people would feel a certain way. Should the issue be rectified? Yes. Can it be rectified? Yes. How long will it take? We don't know because it's so broken down. I think the social loaner even brought up things. A lot of black men don't like their black mothers. They don't like the things that they've seen growing up. They hate the fact that their mothers were single mothers. They hate that shit. They hate the fact that they seen their sisters being promiscuous. They hate the fact that they seen their mothers probably being promiscuous to pay the bills. They hated the fact that their mothers had to kick their fathers out for government assistance. There's a lot of issues that needs to be addressed. So this goes back to when I said everybody needs to look within to address what's going on with me internally that I'm not able to date successfully or that I'm not able to get married because men tend to put on a mask and can be a liar in front of different women. Men, like you said, men handle emotions differently than women do. Women just can't get
Some
up and
men.
go sleep. Some men, women just can't get up and go sleep around and go be with Tom, Dick, and fucking Harry to solve her issues. That's not what women want to do ultimately. And if there is a woman sleeping around with Tom, Dick, and Harry, she got some real deep shit going on with her.
Facts.
Maya, if I could ask you a question. Never mind. Actually, never mind. Let me not.
Go ahead, sir.
Never mind.
You could ask me whatever you want to ask me. I'm a big girl.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Damn.
I'm a big girl.
Maya. Okay, so what is the way forward, Maya, from a woman's point of view? What is the way forward then?
Somebody's got a bad
voting,
feedback.
Black men are
in the
voting with
background.
it's not me. A lot of black men are voting with their
You might have
wallets
to
and
mute.
with passports. What is the way forward?
Passport is blue. What was the question?
A lot of black men are voting with their wallets and with their passports. And
Your voice is kind of low.
Yeah, you're very low.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I got to project my voice. My apologies. Okay, what is the way forward? If we're seeing what's happening right now, black men are doing these things. They're leaving. What's the way forward? How do you, as a black woman, suggest this problem be rectified? How do you end the war? How do you repair the bridge?
All black men aren't leaving.
Right. All black men aren't leaving. We want the ones that want to stay, and we want the ones that want to go.
Okay. Oh, that's.
Ask the question again. How do you repair the bridge?
You repair the bridge by
ones
having you repair the bridge by having open conversations like this, sharing positive information, not constantly surrounding what you don't have, what you don't like, what you're not willing to do. When you stay in that mindset, that's all you're gonna get. You're gonna keep getting what you don't want because that's all you're gonna see.
I feel like they think that if they get on CNN and they say all black men, black women in America are terrible, get your passports. We got the passport bros over here and we out. That we just gonna fall apart, like because we think all black men are going to leave. All black men aren't having issues in America.
And they're not. And they
That's
are
true.
seeking other black women, and they are willing to be patient and figure out what the
And I'm
breakdown
not like
is.
let me stop you there too, Maya, because it comes off it like we not saying that y'all are weak because y'all going overseas. No, if you want to go overseas because the cost of living and women are easier to deal with or whatever, go ahead. I'm not saying go ahead in a like fuck you type of way. It's just like okay, like I feel like y'all think like I don't know if y'all are familiar with the pop the balloon challenge, but I feel like if I were to be the only Black American woman in a lineup full of foreign women, that y'all feel like just because I'm holding my balloon and y'all finna pop it, I'm be like, no, please don't pop my balloon, please. Like, no, if you want to pop my balloon because I'm an American Black woman, go ahead. I'm not holding it against you. It's
Can I say?
no love lost. I
Can I say?
still love you as a Black
That's
man. I still
that's the
love
two
you
of
as a
you.
Black man.
Can I say
That's the
something?
two of you, and I respect that. That's the two of you, and I respect that. However, there on the opposite side of that, there are quite a few Black women that do not share that sentiment.
And I've heard that. I've seen
That's
a
what I
comment to
have.
where a woman said America will be fine without all Black men. That's insane. That's insane.
But it's almost like that's the narrative that they're creating, that they want us to feel bad and they want us to feel sad and they want us to
No, we
fall
don't.
apart and they want us to be compliant. Like, hey, they're running away. Something's wrong with you. You
No.
better start doing this so you can get a man. Because if not, you're going to die with a cat and you're a single mom and you're not marketable and you got all these things wrong with you. And that's just not the way.
Well, was Kevin Samuels wrong in saying that? If so, why?
Even if let's just say hypothetically speaking, which I know I won't, but let's just say I don't find the man that I'm going to marry. Let's just say I don't, right? Because the reality of it is that a lot of us will die alone. A lot of us may not ever meet our mate, and that's a really sad reality, but it's a possibility. Who cares? This is my life. I'm the one that got to live this life. When I log off of this podcast, when I log off of social media, when I get out of work, I still have to go home and sit with myself and accept my reality. So what?
Facts.
It's my life. And I don't need you. I don't need him. I don't need her. I don't need a Kendra G. I don't need a nobody to determine and to define my life. And that's how we're living now. And that's why people aren't meeting each other, because we're scared. We're afraid of being vulnerable. If you
Blow
know
that
you a
shit up, Maya.
if you know you a chick that can't be alone, and if you know that you're a guy that can't be alone, you need to be upfront with your partner. Like, listen, man, I got abandonment issues, or hey, I'm a lonely person. I'm dependent. I need somebody to be there for me. This is what I need you for. I need you here for X, Y, and Z. Then I can let you determine if you could provide that to me. And if you can't, don't waste my time. Let me move on to the next person that can give me those things.
Can I add something?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Whew, that was a lot. That was a lot,
Well
man.
said, Maya.
Okay, so my only kind of pushbacks to this is, as people, we want a partner. So let's pretend that we don't. And especially if you're a woman who wants a black man, and the whole marriage rates and things like that. A reality that we have to face is also within the Black community, the available quality men is sometimes people say is very small. And a lot of these brothers that are actually leaving, the women, sometimes I've seen them call them Dusties and all these names. And of course, there is those in that sector, right? But there's a lot of high quality men who's able to be leaders and things like that leaving the community. And that's something, in my opinion, that we cannot afford. Just similar to I tell people, I prefer to marry a Black woman because it's not, for me, it's just not about Black love. It's also about Black economics. That also involves in that. So when you see these women say, "Oh, I don't care if these Black men leave," and things like this, and this, I'm like, yeah, it's good now, but again, it's not what's in the beginning of things. Is the long term how things are going to be maintained. And again, there's a lot of brothers who are not in this space, in the face of the space, but they're in the background that are actually just out there living their best lives, and they're not on YouTube. And I meet a lot of them, and the quality of men that I have met, some great brothers, and I'm just like, damn, this is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 20 dudes that is no longer in the Black community that should be the dudes that are helping raising the next generation of Black people. And it just similar to what happened when the good men back in the wars and things like that, when the good men were getting locked up or fighting for the community, who was left? Was the weak man.
Are you saying he's a good man because he makes a lot of money?
Money, things like that, money and things like that, and being able to travel overseas is a result of doing the right things in life. It's part of that, right? So if I go to the gym, I lift weights every day.
Right thing when nobody's looking.
I'm gonna get in shape. So money is like a scorekeeper, for instance, right? I'm not saying that important, whatever, but it's part of the scorekeeping, right? If you're a bum, you're not gonna have money. If you're over there doing the right things, you're gonna have money. That's part of it. Okay, and you're gonna be able to provide. That's why I use the word money and things like that. because it is an indication of what you've been doing in life.
So you're saying that we should make a American Black Woman Committee to go to the airport and convince the men that have all this
I'm
money
not
that are going
saying
overseas to not leave. Is that what you're saying?
what I
Because
am.
they're good for the Black community?
I'm not saying you have to do anything, but I'm saying this is the reality. What is actually happening?
So
You
you're
don't have
What
to.
telling
he's
us this
expressing
why.
is the result. What he's
The result.
expressing is the result of what's happened.
I'm not saying you
Am
have
I
to
right,
do
sir?
anything. Yes, you are your own person. You can do whatever you want. I can go out there and eat 20 bonbons. You know what I mean? That's my right. But in reality, the result of that is I'm gonna get diabetes sooner or later. I'm not. Again, that's part of the consequences of doing certain things. I'm not saying you have to. You can't do that. Again, you have autonomy. You can do whatever the hell you want. You can go out today and again. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is this equals this.
If they were
Simply.
in the States, do you think they would even be
Yeah.
giving back to the Black community?
Sorry.
If they were in the States, if they stayed with an American woman, do you think that they would even give back to the Black community?
That's what naturally would happen by giving to
Not
yourself.
necessarily. Not necessarily. A lot of Black men don't even know how to give.
The Black men
You,
you're with,
Well,
I
no,
would argue.
not the
here's
Black men I date.
I would
Not
agree.
after so after
A lot of people tend to live in echo chambers of life, so therefore they see certain things. When you're somebody that's more broad, again, it's every woman be like, every man I date is a bum. Well, that means you got to admit that every man that I date is trash. That means you got to admit that you're a dumpster. If you keep getting these results by everybody that you approach, because if you're a woman, especially a beautiful woman, every man is coming for you. It's the ones you pick. It's the ones you pick. So your results are what you're picking. So I'm not saying, so the idea that you say there's no good Black men, they're not giving back to the community, that's a complete
I
partial.
didn't say that. I said some Black men don't know how to give back. That's what I said.
Some Black men you're picking. Exactly what I'm saying.
It's not what I'm picking. It's what I've seen with my own eyes.
Say, trust me, if everybody's out there and you're looking at a certain area, that's what you're seeing.
In
Just as
some cases, that's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm saying. I'm not
Fair.
projecting or saying, but I'm just saying some.
Fair.
I'm not saying all. There's
Fair.
some there.
Similar to when I
how,
stated earlier.
how so? Can you let her explain that a little bit once you're done? Go ahead, man. I'm curious. I'd like to know how she saw that.
Similar to when I said when I was in the States, again, I was seeing certain, when it came to Black women, I was seeing certain things again what's around me and things like that, or maybe places that I was going and I was going to the wrong places. Even recently, I was invited to a group of people and I'm like, man, you guys all just been out here like this, you know, because I do videography and things like that. And I'm like, I was not seeing y'all because I was in the wrong spaces. So when I went overseas and I was meeting so many amazing Black women and men, I'm like, man, these are my tribes, these are my people. And it was just so beautiful to see that. So, and I had to admit to myself, I was going to the wrong places. I was picking the wrong people. So that's just what I'm saying.
I agree with you. So with that being said, you see what you just said? You found your tribe, right?
Yeah.
And that's what everybody has to do.
Yeah.
You have to find your friends. You have to find your family. You have to find where you enjoy working to create. You're the creator of your life. Mm-hmm. So like you said, if you keep getting trash, you're a dumpster, right?
Yeah. I mean, also somebody used to state that you keep downplaying some people. They say there's some of these Black women are downplaying the importance of money. I've seen people saying that these women overseas want something for you. There's no educated woman who actually want a future that's not going to want a man who makes money or is able to provide. That's just simply part of the equation. We understand that. Just similar to when people are saying they're tired of dating and things like that. This culture within the United States is, if a man, I have no issue going out and playing 200, 250 on a date. I really don't have no issue with that. And man, I like to pick up the check. That is something that I do. Even for most of my friends, I pick up the check. I just feel weird about it, so I just already pick it up. But when you're a lot, we have to also admit there's a lot of, in this dating culture. Again, I'm not saying everybody, but in this dating culture, a lot of women are going out there and just playing with dudes. If I'm going out there and I'm investing in something, and you already know you don't even like me, you don't even want me, but you just want to be in a better restaurant.
To be fair, aren't men doing the same goddamn thing?
How so?
They're sleeping with women. They don't like her. They have no intentions on courting.
Women, they're paying for sex, or they're playing with the odds of their resources being available for women. So you can't call the pot to call the kettle black.
No. I'm not arguing.
You know, we're both doing the same goddamn thing.
I'm not arguing this fault on both sides.
One is legal and one is illegal.
Let's switch over. I'd like to welcome BMT to the panel. Pleasure having him up here. But at the same time, man, A lot of you guys,
BMT.
a lot of you guys have been in the same panels over and over and over again, and it's starting to become an echo chamber of the same fucking talking points. You got two viable women sitting here giving you a whole spin against everything you guys thought women wanted in the United States. And your pushback is still something about being overseas. I've told you I've dated in the United States. Andrew has dated in the United States. Whether we can or cannot date in the United States is one thing. But you guys aren't even listening to half of the thing these women are saying. You're still pushing to this narrative that your happiness is dictated overseas when she even admitted, hey, I would be willing to marry a man and move overseas. Matter of fact, that's my end game. You can't take a woman overseas. Matter of fact, I know HB Gone Global, unfortunately, he's not here. He has a brother that he ran to in the Philippines. He brought his Black American wife over to the Philippines. I mean, over to Thailand. They're happy. They're surviving. They're doing everything right because you know at the end of the day, when you take a woman out of her comfort zone, she's going to identify with you more, and y'all are going to become a happier unit because y'all are fighting together to win.
Facts.
You guys are missing the fucking point. You're going into these fucking echo chambers. You guys are in these echo chambers so fucking long. You got a woman here that's giving you viable reasons and understanding your points, but you're not listening to her. Go ahead, BMT.
Can I say something for you before you BMT? If that's okay. At what point did anybody say they're not listening to their points? We're having a discussion back and forth, and we're trying to.
You're repeating everything you can say in a whole nother room without a woman being in it.
This is again. We're simply
not. Yes, everything that you guys have said has been said in other rooms.
Just because it's been said again, we're having a new discussion here.
If you don't think she's been in other rooms to hear everything you're saying, she's heard everything that everybody said in this room. Maya, have you heard anything different? Have you heard anything different that you haven't already heard in other panels?
No.
Thank you. You guys act like this is her first time in her first rodeo being on a panel. But she's been on several panels when it comes to dealing with passport bros and everything else.
If you're having a discussion and the truth is
you guys are repeating yourselves, and that's why I said you guys have been in the echo chamber so long, you have no new talking points. And that's a fucking
Rod, I got hold on, guys.
This is my first time with these two people, so
hold on, guys.
First experience with these two.
Hold on. I got my boy BMTs in the building. BMTs, thank you for being on the show, man. You got anything you'd like to speak on the panel or anybody that you want to talk to directly?
Well, I gotta get them damn sound effects too, man. I like them sound effects. But no, I was actually agreeing with what the I can't see their names right now, but what the ladies were saying, Mia and Brittany Wright. I think what we gotta remember is like it was a Passport Bros pre-Austin Holloman and post-Austin Holloman, right? And his effect, because he's the one that kind of between him and O'Shea, it took it viral. And when I first was one of the guys pointing the face Passport Bros and telling bros get the passport, it wasn't necessarily to spite Black women in America. I wasn't preaching that at all. Like, you can be a passport bro and be married to a Black woman. Like, my business partner is married to a sister, just had a newborn baby. It was never supposed to be that narrative, but when it went viral on TikTok, that was the narrative that kind of just cemented and took place, unfortunately. So pre the Austin and the going viral stuff, we were talking about traveling overseas, low cost of living, dating the women, and other things. Post Austin, it was like, okay, American Black women versus, passport bros. And that's what kind of, because the internet gravitates toward negativity. But I've always stated that I said, hey, man, living in America can be a great thing, but can also be tough. And we have more benefits if we kind of have places overseas that we can invest and live in. So that's what I always preach. It was never about the women. And I just wanted to come on and say that, because we know we got certain issues in America. We got, certain social issues with the dating. It can be confusing, and some of the roles have been crossed because we don't we don't really control any institutions, and it's a lot of tampering with the Black family and everything. But now, guys are, they're weighing out their options overseas. And I don't think the average sister is really concerned about passport bros like that. But you look on the internet, you would think that it was just this going back and forth battle. So I just want to put that out there, that it's like you know, that wasn't the whole narrative that
You know what?
Passport Bros
Hey.
was created to just separate themselves from, you know, black women, basically. Because it was,
In other words,
BMT,
it
BMT, I
was
got this
pretty much.
question
It
for
was
you,
pretty much.
BMT.
Hold on. I'm going to
BMT,
piggyback
so
off what BMT said. Hold on. He did say it's basically based off of the media. Pretty much, you're saying BMTs that kind of tarnished the actual name itself because they took it and ran away with it and kind of spinned it off.
right, man. We was, you know, we was on our own little sector. We was kind of going against the dating coaches and stuff. We wasn't even really tripping on,
Can
you
I
know.
say something to what you just said
Yeah,
about
go ahead,
social
man.
media pushing out negativity, and that when you guys first started it, it was a more joyful thing about you sharing your experiences and things like that. Even
Right.
the black men that's traveling right now, I don't even think they enjoy a sense of it. They're just doing it because they saw somebody else doing it.
I think you're right on that. BMT,
Well,
I
you
wanted
know,
to ask you a question
the thing
because
about Passport Bros is we show more of a lifestyle and receipts when we travel. In a lot of cases, a lot of the brothers are actually dating Afro Latinas or even, you know, darker skinned Asian women. So when guys show receipts, the other guy's gonna be saying, well, wait a minute, hold on, is that what's going on? Is that what y'all doing out there? Oh, let me try it out. Let me, you know,
It's
that's
curiosity.
kind of what
so
motivated a lot of guys to travel, because that is an aspect of it. I can't deny it. But my whole intention, at least coming from my standpoint, man, was I really wanted us to have the advantage of being able to invest and live in expat communities around the world. That was my whole take on
so
it.
hey
Because like
BMT,
Ronin said earlier, he's made a really good point. Our relationships get better when we live overseas, when we go overseas. When you in Thailand and you're surrounded by people that's not from your culture, and it tends to kind of bond you and glue you to the relationship. You're not bickering back and forth like you are in America, because you know you thousands of miles away from America, and you know your relationship is your core. That's your safety net. You know, the little black community within Thailand is like a little safety net. So it just works out better, like
You're
Ronan was
referring to
saying.
the
So
support
hey
element.
BMT.
You're referring to the
So
support
I
element.
know BMT. I know you were one of the. I think you are probably the only brother that's on the panel that actually got to engage with late Charles Tyler, right down in Brazil.
right.
So when that Ebony article came out, or about Brazil, were guys going down there to date? Right? Was that the initial
That was
push to
2009
Brazil?
prior to that was 2009 prior to 2008 2009 prior to that film being released and
No,
prior to Charles Tyler.
he got a point. He got a point, man. That's a good point. Charles Tyler was kind of on, you know, in his aspects, and the film was talking about guys going overseas to Brazil to date. That's true.
Now,
The whole
BMT, to
point of the
correct you.
movie name Frustrated. They were
Actually,
frustrated.
simple for girls on Discord.
Okay.
What was that?
I wish
I don't know, but hey, we got QB32. Thank you, brother. You got anything you want to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to hop on BMT. I don't feel like you're being genuine, brother. I never heard you kind of denounce what Austin be pushing on here. As one of the older Passport Bros, I haven't heard you kind of denounce what he's doing. One of the things
why would
I
I?
heard Andrew
That's his narrative. Passport Bro is like an ideology. It's not like a, you know, like we got chapters and members and bylaws and everything. If that's what his motivation to travel overseas was, then that's his motivation. Why would I denounce
right, but if I'm sitting up here saying I'm trying to do right by my community because we're not doing right, but then I'm going and hanging out with the hardhead showing the guns on the Facebook and the Instagram, then aren't I a part of the problem?
Whoa,
Lancey, did you
I'm not
change
aware
your
of
name,
this.
Lancey? No, this is Lance. That's
That's
Lancey.
Lance B, man.
That's Lancey.
Yeah, Lance.
He got a different name right now.
QB32.
One of the biggest issues in the communities and things like that is men trying to fuck. So they tell women what they want to hear, not what they need to hear. I've always found that to be a problem.
Hey,
Men
social owner, can I let BMT answer really quick, brother?
please.
I mean, what was your exact question, bro? You said I should denounce Austin or something? Like, what are you trying to
If
say?
y'all aren't on there telling a man, if this is the message you're going to push, then, you know, I'm not coming on your show to be interviewed because it makes it look like I'm pushing the message. Then aren't you a part of the problem? If there's
Not necessarily, because like I said, Passport Bros was always an ideology. We're not a group. Everybody travels. It's different tiers of Passport Bros. You got guys who or weekend warriors who claim to be passport bros. You got expat guys that claim to be passport
Well,
bros.
let me throw a real hard one at you. Austin just recently did a podcast, a live or whatever, with a guy named Redbeard.
I mean, here's the chart, guys.
He's starting to talk about the dating coach arena, and this Redbeard guy and him were talking about naming it the Passport Bros Playbook. And Austin went so far as to say the Passport Bro Bible. Now, I do recall Austin getting a tattoo on his body. It said Passport Bros, had the passport logo on it and everything else. Then he denounced being a passport bro. Even went so far as said he was going to surgically remove Passport Bro off his body. Now he's trying to reclaim the title of Passport Bros to make a buck.
Oh Lord!
What do you feel about that?
Didn't Charles Tyler call you crazy Passport Bros?
Let BMT answer, please.
Well, I can't answer for Austin. I didn't know he said some of the stuff you said he said, but
it's on a live. It's on his channel right now.
You know, when I talk to Austin, it's more from I guess like an older. I'm not saying I'm his mentor or anything, but I don't really keep up with everything that he do. Of course, he's utilizing the Passport Bros to kind of stay trendy and popular. Him coming out with a Passport Bro playbook, Passport Bro Bible. If that's what he want to do, that's what he want to do, man.
So then the next white boy that wants to do a Passport Bro dating site, it's okay. You're okay with that? Like David Bond and the other white guy that was selling the whole dating overseas thing that they were doing about a month and a half ago, and they were trying to use the Passport Bro name to do that. You okay with that as well?
Well,
you're picking and choosing who you okay with.
No, I'm not. I haven't picked anybody. You know, I always tell them. I always say what my narrative is for the Passport Bros.
BMP,
right?
But you still never answered my question, and it ties into the same thing. If I'm going on Instagram with the young ones who showing their guns and their pistols, and I'm the older one, I'm the OG, and I'm not telling them if y'all doing that, I'm not coming on here because it look like I'm promoting that. Aren't I a part of the problem?
No.
But that's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong. Everyone agrees.
I still don't understand
that's what we're saying
comparison
with the rap music in the community. That's where we say young men go to the military, pick up a trade, or get some education. If you pushing the bull, don't come on here and play innocent and act like you don't have nothing to do with it and you lost. I'm not even a passport bro, and I know enough that this is what Austin is pushing. So for you to come on here and say you don't know that, that's disingenuous. I respect y'all.
Lance, I think you really need to tell
every video that Austin does.
Lance, I think you really need to say to BMT what exactly is Austin pushing that he's co-signing on, because you're using the analogy with guns and weapons. That's where I'm getting lost. So tell us what exactly he's pushing.
Drew. I'm going to answer that for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
If I'm in the chat and I'm looking at like Andrew say, well, isn't Austin living? I mean, if he's happy, shouldn't that be the only thing that matters? But the fact of it is if he don't become super huge and get 1 million followers, like even if you get a million followers, there's no guarantee he's going to even have any retirement. Like,
but
if you
what
look
is
at Chet,
what is he
you look
doing?
At, let me finish.
BMT
You answered. Let me finish. You answered,
okay,
and I've been listening. Let me finish.
Okay,
if you look at Check and Ace, they my age. I'm 38. They're around that age. They're wearing whatever clothes they got to wear. They're staying in shitty Airbnbs. Ace just started doing it after 12, 15 years being on this, staying in decent Airbnbs here and there with a chick. I mean, it's not sustainable long term. So
he is.
A 25-year-old.
He ain't ashamed of it either, BMT. He is a hater. No, you can't interrupt him. Let him finish. We allow haters to be on this panel just as well as everybody else. So I'm a special learner. Let him finish his role, and BMT will have ample opportunity.
What BMT is co-signing on what he.
Let him finish, and BMT can answer for himself. He doesn't need your help.
Go ahead.
So basically, what I'm saying is, 25 years old to push the narrative on all these young heads that if you having a hard time having a dating issue, come overseas and try to live off YouTube. Now, if Austin was over there and he said, I got a job over here. If Austin was over here and said, I'm about to try to pick up a trade. If Austin said, I'm coming over here and I'm about to go to school overseas and it's going to help me afford this. But let's be honest, Austin has showed us his home environment. He doesn't have the financial backing for family to be paying for him to go over there and do it. So to tell the young group, hey man, when you having trouble dating in America, risk it all and just go over here for a piece of tail, that's crazy. So for an old head, I just expect more from y'all. Like when I'm listening to Ronin talk, I'm inspired. I'm looking forward to hitting that age because it's inspiring to hear somebody leading to youth. I'm 38, he's older than me, giving me game. Is what you said, opening up doors, making me see that when I go into retirement, if I want to go across the country, that's something I can do. But if y'all out here supporting this guy, and he's basically what YouTube is turning out to be, it's like the new hip hop. He's at the point now where it's like the 25-year-old rapper. At some point, you got to let it go and let it be a hobby. I'm done, and I'll let you answer.
Can I just say something?
Oh my God.
I don't think people actually understand the money that is within social media and to when you say things like that. I just got a $10,000. I just got a $10,000 check from Instagram.
My guy, I always let you talk, but you were paying Floyd $200 just to be his mod. Now you're trying to convince me that you're getting $10,000 for Instagram. Boy, stop it.
Bro,
Boy,
can we stay
Them
focused on
girls
the
say.
question, please? BMT, is the question's on you. Please stop interrupting. Social learning,
Okay,
please
so-
mute yourself,
so-
control yourself. BMT, go ahead.
Okay, QB32, you're saying that I'm endorsing Austin Holloman. Is that what you're trying to say?
Right. I'm saying just do it the right way is good. But I'm just saying right now, the young man risking it all, man, for a piece of tail and for something for
what is he
today and
risking?
nothing
What is
for
he risking?
tomorrow. If it fails, what happens? And why do you push it?
What is he risking? What are you talking about?
There ain't
What
no
is he risking?
401k, man.
He's a
As
young
his
guy that
rate's
travels.
going.
He's a
$20
YouTuber.
and
He's a
$30
filmer.
super chats ain't going
Lancy,
401k.
he let you ask the question. You got to give him an ability to ask you some finite questions so he can answer.
Why are you trying to pocket check that man? You don't know what he got in his bank account, bro. Like people have a bad habit of trying to look at Airbnb backgrounds and thinking that, oh, I don't see no marble in the background, so he must be broke. Come on, bro. Airbnbs are expensive.
My brother, you might want to look at the picture on my picture. It's me in Iceland. Before that, I had mountains. I've been to 27
That's not the question we're
How does
talking
a
about, brother. But like you
25-year-old
trying
have
to
income if
you
you've been
trying to
living
gauge
on
people
YouTube
bank
since
accounts by
2021?
their backgrounds, bro. Come on, get out of here.
I seen where his mother lives, sir. I
So
seen where his
what?
father
So
lives, sir.
what? So what? Get out of that. Like get out of that habit of trying
25,
to
sir. I've been watching
trying to
him for
sit there
3
and gauge
years.
people's
So
bank
when
account
has he
numbers and
made the
stuff.
money?
Oh, he must
I
have
don't
this in
have
his
to watch
account
his
because I
pockets
see.
to know that.
Okay, well, listen, man. You don't know somebody. First of all, you shouldn't even be worried about another man's pockets.
So I shouldn't be worried about my community is what you're telling me. I shouldn't be worried about my community. What you're saying is a black man is wrong for worrying about his community. I'm older than Austin. I traveled to 27 countries. So what you're telling me is a black man shouldn't be worried about his community.
Lancy, lock it down.
I'm trying to answer your question.
Let BMT talk.
You keep interrupting me talking about your Iceland. Nobody gives a fuck about you being an Iceland man. All right. All I'm trying
I can switch the picture to Egypt. I can switch it to
Oh my God, Lancy.
I 100% encourage young guys in this day and age in 2024 to go overseas. Hey, yeah, have your stuff together, have your money right, of course. But I 100% suggest it because it makes you well-rounded. All right. I don't think Austin, he's young, so of course he's going to be dating, but it's just more than just the dating and the women. That's always in the front. But man, going overseas, bro, is the best thing for a young black man is to get out of his neighborhood that he grew up in.
I agree.
Period. And that's just got to go to the military too. Like go to the military or start a business or anything, man. But get out of that neighborhood that you grew up in. Guys, it's not all about the women, okay? The women are the cherry on top. Yes, we love women. We want to be with them, all that good stuff. But it's much more than that. It's about being cultured. It's about learning a different language. It's about taking advantage of
Austin has promoted none of that on his page.
It's about taking advantage of opportunities. Listen, man. When I was in Thailand and I'm in a dispensary with some Russians and everything, they know 4-5 languages. They got properties all over the world. That's the type of stuff you need to be on in 2024. Okay, it's not about trying to figure out how much money somebody has. It's not about who they dating. All right, it's about taking care of your own and then giving back the information to your community. That's what it's about, bro. So if I can tell Neil or the other sister and I say, hey, guess what? They got apartments in Thailand, condos going for $45,000, $50,000. You can own it.
He's not doing
in a
that.
nice,
And you're
safe neighborhood. Okay, and then that's what it's about. We're exchanging information to better our lives, whether they're black male, black female. Okay, that's what it's about.
Who's got their
Somebody got a
window of
bad
their
mic.
YouTube open? Somebody's got their YouTube open, playing it in the background.
You 50
Yeah,
year
yeah,
olds are
somebody got a
doing
really
that.
bad
I'm not
feedback.
seeing the 25-year-old doing that. You're gaslighting.
But Lancey, here,
Hey,
to
I
point
like
of
the
order,
smoke. I like the smoke,
wait,
bro. I like the smoke,
wait,
but you
point
gotta
of
make
order,
sense with it.
point of order. Lancey, you've been in several rooms. We've talked about this. Nobody that's at our age or older can claim that when we were 25, if social media was around, we wouldn't be looking as crazy as Austin right now. Thank God for just Polaroids and motherfucking film and no goddamn internet.
Oh man,
Okay?
hey,
You cannot hold this dude
Austin
at 25 years old to that kind of standard
Exactly.
and put a fucking a magnifying glass on him. You can't do that.
Nah, man.
And you can't
Hey,
you
guys
can't
back then
expect
were doing
another
worse.
man to respond to a different man's actions. That's not his daddy.
Okay.
All he can do is answer the
Sir,
question the
if
way
my-
you
if
asked
there's-
it.
you're
The
saying
only
that I
thing he
did
can do
back
is
in 05,
answer the
and I
question the
told
way
you
you
before,
asked
I
it.
don't know a 25-year-old who's running around and has millions of people saying that he's downgrading his own race. You're gaslighting, sir.
Who's
No.
downgrading their own race, bro? Who's downgrading their own race?
I guess they're saying Austin, you know, was
Austin
No,
said
that's what
American
Red
women.
said.
His
All
name
black
is
women
American
have
women in
bad
general.
pH balance. All black women are argumentative. That's talking about your own
Lancey,
race.
you must have came in the room after
What does that gotta
Maya
do with
and
what
both.
we- what this conversation is going?
Stop, Lancey. You came in the room after Maya and both Brittany, two females that amplified and said something similar in that same respect about pH balance. Bruh, don't come in the room after the fact when you actually had two viable women sitting here saying something similar, maybe not as crass, but still similar.
Who's got YouTube in the background?
Somebody got their YouTube
badass
window
feedback.
So
open.
Ronin, what you jumped in, you sir hopped into something late. I was in the party talking when Fearless was in the party talking about pH balance, and what you're referring to is when Fearless called you and got Brittany on the line to help argue and act like he was asking an honest question. But I was in the party when Fearless
Yes,
actually
you
got
were in
checked
that party that
about
day.
talking to
I'm
black
talking
people like that. So I'm not
Lancey.
late, sir. You were late to the party.
Lancey,
I
I'm
see
not
now
talking about
Fearless
that
trying
day.
to get you to help him cover his ways.
No, I'm not talking about that day. I'm talking about today. That's a different conversation. I'm talking about today with these two ladies in the room. You do see Maya, you do see Brittany. Yeah, Brittany was on that room the other day too. I'm talking about today. And that conversation came up already. Had you been in the room earlier, you would have heard the conversation and you would have known that that's a moot point. The pH balance thing is done and over with. Ain't nobody denying it.
Yeah.
It was crass the way he said it. Forgive the guy. He's 25 years old. Don't know how to say certain things.
Yeah, man. It happens.
God damn, you gonna crucify the guy because of the terminology he uses and the bad phrasing?
Hey, Ronin, I was here when you said that, but what I'm asking for is when is BMT name gonna say it?
He's not his daddy, bro. I just said that. He's not his daddy. He can't turn him over his knee and spank the man.
BMT, man, this the male Zed right here, man. This the
I
male
see.
Zed. He keep coming for you.
Yeah, like I got Austin Hall.
BMT, man, they get mad at
y'all
the
in with promoting the fuckery. That's it.
hey,
I'm
look,
good.
look.
So you answer my question. I don't have to say anything else. I just want to know if you're with promoting the fuckery. And now I know you are. So it's disingenuous to create these parties and say we care about black women, this and this, and then bring the same people on here who create the fuckery and act like it's normal when really they're 50 living midlife crisis and they're barely making it to get over there, and to push it on the 25-year-olds and don't tell them to get their shit together and wait till they get older so they can go over there the right way. I've done all this traveling, I did all this learning, and I did that shit while I created myself something for tomorrow. And I'm just wondering when these old men gonna do the same thing. I respect what they doing
I've
because
met
they
people
played
in
their
this
cards.
space
I
that
just want to know when they're gonna put an end to the fuckery. If we're
Bro,
not gonna do that, then I don't know the point of
first
these
of all-
chats. I'm done talking.
First of all, bro, listen, man. You're gonna meet all types of people in this travel space, bro. I know guys that pull up
Pop
to
a fucking
Europe.
aneurysm the way he's thinking.
Yeah, I know guys that pull up to Thailand with $100 in their pocket. Not bros, but Europeans, and they make it happen, bro. Like your life is your life, your road is your road, your path is your path. Bro. Some people just are fed up, they're tired, and they just say, F it, I'm out. All right.
Oh man,
I read
we lost.
I read them go overseas and do what they gotta do to survive. Than to be in America fucking up shit, shooting up Walmarts and shit. Okay, going crazy. So listen,
having a duck from an active shooter
is your road. Your life is your life.
Yes, Derek Thomas. There is chicks in Iceland. I don't know why you said that, but it's fucking funny as fuck.
Looks like we lost him.
It's okay.
Like I
said,
whoa,
his name's Nancy.
Ronin, I understand what you were
Nancy.
saying yesterday.
Yeah,
Ronin, I understand what you were saying yesterday, man.
Okay.
Jeez Louise, man, I got a
Hey.
headache.
That's the female. I mean, that's the male equivalent of Zed right there. So they always gonna come at BMT's head.
Well, no,
BMT, you and I go way back.
Listen, he's
BMT.
an equal opportunity headhunter. He will hunt everybody's head.
Hey, I
But
wasn't ready
at the
for
same
that.
time,
but I
you got to
wasn't
make.
smoke.
But the whole thing is, you got to make sense when it comes down to it. You can only hold somebody accountable for so long, unless you're their direct relative. You can't make them do a goddamn thing. At the end of the day, we're all men. We're entitled to fucking make mistakes. We can announce that, hey, man, you might want to recheck or rethink the way you're processing things, but you can't make anybody do anything.
Sure. BMT, you and I go way back, man. You and I both knew Brother Charles. Am I correct?
Is it safe to talk now?
Yeah, we gotta wrap it up, man.
Yeah, you good, Maya. You good, Maya.
But go ahead, ladies. What do you think?
Man, let it run.
Damn.
Let it run. Well, you got somewhere to go? Let
I
this shit
mean,
run.
there
You
was
started
just
in
so
them.
much. I mean, I felt the smoke coming off the phone. I had to back away from it. I had to.
I'm waiting for a blood vessel or something to start squirting out and shit. I'm like, what the fuck?
Hey, I had to stick a fan by my phone, man. That's how hot things were
Who
getting.
set him?
I almost
Who
went
set
upstairs and
him
grabbed my
off?
vest.
Man, he came with the smoke off rip. BMT.
I don't know. You did something to him. BMT,
Who
you
pissed
all
in your,
Sunday
who
daddy,
pissed in
man.
your
You
coffee this morning?
That's the
Hey,
level of energy in certain rooms,
Ronin.
believe me. I can
Ronin,
tell you
did it
what.
feel like we were under fire?
Brittany
Did it feel like we were
is
under fire?
very used to that. Brittany is very used to that.
Ronin, did it seem like incoming to you? Did it seem
No,
like it was?
I knew.
Did it feel like incoming?
Like I said, I've been in Zed's room. I know Brittany is very used to it. That's how I met her. You know, it comes that way.
I need to link up with Zed. I like Zed. I need to find her.
I don't know. After a while, you might not. You might like her right now superficially, but I'm telling you, go in that room, you're gonna start cracking heads yourself.
I don't want to crack no heads. I'm done cracking.
I'm talking verbally.
I'm not. You know what? I'm not doing that anymore because it's really pointless.
Really?
But if you need to be calmed down, I'm retired. I got to spend my energy. I got to spend my energy doing more positive things like reaching out to women and discussing real topics.
Please start your YouTube channel. I would definitely support you if you're going that direction.
Real issues, real things, real topics, and handling it in an adult manner, opposed to. I mean, I would never create a podcast and tear black men down. I don't see what the
Well, then
benefit.
you don't want to be in Zed's room.
Oh, she do that? Oh no.
Oh yeah. That's what I said. You're not gonna go in there
Mia.
without cracking.
Maya,
I'd like to ask a question. Maya, excuse me. Thank you for the correction. You mentioned that there are some black men that don't know how to give back to the black community. So, that being said, how should black men give back to the black community? Now,
not doing things like this.
Before you answer that question, I want to paint the scenario.
Yes.
This scenario. So the black men that felt rejected by their own community, that have harbored similar experiences to mine, to where you were told you're not black enough, you act white, and those black men go and make it, but they still want to turn around and give back to their community. How do you propose that they do that?
Seek therapy, bro.
I mean, I've suffered from identity
that's
issues.
Giving back to the black community.
It's fixing yourself.
How's that giving back to the black community?
Every black person in the community needs to seek therapy. We all have fucking traumas. So yeah, that's actually giving back to the community by advising them, stop going to fucking church and trying to think God's going to fix all your goddamn issues and seek fucking therapy.
Those times.
Listen, we got Drew G and Cap. I know Cap has been waiting for a while, man. You got something you want to shine in, man?
Oh no, man.
And then we're gonna go to Drew G.
I'm taking it all in right now. Just listen to everybody.
Hey, bro, are you in the group? You in the
Okay.
Panther group?
Yeah, yeah,
You be want to post all the dope photos, right?
yeah, yeah. You
You
like
get the
that?
link? Okay, that's what's up, bro. That's what's
Yeah,
up.
man.
That's what's up. Dope content.
Drew G,
bro.
you got something?
Well,
You
we
got
about to end
something
the
you
show.
want to say, man?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you know, hey man, it's been a good
Who?
show,
Who
brothers.
said no?
I thoroughly enjoyed it.
I love these
Yeah, man.
conversations. I love these
Yeah, we're gonna
mature
have more like
adult conversations, bro. I love speaking with the guys and of course women on the panel, so we can kind of have a clear understanding of what we're doing out here. Like Passport Bros was not created to spite black women. It's not that wasn't the case at all. But women have to understand that it is a new day. The simp 90s and early 2000s is over, and guys are exercising their options. Therefore, if you want, like she said, it's your life. If you want to not compete globally, then that's fine. Do what you gotta do, hey, whatever. But just keep in mind that we're going global, and these other women from these other cultures will snatch up your man in 5 minutes flat. It is what it is.
Not my man.
Not your particular man. Not your particular man, but
Not my man.
I would say this. What you have to understand, if you're in the dating age of I guess, anywhere from 18 to 40, if you're in the dating age, just keep in mind that because of the internet, because of passports, you're dating globally. So you might
Baby,
have
my man know where home is.
have to come with it. You might have to come with it. If not, hey, what Kevin Samuels say?
Dog, die alone.
Well, they're not a fan of Kevin Samuels, man.
I mean, I really didn't entertain. I really didn't entertain the whole Kevin Samuels movement as well. Like I just saw a bunch of clips and a bunch of things that he said, and there was a couple panels that he had that I just didn't agree with. Now there was a lot of truth to a lot of the things that he said. So I don't take that lightly because it was things that Black women needed to hear. There were things that he said that Black men needed to hear as well.
Facts.
However, his delivery on some of that stuff was just like too far out for me. And
But
most of it,
we all agree, sugar and spice and everything nice is not the way to communicate to a lot of women.
I know, but telling the lady to rate herself, and she says that she's a 9, and he's like, nah, you a 4. Like that's super outlandish.
He had conversations that their family members should have had with them, but unfortunately, our family is broken. And we don't have the cold uncle or the cold auntie, like the auntie that say, "Hey, nigga, your beer belly sticking out too much," or "Get a better job, step your game," or the uncle saying, "Hey, baby girl, you know we love you, but hey, you ain't no."
Gone are the big mamas and the aunties on the block.
Saying,
Used to keep everybody
the
straight.
big mamas, they'll keep it real with you.
True.
You see what I'm saying?
True.
These women have these these unrealistic expectations.
But you know why? Because the men have given them that authority. I talk with delusional women. I talk to delusional women on a day-to-day basis, and I have other attractive women that I talk to on a day-to-day basis, and they're like, he likes trash. Or, one girl gets a guy with money and now she's a baddie and she look like shit. You get what I'm saying? So a lot of these,
Okay,
and I'm just saying.
I don't want to interrupt you, but why do you why do you think black men standards are so low? Why do you think that?
I don't know. I'm not a man, so you got to answer that.
It's because they haven't
glad
seen
you
nothing.
admit you
They haven't
acknowledge
seen nothing too better, bro. Like, I mean, not bro, but like they moms is hood rat. So what do you expect? Like, what do you expect for them? Have you seen some of these successful guys or rappers' moms, like NBA YoungBoy's mom, and like this is all they know. So they're gonna date low standards because they probably didn't have a classy mom. You know, that's what it is.
Yeah, but then you also have the ones who may have had classy moms, but they like trashy women, and then they go dating the trashy women, and then and then they infiltrate, you know, these upper echelon spots, and they ain't even got no business being there. Like you have no business being there, but because you know they come from that type of community before, they've gotten money and things like that, and able to live a luxury lifestyle.
Maya, are you saying that that there used to be checks and balances, and now those checks and balances are gone? Is that what
Correct.
you're alluding to?
Correct.
Now, I have to agree with you to an extent. Now, I'm going to give you scenes from two films. I'm a film buff, and for me, life imitates art, and the art of storytelling is seeing life through the eyes of another and sharing that story and that vision with the world. That being said, the film I'm Gonna Get You Sucker. Now, it was meant to be a comedy, but if you look beneath the surface, it was showing us just how bad we are looking. Now, there's a scene in there with the female character Cherry, where on first glance, man, she's a knockout. But then when you get behind closed doors and the mask comes off, you see the real her, and that man wants to get up and run. Not stick around and stay and understand, but run. And unfortunately, for every black woman that is physically attractive, everything about her is hers naturally. She didn't glue it, sew it, fuse it, surgically implant it on herself. She is being drowned out by the women that know how to put on the dog, metaphorically speaking, to draw men's attention. And men, we're visual. Let's be honest. Every man that sees a woman that he's like, damn, you know, he is willing to look past major red flags. And I won't lie, my first marriage, there were red flags that were sitting up there screaming, bad decision. My former coach in Taekwondo warned me, you walking into a trap. And I didn't listen because I saw what I saw. And man, I learned. And that's what a lot of these men are seeing. They're seeing that visual representation, and that's all they see until she pulls off the wig, she pulls off the eyelashes, pulls off the nails and everything else, and sees her. I'm like, oh man, what the fuck I get myself into? That's what we see. That's what's happening here.
All right, so social learning, you want to
there's
chime
no
in?
checks and balances.
Social learning, you want to chime in, and then we get to Brittany, and then I guess we can
Somebody's
close it
got
off.
some music in the background playing.
That's Andrew's music.
No, you can let Brittany go first, please.
Brittany,
I don't
grace us with your
have a-
presence, please.
Please.
I don't have a comment.
I just don't want to keep saying the same thing over and over again in these spaces, because that's essentially what we've been doing, talking about the same things. I personally, for myself, find it somewhat disingenuous when there's a lot of dudes, they come on, they say, I'm not saying anybody in particular or certain people, but I find there tends to be somewhat of an echo chamber and getting accused of. And I do understand what Mr. QB was saying about how Austin is going out there and not really showing how to, invest and what is his plan for the future. But people need to understand, one of the biggest problems we tend to have is we tend to, just like a parent might push a child to go to college over and over again, because in their time, that was the best way to be successful. But things are changing and things have changed. Social media is not this kind of plaything that you think that it is. There are people making serious money on it. They might act broke because it allows them to continue getting more money. Because imagine if I came on here and telling you I'm making $25,000 a month, you might feel less likely to donate to me or something like that. I'm not saying me particularly, but there are people making serious bank. And just similar to like an entrepreneur, because I own my own business and whole 401ks and things like that. You don't know what people are doing behind closed doors, investing in real estate or doing other things that they might not necessarily be speaking about in those spaces, because essentially some people are just not interested. It's not what get them the clicks. I understand just previous, I told people that I understand what Austin does, and they say, because that means you agree with it. Me agreeing why somebody's doing something because that's the way they make their money. There's a lot of people in this space, they tell you what you want to hear because that's the way they make their money. It is what it is. There's clickbaits, there's all these. It's like a game here. People that tell you actually the boring stuff, the stuff that's actually going to help you move to these countries and do better, you don't want to listen to them. A lot of people say, I don't want to listen. I don't want to see these creep cams. But if you look at the creep cam videos, they got like 1.2 million, 3 million views. Who's watching them? But if you look at a video that's showing you how to invest, how to do that, they got 2,000 views, if that. I've seen it time and time again. Again, people especially in the Black community, because that's where I'm part of, we're not investing in real content creators who's actually giving real value. That's not just going to be entertaining, but also show you how to actually get to where you want to go. A lot of people, okay, if you want to live vicariously through people, that's cool too. If you just want to go over there, have your one weekend of fun, become the weekend millionaire in DR, the weekend millionaire in Colombia and Brazil, understand that's your reality. You're going to keep coming back to the United States, and that's it. But if you plan on moving long term, you're going to be watching some very boring YouTubers who are not entertaining because they're giving you information that's actually going to be valuable. One of the reasons why I don't start YouTube, because I'm not for the bullshit. I enjoy laughing at it, but actually for my life, to day-to-day life, bro, I'm actually doing real shit behind the screen. I'm actually doing things. Just got 16 doors. I'm doing all these other things that if I would come on here and try to talk to people about, it's crickets. It's crickets, and it is what it is. There's a lot of clowns in the space. There's a lot of people who are grifters in this space, and I see it over and over again. And that's okay because that's how they're gonna make their money. And if you're dumb enough not to be able to see it, then you deserve to be part of with your money. It is what it is.
Talk about making money. I also got a business, and I got to run that shit right after the show. So I'm trying to.
Yes, I gave Floyd $200, and I did because again, I gave and he visited Gecko. Listen, I know about that. I know about that.
Was it a good investment? Was it a good return?
Floyd, I mean, he gave me my money back. I got a lot of my money back from Floyd, and basically, he paid me back $410 or $420, and also the entertainment I got out of it. Again, it's just I pay for my entertainment. You know what I mean? I pay for my entertainment. I understood what it is in the beginning. Yes, my motivation was to help above it because I do understand in the Black sector, there's not a lot of support when it actually comes to when you're trying to create and be something. So I try to be that for people because I know what it's like to be nothing and trying to be something. So was he doing trippy things and things that I agree with? Yes. Just because I'm supporting doesn't mean I agree with every single thing that you do. But when I know that he was not needing help, he was just being a complete fuck up and completely making that community look bad on purpose and not evolving, then again, that's when I switched it to the clown show that it is. I told him many times, you're a clown show, be a clown show. If people are going to keep supporting you, there's a bunch of people that keeps doing this and that. It is what it is. It is what it is. But I am at one point, I'm actually focused right now, and I'm doing the whole hostel video. Earlier, somebody stated something about staying in cheap places. Stop trying to look like the Joneses because that's how you go broke. Stop that. Stop checking people.
Roger that.
There's people that
Airbnbs are expensive.
When you go on vacation, you don't have to spend all this exorbitant money to look rich. You know what? If you spend less money, that means you could go twice more vacations. I stay in a hostel because that's what I enjoy. Motherfuckers with big dicks ain't gotta tell people they got big dicks. All right, you don't know that got money. This dude paid off his family's house. This guy pays his family house. He does things in the behind. I talk to Ace. Ace is a cool dude, and he makes his money, and he don't show off and brag and try to show all this crap. You only going every weekend or the other weekends, yes, you can spend all that money because you're going on one trip a year. This is his life, so he's sustaining it and also investing in the background. Stop trying to show. In the Black community, we have this idea. We'll go and stay at a $700 a night hotel room just so we can look good about it. And the same white people are staying in hostels or staying in cheap places and going more places, seeing a lot more things and coming back with money in their pockets. A lot of us go on vacation using these you pay per month or something like that for these elaborate vacations. Why?
Yeah. Timeshare. That's a timeshare.
Not timeshare. I'm telling you, like similar to like a renter center, but they have these like apps that you could just they give you a limit and people are paying for their flights on credit and things like that. Not even credit cards, but like this weird credit thing. Ooh. And there's a lot of people that do that behind the scenes, but if you see them, they're posting the right pictures and doing that. That's stupid. That's stupid. I shop at Goodwill on Wednesdays because it's half off. It is what it is. That's not where I like my money to go. But I've been to 50 countries.
Hey, one question. I forgot what your handle was on here because I wanted to leave you my email address. I'm interested. I'm always looking for potential business opportunities.
Listen,
so you piqued my curiosity.
That's Social Loner. That's what I go by. It's on Instagram. I'm still currently trying to get access to my order. That's Social Loner. Because I'm a very social loner. I'm a social person, but I can be by myself. You know what I mean? I'm self-sustainable. And again, then a lot of people in the space, you got to be careful because I make my own money and this is not my thing of income. I can tell you what the fuck I want to tell you. I'm gonna tell you the truth again because Similar as I tell women, a lot of women don't hear the truth because a lot of dudes try to fuck them. So therefore, they cannot tell them the truth because some people are not your friends just because they tell you the nice things that you want to hear. Most your real friends tell you the things you don't want to hear. Let's be honest about it. That's just the way it is, though. But I'm gonna continue be here. Y'all keep doing your thing. You know,
Hey, social loaner. Social loaner. My email. I put my email address in it. I put my email address in the chat.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait. Let BMT go ahead and say goodbye and give his little closing thoughts.
Go ahead, BMT.
Great conversation, man. Appreciate you coming on. I love conversations like this, like mature adult conversations. I even invite some of the smoke as well. It's very entertaining, man. So peace. Great show once again. Till next time, fellas.
All right, BNC.
Stay safe out there, brother.
Thank you.
Peace.
Thank you, man.
Social loaner. I left my email address in the chat. In the chat for this.
All right, so Coach, you guys, you want to say some last words, man? Because we about to close this off.
Of course, certainly. One, I want to thank you for allowing me to appear on this channel. Ronin, it was an honor to speak with you again, stand beside you again, a fellow veteran. Ladies,
yes, sir.
Please, if you have any effect on the sisterhood, please raise your voices. If you can change the narrative, then I have every faith, based off of what I've heard in this discussion, that you'll be able to reach some ears. Please keep at it. I yield the floor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Coach. I appreciate it. Okay. Let's go to Kat, man. You got anything? Last words, man. Any inspirations?
Man.
You're the youngest traveler on here, man. You gotta represent for the young dudes.
Oh, definitely, man. But we gotta learn from elders. So I'm sitting back and I'm listening. I'm taking in all of the knowledge, seeing. It was good that you had a couple ladies on here. I get to see their perspective. Learned a lot. For the advice dude gave me, appreciating as always, man. I love the shit you're doing, man. Keep it up. You know what I mean?
Appreciate you, man.
Salute.
I'm trying to do it, man. Man, I appreciate you, Kat.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, this was a very intriguing and lovely way to do my laundry and chores.
Yeah. How'd you like this panel versus the other one you've been on?
You already know. I can't deal with that fool.
All right. Let's keep it real. Is it really a love-hate relationship going on?
Listen, I don't know.
Oil and vinegar, brother.
I don't know, but he's oil and vinegar with a lot of people. But my whole thing is when the men on the panel say the exact same thing that I said, he doesn't argue with them. He argues with me. And my whole thing is that we were having a great discussion. I mean, and I even listened to it again because I said, I'm going to take accountability where accountability is due. Let me see where I took a left turn to ignite somebody and where did I warrant this kind of energy. So, he just spazzed on me because I wasn't in agreement with him, but that's not what conversations are always meant for agreements. And it's just like it's like he said some things to me that didn't really rub me the wrong way. And it's like you're on a YouTube channel and you're on a whole panel and you're projecting these things about me that's not true. Because you never got to know me. Like I've been joining these panels for, as a matter of fact, Memorial Day weekend this weekend made a year that I jump on every now and then.
Okay.
And I've never had any issues with anyone else. I have amicable conversations with you, with Roland, with BMT, with other people. And yes, come on, like I'm gonna fuck with y'all a little bit to get some shits and giggles and kicks or whatever. But
she does.
I love the shits.
But it's not with intent to harm. But when you got intentions to harm and degrade somebody, like you kind of lose me there.
Of course. Yeah, we like the bullshit sometimes on the channel, man.
Yeah, why not? I mean, it's fun, it's funny, and it gives it a little spice. But
yeah, you gotta have a little bit of shit in your life sometimes,
I mean,
why you gotta put it over their faces though? That's wrong.
I mean, I like it. I mean, I'm gonna take a break because I'm getting ready to go on a spiritual journey.
Okay.
So I'm disconnecting from my phone a little bit.
You You going up to the hills of the Himalayas, or is it a local like spiritual journey?
No, just a local spiritual journey. Like just really taking a break from everything. I think I'm suffering from burnout.
Mm.
I
Well, I
It's
work a
good that
lot.
you recognize that. It's good that you can recognize that. I wish a whole bunch of
Yeah.
other brothers and sisters will recognize that as well.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with taking a spiritual journey. You know, sometimes we all need it. Sometimes in our lives, you know.
Then I talk to a lot of people at work, a lot of intoxicated people. Then I fuck around and get intoxicated with them, which
Listen, let me tell you something, man. I love Mary Jane. Okay, I absolutely love her. That's my remedy. Some people say, "Hey, I don't know why, Drew, why you smoke that shit." I said, "Listen, it calms my nerves. I ain't dealing with the outside world. I'm chilling."
but that's cool. But I like to drink and get a little saucy.
Everybody's got their peas, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I'm taking a break from the sauce. I'm taking a break from social media, and I just really want to hone into myself and, like really focus on my fitness journey and things like that. Work on my business. I told you I got a food truck. I need to hone in on that, get that started. That's definitely going to be a part of my
What style
social
of food do you cook?
So
You want to promote
it's
your
a-
business? You can put it out there. I mean, if you want.
So it's a. Am I able to send you a picture of it?
Yeah, I also want to promote another business too for a lot of you guys too. Let me actually put it up here because a close family member does this. So these are some remedies, herbal remedies. So if you guys
Oh,
are interested
cool.
in that, yeah.
I'm big time into that.
Yeah,
I
me
do
too.
moringa powder. I do a lot of
Moringa
different
powder.
things. Man. I'm super fucking healthy.
So I'm gonna
big dude.
Yeah, I have a close family member of mine that's promoting this business. So you guys definitely check it out. It's helped me with my blood pressure. And it's natural. All this is just straight from the earth, natural. No added reserves. No enhanced
bee
performance
bread,
pill.
too.
None of that.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go ahead and put this in the chat. So you guys can go ahead and check this website out. It's called. I'm sorry. And yeah. So
So are they
let me put-
shipping that directly from the West Indies, or is that something local
Right, this-
to?
This is actually
Because I
from
know
the
that's where
islands
the
and,
moringa plants. Yeah, the moringa plants and the leaves
Moringa
from
plants.
the moringa tree are right there in a lot of the Caribbean islands, which is super healthy for your body.
Right. Exactly. So I've been taking these because I'm it's no secret. I'm diabetic. You know what I'm saying? So I've been taking these and these have been helping me out a lot with my sugar levels. So I've been pretty good with that. So I haven't been taking any doctor's prescription pills. I've been just taking natural remedies, and I've been great.
Right.
So definitely check this
Do
out, man.
y'all
This is
see
good.
these chats?
See what?
The chat's still going on. No, DeMarcus.
Oh yeah.
I mean, Mr. Dawkins, if you're still here, I didn't take that comment personally. You asked a question, and I answered you. I don't feel no way. You asked a question, I answered you. I don't feel any way.
So do you,
And then
Maya? Do you want to? I'm sorry to interrupt, but do you want to promote your business?
I do. I'm gonna
Okay.
send it to you. I'm gonna send it to you. I'm gonna join y'all on the next panel, but it's a mobile grill. So I'm not frying any foods. It's gonna be grilled wings, some salad, some wraps, quesadillas. The only thing that I'll be frying is French fries. I'm gonna have some Cajun
What type of
fries.
oil are you frying it in?
I got
That
this
matters.
oil from
That matters.
no, it's not. It's not a soybean.
Mhm.
It's peanut. It's a peanut oil.
Okay.
Because all the other things is like a synthetic blend. So I'm doing Parmesan truffle fries. I'm doing Cajun fries, loaded fries, but everything is gonna come off the grill. So grilled
What
chicken
part
breast.
of Atlanta are you in?
So I'm on the north side of Atlanta, Gwinnett County. So right now I've been running into a few issues with licensing because in Miami it's a lot different. You have the inspectors come out They inspect your truck, they make sure it's operating, got fire suppression, all that good stuff. But here in Atlanta, they want you to own a restaurant in order to have a food truck. And if
Mhm.
you don't own a restaurant, they want you to have like a food commissary. But the food commissaries are anywhere between $1,900 to $2,200 a month.
That's a clean room where you can go in and cook your food and whatever and prepare it
Right,
and
but
then
I don't
everything is prepped, right?
necessarily need that. I don't need that
Mhm.
because I spent $30,000 on the truck. It's self-containing. I don't need anywhere to cook. Everything that I'm going to
Did
cook
you
is
just
there.
have to go to the health department and get the truck certified?
You can't unless you have this commissary.
Wow.
They won't even give
That
you. They
sounds
won't.
like a fucking little catch
Yeah,
22
they won't. They
for the
won't
devil.
give you. They won't even give you a license until you get the commissary. But I believe that I found another way around it, because if I solicit private businesses, which there are a lot of those here, there's a lot of warehouses, there are a lot of there's a lot of businesses here. So if I solicit them privately and I'm catering, quote unquote, to their business, then I'll be able to do it.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm targeting more of these business parks. You know how where they have like call centers and warehouses
Mhm.
and stuff like that. So I want to be in those areas where the employees don't necessarily have to leave to go out for lunch, that I can, provide their lunch there.
Plus, it's a more healthier alternative than
Right.
a lot of the fried foods and fast foods they would have access to.
So
Are
no
you
grills.
conscious about the type of meat you're buying? Are they organic? Are they farm raised versus?
It's farm
Mm.
raised. The meat is farm raised. The salmon and the shrimp is wild caught.
Good. Good.
I'm getting my food from US Food and Cisco, because they
Right.
have a will call down in Fayetteville, which I wouldn't mind to drive because I can get everything that I need and kind of, move around the city a little bit. But as far as like being out at night and catering to like nightclubs and drunk people, I'm really in an attempt to get out of that energy.
Yeah, I understand that. You deal with it at work and the restaurant. Why would you want to deal with it in
And
your
they're
own?
not so bad there because I work at a steakhouse.
Mhm.
But and that's why I chose the steakhouse, because I don't have to deal with it so much. But of course, you still got the guys that, get drunk
So
and know
Maya,
everything.
so let me ask you something, Maya, and this goes to you also, Brittany. If a man wants to gain your attention, and let's just say he finds you he's genuinely interested in you, what would he have to do to get your attention?
For me, I I don't have social media. So for me, and I really don't get out the house, but if I frequent a coffee shop or something like that and he's seen me there several times, if he were to come over and be like, "Hey, I see you, we come here at the same time or whatever, and I was wondering if you want to sit with me or whatever." It also, like, I don't
But
know,
doesn't
just
that come
like,
off a little bit creepy though? Because he's been there several times watching you.
for me, no.
Okay. But some men may think that.
Are you a
That's
regular
what
at the
I'm
coffee
saying.
shop where they know your order when you walk through the door?
No.
Oh, okay.
But I used to go there to study when I used to go there to study.
Oh, okay.
So I'm saying if I
Okay.
see him and he see me often or whatever, not, I don't find that creepy. I see how it could be taken as that, but I was just like, oh, whatever. But I don't know. Another way, I mean, if I were to be at the club, he can come holler at me at the club. I'm not my best way, I honestly I don't mind guys talking to me at the gas station. I haven't gone to the gas station in a minute.
So
So
you
as
wouldn't
far as like,
you wouldn't give him the stinking attitude. You wouldn't be rude and disrespectful to
no,
him,
because like
even if
I
he's not
said, like
attractive.
I'm used to guys from where I'm from. Like I said, I do guess I have like a hard exterior, but I'm used to guys being like, yellow dress or whatever, like, you look good or whatever. And I'd be like, oh, okay. So I don't I don't mind that, but like, I can see why some women would
Look
be
at that.
afraid of that.
Hey girl, you look good
Yeah,
over there, girl. Hey,
I don't mind that as long as he not like I want to, saying something
come over here,
disrespectful.
girl. Come over here
What
with
part
your
of the
fat
country
Yeah,
ass.
you from, Brittany? What part of the country you in?
Little Rock, Arkansas.
That's how they
Wow.
talk.
Yes,
Arkansas.
They talk like that in Arkansas?
yes,
Come over here,
Wow.
girl.
I'm shocked.
yes, yes. So, and I seen this post one day. They was like, "Girl, if you need to feel good about yourself, go to the gas station or go to the corner store in the hood." I'm like, they
Oh
sure be
shit.
out there. They sure be out there. Now, some people might say those aren't the best candidates or whatever, but like you just asked me if a guy wants to approach me. But I don't know, like, I don't know.
What
It's gonna
about
be kind of. You said what?
no, go ahead. Go ahead. Continue.
I don't know. Oh, I be going to little trail rides or bonfires, so that
Do
way
you
too. Or
believe in LDRs?
what's that? Long distance
Long distance
relationship?
relationships.
Yeah, I actually would prefer. I'm not gonna say like well, I guess I would prefer one. I don't know. That's just me. I'm not super duper like gotta be attached to my person all the time. Like I
They
don't
say
mind.
distance makes the heart grow fonder.
Exactly.
I
Like I
believe
don't
that.
mind missing my
I'm a
man.
true believer in that.
Yeah, I
What
don't
about
mind
you,
missing
Plus,
Maya?
my.
it's easier to vet somebody that way.
What about you, Maya? I mean, how would you like a guy to approach you if he's
Oh, she
genuinely
ain't.
interested?
Mm-mm.
I want him to be nice and genuine and a gentleman. Hello, not yelling at me. Like that is gonna scare me. Like, why are you yelling, sir?
So if a guy's like looking at you, smiling at you, do you think that scares you off? Would you give him the
I'm a,
intimidated look
if
that
I'm
you
if
have
I'm
right now in your
interested,
icon?
I'm gonna smile back, but I'll smile like if he's like, hey, I'm gonna be like, hey, I'm not just gonna be like, that whole thing. But if he approaches me, I will tell if I'm interested or not. I'm gonna actually play into it, but if I'm not, I won't.
Oh, okay.
I've heard guys talk about the nuclear rejection thing, and I'm guessing that means like a hard like get out of my face or whatever.
Oh, damn.
I wouldn't
They're
do
doing
that.
that now?
That's what I've heard on another panel. They were talking about nuclear rejections, and I'm like, I would like to see how you approached her and why she would do that. Like, did you come up behind her at Walmart while she was putting her case of water in the back of her car like a guy did me before? I was
No,
putting
but
a case of
sometimes you don't have.
water.
But
I was
sometimes you don't
putting
even have to. Yeah,
He
go ahead. I'm
literally stood behind you while you were bending over
Yes.
to put a case of water in the
Yes,
car.
I was putting a
That's
case of
wow.
water in the back. I was putting a whole pack of like 32 or whatever in the back of my car. So, I'm bent over putting it into my car, like in the back seat. And I come up and he's there. And I was like, I flipped. Like I flipped out. He was like, oh, I was just trying. I said, bro, you right behind me, like on my behind. No.
Yeah, that's happened to me
I
before
said, if you was
too.
trying to holler at me, if you was trying to talk to me, you could have stood at the front of my car. But you behind me when I'm bent over in the back seat of my car.
So creepy, so
So
nasty.
let me ask you ladies a scenario, okay? Because this happened to me. I was at the gym the other day, right? At Planet Fitness.
Oh,
And
don't come to me at the gym. My bad.
I was using one of these workout machines, the ones that you pull in. You work on your I guess your abdominal area. So there's this chick. She came by. She was using the workout machine too, but she bent over right in front of me, right in front of me. Big old rotundous ass right in front of me, right? How the fuck can I not look? And she did it on purpose because she knows there's a bunch of guys out here using the exercise machine. So what I'm saying is, you don't want to look because if you look, then they could be like, oh, like, why are you staring at me? Why are you looking at what I'm doing? And next minute they get offended. So how do you avoid those situations if you're a man?
Shit, man, I'm glad I'm not a man because as a female, I'd be looking all up her behind. I ain't even gonna stunt. I'd be to say something like, "Girl, you got a
Yeah,
fat ass."
if you been over in front of a man, you asking for it.
They
Like
do that
Exactly.
honestly.
heavy in the gym.
But
They
like
wear
you
these
said
tight
though, if he were to
spandex.
address that, then she gonna be like, "Oh my god, I'm a lady." But yeah, I
They be
don't.
doing this
Yeah.
heavy in the gym.
Honestly, I say just stare at it. Honestly, I don't care. And if she were to say something, I'd be like, "Well, it's out there, So
But guess what? I didn't look. A lot of guys weren't looking, and guess what? She noticed that we weren't looking, so she started to come closer to us just to see
hell
if we could look.
no.
This shit was crazy. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, yo, these females really doing this shit.
And I've been seeing like the run club thing too. And I know I mentioned the coffee shop thing, but what I wanted to say is like, it's about your intent. If you're a genuine guy and you literally been seeing me come to this coffee shop and that's your story and you're genuine about that, then do that. But not know like how I see guys saying, oh, all the baddies be at the run club, so I'm gonna go there. Like that for me, the gym is my safe space. Working out is my safe space. I'm very vulnerable in the gym. Don't come up to me like a guy has done before and tell me to take off my headset because you're trying to talk to me in the middle of me working out.
Oh
If you trying to if you trying to holler at me at the gym, my thing with the gym is if I clearly see you and you see me in the gym often, and say for instance if it's been a month. But like I said, some people just want instant satisfaction. They just trying to smash right then or whatever, which I get that. But if you see me at the gym and you see me around or whatever, catch me when I'm finna leave or something. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you about I don't know. It just
How do you
seems
find good women that are not just trying to fuck all the time? Because I talked to a couple fellas, and I can even testify this myself too. Because I don't really like too many females that's too easy. Because if you coming at me throwing shit at me, I'm thinking to myself, well, how many guys have you done this before too? You know what I'm saying? And there's some females that do that. So how do you avoid that? How do you know if this woman has genuine intentions on, hey, I'm feeling you, versus, hey, I'm doing this because I want attention from you, and I'm doing this because everybody's giving me attention?
that's a good question. Short answer. For me, I be at the house. I'm not gonna stunt. Like you're not gonna find me. Like I just be at the crib.
You just be at the house?
I do. I be at the house because
You're an introvert, in other words.
because for me. But if I were to go out, to find a woman,
See, now you see where we're coming from.
honestly,
Let's make it a little more difficult. Where's a good place minus a club or a bar?
I'll say a bonfire or a trail ride. I'm a country girl, so I'm gonna go with that.
Okay.
So
And then if you see a girl that's out there dancing, you can go up to a couple guys like, "Who is that girl over there dancing?"
Don't you dare say church, Nagmeezy. Stop it.
That's a
church is where women are vulnerable too, and women take that as creepy too. So,
what about you, Maya? I mean, where can the guys find the good women at that they could be attractive, but they just ain't about trying to get smutted out through everybody in the church choir?
Wine bars, jazz festivals, picnics, art shows, networking gatherings.
Okay, all right.
what I really wanted to say was too, like, just because they're in those places doesn't mean that they not on that time. But I get where she's coming from though. Like, go to a jazz bar, comedy club, stuff like that. But it's,
I mean, you won't know until you get to know her.
Exactly. So
that's true.
And sometimes that's the worst.
It might be.
Oh man, it's hard out here for a man. Shit.
It's hard out here for women too. It's just hard.
Damn it. Where do you find the love? When all it is just stuff being thrown at me. I don't even know if it's serious or not.
Nobody knows.
I think, hey man, some people say they rather go for ugly women or unattractive women because they make them feel better. They ain't got to worry about them sleeping around. You know what I'm saying? What do you think of that?
They
You
be
say
saying
what?
ugly. They be
What was
saying
it?
the ugly women be getting smashed around too.
That's
So
what I'm saying.
The heavy set ugly women. You know what I'm saying?
Oh Lord, why'd you do that, bro?
I'm just
Come
saying, bro.
on.
Like this just
Now
dudes.
my eyes are burning. God damn it.
I'm sorry, man. Listen,
Oh my God. Does
I'm
that
just
thing
saying
down?
they say no. These are what guys are doing now. They're saying that the unattractive women are treating them
You know how
better.
many years I've
And they-
gone without having to look at something like that, bro, in a
this is
picture?
this is
Man,
honest truth, man. I can't
I
lie.
don't
I'm
like
just,
that guys be saying that. That's mean.
but they just say, well, I mean, they say it's less insurance policies that they got to pay. I mean, they don't have to worry about any problems, any issues. I guess they feel that unattractive women are a little bit better than to maintain. I mean, what do you guys think of that? What's your? Do
I
you think
guess
that's
they don't. I guess I'm just assuming they don't want bad bitch problems.
they don't want bad bitch problems? Too much of a headache.
You think they're not motivated?
You got to really be a secure man to be with an attractive woman. If not, it's just gonna go
That's
down the
very
drain.
true. That's
And I
very
will
true.
say this, because I thought of this yesterday. Like I was saying yesterday that I wanted like a masculine man. Obviously, this word keeps getting thrown around, masculine, masculine. And somebody was like, "Oh, so you like street dudes?" And I'm like, "No, I don't like street dudes. But what I'm saying is like I want to feel that I can be protected, not like on no crazy hyper masculine level. But what I'm saying is too, as far as like the body type or whatever. I've even had a guy, several men tell me they were like, "Yeah, I'm gonna have to go to the gym if me and you gonna go out." Because the guy,
Right.
it's especially like, because the one guy was trying to take me out in Atlanta, and he was like, "Nah, you can't come down here because I'm not." He was like, "I ain't been in the gym, and I'm not gonna be able to fight if I have to because I know they're gonna be on you." And I'm just like, "Oh Lord." So, yeah.
I mean, hey, it's just reality. Some men like older women. Some men like women that are grandmas and stuff, and are older women because maybe they're just getting treated better. I mean, do you think these guys, maybe they want to have an attractive woman that's younger, but maybe they're suffering, they're having issues with finding that? Do you think it's something? Do you think that's a self issue thing, or do you think it's just how society's kind of pointed out to be?
I think it's a self thing. It's confidence. A lack of thereof.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Well,
because I feel like I'm not gonna say any guy can have a baddie, but like there be some baddie women with quote unquote ugly men. So
Listen, I see it every day. I see it. I see some very attractive men with some not so attractive women, and I'm like, what the hell? Like, how did this happen?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe she doing other things that the attractive women ain't really doing.
Or I see a lot of attractive women with not so attractive men either. I guess it's what works for you. Like, sometimes it's not always physical attraction. Sometimes it's the way the person treats you,
Or
how they make you feel.
maybe sometimes it's just the dick.
It could be. Some women paying for that too. So I don't know why these men talking about they shelling out all of this money because the women paying.
Jamaica, Lord.
yeah. Yeah. Yes, it's hard to I don't
The day I buy sex from a man is the day I just need to just call it quits.
For real?
Wow.
I heard the baddies be at Target too.
Yeah.
You want to go to Jam
Rock?
Rock? You want to go to Jam Rock and buy some ding dong, some mandingo?
No, I would not. That's something that I've been getting for free my whole life now.
So you and your
Yeah, you
girls
sound
would
like
take a trip
Ice
out there?
Cube. Me.
Huh?
Two things I won't pay for.
Y'all wouldn't be tricking out there in Jamaica?
Hell no. For what? Y'all men be giving it out like it ain't nothing. So why would I do that?
Yeah, you
Maybe
giving it out
different.
like water.
No.
No.
Mm-mm.
I'm not gonna stunt though. They do be fine and the accent is enticing, but it's just like I'm cool.
I can't. I couldn't imagine. Like I said, if I'm in a relationship and my man's been showing up for me and something happens and we hit hard times or he doesn't have it.
You're
Yeah,
right
I'll
about
do
that,
it.
Mr. Dawkins. I've seen quite a few fine ones up in the Home Depot.
Yeah,
They know
because
where to find their man.
we be trying to fix our own stuff.
He said they're the employees and the customers.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. There be some fine little ones over there in Walmart. They be going there dressing up. Like, what the fuck you need to go to a club for?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you really just gotta go out and like just be enjoying yourself. That's my thing. Like, that's my whole thing. I'm like, I'm gonna attract my husband. I'm not gonna keep looking. Like, I'm gonna just put myself in these nice, places or just going out and hopefully I bump into him. That'll be nice. So, or maybe somebody will refer me to somebody. I don't know.
Well, girl, you ain't gonna find them in the house. You got to go outside.
That's what I'm saying. No, like when I leave the house, like if I leave the house, I'll go walk by the river and go on
I love
trail
doing
runs.
stuff like that too. If I
Yeah.
found,
Men be
that's
doing that?
very nice.
Men be out there walking by the rivers. Y'all be finding a lot of
Yeah.
men out there. Really?
Yeah, there do be guys out there, yeah.
I'm sure.
You
They
got
got
guys that
there's a whole bunch of fishermen sitting there fishing on the side of the river.
you got Stone Mountain here in Atlanta. You got Kennesaw. You got the ATV track where they be at all the time. Ron ATVs on the weekend.
Hey.
You got they're everywhere.
Hey, Mr. Deck is giving away the game for sure.
Yep.
Because he
He
said
sure
that's
is.
how he said, ma'am, can I help you lift you in your car? I swear to you, that's how I got a guy one time.
Oh shit.
Or that's how he got.
That's nice.
Wait a
In
minute.
the
That's how
gas
he got you,
station,
Brittany. That's how he
Exactly.
got
That's how
you.
he got me. I about to
Yeah.
say, yeah. Yes. Well,
and the
maybe
gas station thing, it's like if you're trying to approach me, at least offer to not pay for my gas, but pump it. If you know I already went in there and paid, and you trying to hold up my time, at least talk to me while you pumping it.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Some of
So
them
you
gas
like
things
you like
cost
you,
100.
you like
Sometimes
them. You like them talking to you while they pumping it, huh?
Just talk to me while you pumping it.
Damn, bro.
Yes. Don't be talking to me and you looking at me with this damn gas handle in my hand. Like,
Right.
you want to take
Right.
this?
Right. You want to just pump that gas, pump it, and talk
Right, let
to
me
you.
see. Let me see how you handle
Shut
that.
up, Andrew.
What you like? Hey, baby, let me put that nozzle stick in real quick. Oh, there
Give
you
you that
go.
super supreme.
Yeah.
But yeah, as soon as I
I'm a
saw
runner
him
for
in that
me.
truck and he was parking, I was like, yeah, he looked good. I had seen him in that truck. I was like, yeah, he looked good. He finna stop and try to help me with this. And lo and behold, I was like, yeah.
And those are just small. Those are very small gentleman gestures. Holding the door for me, catching the door for me, pumping my gas, helping me lift something heavy. Like that's a really good start.
But I will say, some might say, well, what happened to him? He was just trying to smash. A lot of dudes just be trying to smash. A lot of people just be trying to smash these days. So you just got to keep the hope alive and just.
So let's clear that up.
But that could be said.
No,
that
no,
could
no.
be
Wait a
said
minute.
for
Wait. Let me clear that up real quick. Because we know how society is now. If they were honest about it, would it be a problem?
No.
Thank you. These guys think they got to fucking lie.
That's what I'm saying. He let me know that. The Home Depot guy, we went on a date. He was like, he just kind of insisted on taking me on a date. And we planned it probably like 2 days later. And it was at a restaurant in the same parking lot as the Home Depot. But it was like a big shopping mall. So it was appropriate. But he just was straight up.
So let me ask y'all. Let me ask everybody in the panel this question. Do you believe these days that women are more aggressively sexually than men are?
It depends. Honestly, it depends if I'm ovulating or not. If I'm ovulating, you might be able to get it. If not, I'm
That's
just probably.
true, but most other women, they very straightforward. Yes, they're very aggressive sexually.
I've noticed that too, even in the course of dating, that women are more. They're more like into sex. They're more sexual than anything.
And that's sad. Oh.
And to be honest with you, it's like, yeah, it's a turn on, but at the same time, it's like, what is?
But I haven't pushed. I don't push myself up on nobody. But if you approach me, I don't know what I'm gonna do. But I tend to stop myself. I'm like, you ovulating bitch. You don't want him.
Yeah, but until he says those, hey, all he got to do is just say the
Damn,
right
really?
word, and it's a wrap. Though.
But I've met men that I've just been like, well, damn, like the chemistry is there. Like tonight, now, like we leaving right this minute. Like, yes, I'm going.
Hey,
I'm
but
going right now.
if a
Yeah.
man says the right type of words, he's gonna get you though.
Those are facts.
Like, damn, you smelling good, your nails clean, you dress well, you speak well, your teeth look nice, you looking a little glittery in the eyes, your eyes looking glossy. Like, we going now? Right
Okay.
now?
Remember earlier you asked her what kind of specifications she wanted a man? She just named them all off right there.
But for me though, like I'm not doing that. Not knocking, any woman that does, but for me and where I'm at, like I just be chilling.
I don't care if you got an outfit from Target. I don't care if you got on Izod or fucking whatever it is
Not
that men wear.
eyesight. Damn.
Whatever it is, if you nice and clean and your clothes are pressed, you have on clean shoes, you smell good, like that's really, really important to me.
Mm-hmm.
So what if he's a deep talker and he knows how to say the certain words to kind of get you aroused as well as smelling good?
I done got caught. I done got hit.
Man, that's
I done
it.
got hit.
Hey, Barry
combos.
White was getting a
I
lot
done
of
got
women
hit.
just because of that voice. You get that voice, man.
That's it. It's a wrap.
Hey, listen, Cupid done
Plenty of
shot me right
women.
in the heart. Here we go.
Hey,
You
but
get a woman in here first, it's over with.
educated Tyrone doesn't. He doesn't beg a differ. He says saying the right words means nothing. What you think?
He says she either likes you or she doesn't.
That's really it.
That is true.
That's true.
A woman, and just like when a man knows what his intentions are with the woman, a woman knows when she's going to be intimate with a man.
I said within 15 seconds of her putting her eyes on her.
But not necessarily, because with men sometimes it's different.
All he
because
can do is disqualify himself after that.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I'm gonna agree with that, Ronin.
Just saying. You're your own worst enemy.
Yeah, because some of these guys start off real good, and it'd be like, come on,
They
bro.
start talking, they losing brownie points every second they start talking or not talking right.
You know what scares me the most though is when people say they love you after you do something or say something to them, and they don't even know you. They barely know you.
That's
but
a
you
love
may say
bomb.
you may say certain things that and y'all like gel with each other through conversations. So what I do most of the time, and I'll tell you my experience dealing with women, what I do most of the time when they say I love you, I say, what do you love about me? You don't even know me. Like, what is there to love? You don't know shit about me. Because I had decided to.
I think that's a little trick or a test on the chick to see if she can love bomb you to get you to go for her. And then it's the setup after that. You a sucker.
Facts.
Yeah, I wouldn't even ask her what does she love about me. Like that's
Right.
that's like
a sucker
okay,
move.
wrap this up. What did Drewski say?
Right.
Get her out of here. You just wrap this up. Oh yeah, we can hug. Yeah, everything's great. Yep. And block her. Never talk.
I don't even get mad when they do that shit. I just be questioning them like, you really believe your own shit?
That mean you laid the pipe like a plumber, pretty much.
I've done it before, like I did. You know what I'm saying? I did. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you. I laid it down good, but sometimes they lose their minds. What can I say?
Don't say that too loud. Kim 123 might come after you because you took his
come on
to Orlando.
Come on, man.
I mean, to Magic Mountain is what nowadays.
Come on, man. We're not talking
what you did?
What you did,
Andrew?
He calls this situation Magic Mountain. So let's just get that out there.
Pause. Flag on the play. Flag on the play. Flag on the play. All she wanted was Disney
talk about
tickets.
It? He's a gentleman. He doesn't like to talk about things like that.
All she wanted was Disney tickets, so I gave her.
Is that what you're calling it now? Your Disney ticket?
I gave her.
You gave
her pass. I gave her her pass. Her pass. She wanted some Disney tickets, so I gave it to her.
You hear how Disney is sounding like something else?
Yeah, we're talking in code.
Yeah, we are. Disney tickets.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Magic Mountain. it's like some kind of ride. And when you associate rides to something, what are you associating that with?
Whatever type of ride she like going on, man. Like she like Disney. What can I
That's what
say?
I'm saying. Code all day.
Fucking horrible, man.
This is funny.
She's a wonderful, nice lady compared to her brother, and why her brother envies black men. I see why. So yeah. But those are the type of things you kind of deal with when you're dealing sometimes interracially. You always have a
Okay,
brother.
I was picking that up too. Okay.
Yeah, you got a brother. You got somebody that doesn't like you. You know. So what can I say?
Interesting.
No moreno pinga aquí. No.
Oh my goodness. Waffle House is a nice place to meet someone too. Late at night.
It sure is.
Late at
That's
night.
the most ratchet place you could ever meet
yeah.
somebody. That's
Look,
ratchet as hell. Waffle
But
place?
see, I guess it's because I'm clatchet. I like to say I'm clatchet. You know, I am.
Hell no.
Classy ratchet.
I don't know because
I'm sorry,
Waffle
I'm gonna have
House.
to steal your Candyland idea, Maya.
Have you seen
I
girls
like
at
that
2 o'clock
Candyland thing.
in the morning at the Waffle House? What they be doing, especially in Atlanta,
I be by myself.
in
Well,
Orlando?
first of all, there's a lot of Waffle Houses here in
Oh,
a
you
lot
know
of
this
different.
ass is super fat.
Oh, damn.
I just be waiting on my to-go order. So
I
Well,
be seeing girls climbing on top of cars, shaking ass, all that.
I ain't never seen that.
Where's that in Florida?
No, there's not a lot of Waffle Houses in Florida. There's only there's not many Waffle Houses there.
It ain't always like that. It's not everywhere though, but it's just in certain places. I kind of seen it.
Well, to be honest with you, I really don't go on the south side of Atlanta. I don't pass Midtown. I don't go anywhere outside of Midtown. I'm usually on the north side in Gwinnett County. So I'm typically in the suburban area. I don't go down there too much.
Fair enough.
I do go to Buckhead, but I do go to, the nicer, classier places to hang out.
Okay. What about you, Brittany? Darnell, I'm gonna get you in here real quick, but we gotta sign off, man. We
where
going
to
late.
meet people? Where to meet? What we talking about?
That's just where I go. When I go out, I really don't go out to meet anybody. If I meet someone while I'm out, that's cool. But I really go out for myself to socialize. And obviously, I'm a bartender. I've been in the restaurant industry since my first job was in a restaurant, and that's kind of what I've continued to do. I've also worked at Marriott hotels, Hilton hotels. So I just like to. That's just what I do. I like food and beverage. I like to go out and eat. I like to try new drinks.
Yeah, I be going to like open mics or like poetry slams
Nice.
and the movies. I be going to the movies a lot by myself.
You know, the last place I went to on a date was at a stand-up comedy lounge, and I didn't even know it was a stand-up comedy because at first everything was just like ordinary. So she actually surprised the fuck out of me where we were going. So when we were there, I thought it was just, just hanging out, having some drinks or whatever. Next minute, I'm seeing like all these people coming in and they're setting up audio stuff. And next minute, there's a mic and a guy gets on here and he starts talking shit about everybody in that place. Oh my god, it was hilarious. I got cracked on the most because I was looking like a preacher. What can I say? You know what I mean?
I love comedy shows.
Yeah. So I mean, hey, it is what it is. Everybody was getting their roast, but it was fun. I loved it. I thought it was absolutely funny.
Yeah.
It's been a great panel. I really enjoyed this. I'm still cleaning and doing my stuff for the week. Meal prepping and all
While
that good
you're on your
stuff.
spiritual journey, we expect you to come back super strong and ready to start your podcast.
No, I am. I got to work on that and create some stuff because I really want it to be nice. And I want to do something that other Black women on social media aren't doing. I want to share my healing journey. I want to talk about a lot of the things that we've talked about on these panels. And just like bringing light to a lot of situations, being realistic, really about things.
Do you agree with Brian Price? He said if you want to meet a good woman, you go to the local bookstore.
Oh, he giving away the cheat code.
Also, you all agree.
Nah, okay, I will say this. It was funny because I seen a post and what did it say? It said, ladies, if a dude tell you he's taking you on a surprise date and he pull up to Barnes and Noble, what you gonna do? And it was a lot of girls like, oh my God, I would love that. But yeah.
In
Local
reality,
bookstore.
they probably cuss his ass out, right? Like, what we
Yeah.
doing here?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Next too is like I was saying about the gym. For me, I'm in a very vulnerable state. Like, so if a guy is like being on some, oh, I'm going in here to find a girl to smash, like that's not cool. But if you're, I don't know, I don't know. It's just like the run club thing. I don't know.
What is OB32 still talking about? Like, come on, man. It's all love here today.
You know, you got to reflect it.
Okay.
Positive transference of negative energy. It's a real thing. You either choose to accept it or you refuse to take it.
Okay, I guess he's got beef with BMTs. I don't know why, but okay.
Is it my BMT friend or somebody else
No, he's talking
BMT?
about Black Man's Travel. That was on the BMT Travels. That was on the
Yeah.
panel.
Not Black man.
I'm like, he not even
No, he's not
here.
talking about Black Man Travel.
No, it's BMT. Yeah,
talking about the other one that was just on the panel.
Yeah.
Ronan, are you married?
Who?
Who?
Ronan.
I've been divorced since 2016. I'm about to get remarried here in probably a year.
Well,
We'll see how that goes.
I was only asking because I was like wondering, like, where did you meet your wife? So we could.
My first wife, I met her online, and it was back in the day when it was faux pas. I met her during the Black Planet days.
And see, that's what I wanted. That's what I wanted to
No,
say
I'm sorry.
too,
I'm
is
sorry.
like-
That was my second wife. My first wife, I actually met in a club in TJ.
And that's what I'm saying. Like some people do.
Black Planet.
Yeah,
some
Black Planet
people-
for my second wife. Yeah, my
Yeah,
first wife was
I've
TJ.
met several couples that are
While I was
married
in the
and
Marine
stuff that
Corps.
met each other off Tinder. So
Well, back then it was faux pas. Now it's just something normal that you can do. But back then it was like, you met them where?
Yeah, it was a taboo thing.
Oh my
it was like
God,
the
that's dangerous.
forbidden door.
Right.
Really?
Right. So we lied about how we met each other.
I think it's
Oh,
still
that-
kind of taboo
yeah.
these days too.
Hmm?
I think it's kind of like
No,
like
it's a
gift
standard way of everybody's meeting on Tinder, this that, and the other, Facebook. Matter of fact, the chick I'm talking to now,
Normal.
she approached me on on TikTok. We flipped over to IG, we flipped over to Facebook. And
That's a
within
normal
like
thing.
15 minutes, I told her, if you can't FaceTime me, I don't fucking deal with you.
Yeah.
I'm
That's
not
how I
playing
be.
this catfish.
there's
bullshit.
there's too many damn catfishes out there. Like
If
a
you can't
mother.
FaceTime me right now, I don't believe you real.
Yeah.
You could be some Nigerian dude sitting in Nigeria trying to scam my ass.
That is insane.
And they do it.
I know they do.
And she called me. Literally. Like the minute I said it, next thing I know, my phone was ringing.
Yeah.
Darnell, you want to say something real quick? I know you've been on hold for a while, but we're gonna close up the
Has he
show.
been back that long, or did he leave and come back?
I think he left and came back, but I'm not too sure. But he's been on here for a while. My bad.
You're
brother.
muted, brother. You're muted.
Oh, let me get you off mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead, brother. Sorry about that, man.
Oh, you good? Yeah, I was kind of waiting to come back up, man.
I know you've been patiently waiting, man. I had a lot of people coming in and out, man. My fault, brother. Go ahead.
Nah, it's all good. I'm trying to fix my septic anyway. So, but yeah. I mean, a lot of interesting points, man. I wanted to chime in like a while back ago. Damn, I can't even remember what it was. I can't
That's
even
that
remember the exact.
PTSD kicking in.
Nah, it be like that on these panels. I be having to write stuff down.
Oh, I got a notepad sitting right on the side of me, right here. There's
Yeah, I
actually a notepad on my desk.
Yeah,
I
I just
feel
kind
for
of. I just kind of got a little busy. You can see here, man, my septic is
Yeah,
backed
I
up.
don't envy the smells that might be coming out of there right now.
Nope.
You're good.
Yeah, so I'm kind of multitasking here, listening and trying to fix my septic tank. But
What the fuck?
what?
Did you read this? Did you read this shit from Guns? I met the mother of my child after she accidentally shot me long but true story.
Uncle Guns ain't no joke, bro.
I believe him.
He's a Navy guy, so back in those days, I had some crazy stories. I ran the border in TJ. There's some crazy shit that went on back then.
no.
Bro. I can believe that.
What the hell? That's wild right there. That's wild.
It's believable. Back and then, yeah.
All right,
Sorry,
well,
I didn't.
no, go ahead.
You didn't really say what you needed to chime in
so-
on real quick.
Yeah, so I mean, basically, there's a lot of good points, and a lot of people have been saying what I've been saying now for almost a year now. Basically, it's like, okay, I think we all agree that there is an issue with dating in America. We may have disagreements, but one of the things I do like about the panel, about this, especially this panel in particular, we've been talking pretty normal. Like, what I'm saying, we're not arguing, we're not fussing, fighting, name calling and stuff. Maya, and I can't remember the other lady's name.
Brittany.
Brittany.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, both of y'all, in my opinion, y'all have been great. We may have disagreements, but the way that those two ladies were respectful guys, I felt like for the most part we were respectful to the ladies as well. This is great. I remember now what I wanted to chime in about. Somebody had said about he was that brother that was deployed overseas, and Jody came in, stole his girl while he was deployed. It's never happened to me like that, what I'm saying, because I never got married, but it semi happened to me, with a chick. But the worst story I'd ever seen, this brother he was a white guy, but he was AWOL. Turned out he caught Jody in the act with his wife when he came home.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
man.
he assaulted that dude, get him off of his wife and stuff. She ended up filing a restraining order against her husband, calling him violent and all this other stuff. Well, to get this fool goes AWOL trying to get his marriage back.
I've heard this story.
Yeah,
it's unfortunate in the military. It happens a lot.
No,
Yeah.
no. This ain't just a story. This ain't just I had to go apprehend this guy. All right.
You were MP? Were you MP?
No, I was not an MP. That's the
Okay.
funny part. Like, the MPs refused to apprehend him. Said we had to catch him ourselves for whatever reason. I ain't gonna lie. The MPs on Fort Lewis were lazy as fuck. They didn't want to do their job, and they said we had to go apprehend him. So anyway, this motherfucker was staying on base, AWOL. He was at lodging.
How are you AWOL while you're still on base?
Man, I have no idea. To
Was
this
he
day,
living out in the brush?
Nah, he was at lodging. The hotel. Every
That's
base got
like going
lodging.
to the door, knocking on the door. Hey, man, we need to take you in. Really?
Basically.
That's AWOL?
No, this dude, he was not
you
showing
ain't
up.
gonna find no Marine that's AWOL just sitting on a base somewhere.
Yeah.
You have to go hunt him.
Yeah.
Oh my.
This dude ran on the base, was hiding out at lodging. Somebody snitched him out. We went to the MPs. The MP said, nope, you got to go catch him yourself.
That's some lazy ass shit right there.
That's what I said. All I know is I was sweeping the damn parking lot. First sergeant says, I want you, and he said, I want you to get in the van. I ain't going to tell you nothing until we on the way, and then he tells me the whole story, how this dude was AWOL, had to go catch his ass. Anyway, long story short, this motherfucker, I felt sorry for him too, but he was with his wife who had a restraining order against him. Staying at lodging. So this dude's not only in trouble with military UCMJ, but he's also in violation of a judge's restraining order.
So now he's got city or state problems.
Yeah, more than likely local.
Mm-hmm.
More than likely. So yeah, he has some serious problems. But long story short, man, and after I had saw that, and I'll be honest with you, I've seen, I've had women too, play me for a fool. It was never that serious for me because, again, I never got married. But, I had some girlfriends do some shitty things to me. You know what I'm saying? That I ain't gonna lie to you. It did make me, this was when I was in my 20s. It did make me very bitter towards, it started out as black women at first, American black women, but then it, you know, evolved to American women. And then, you know, I said, oh yeah, I'll stop dealing with black women. I'm gonna go get me a white woman. You know, yeah. White women do the same exact bullshit. I don't give a damn what race y'all are. You know,
you know what? I had a mindset when I was young like that, Darnell. I was 19 when I joined the Marine Corps.
Yeah.
And I was dating this chick, and she's like, well, I want to be with you. I said, no, I'm getting ready to go in the Corps. I'm going to be in a whole nother state. I said, I don't believe in long distance relationships. Let's do this. We can be friends. I come into town. You not with anybody or anybody serious. We can hook up. We can hang out. We have a good time. That way, I'm not worried about what the fuck you're doing. That transitioned to even when I got married. I still had that mindset. So when I deployed to the Gulf, right, out of sight, out of mind to me. If your ass is home, my kids are still there, then we still good. I don't give a fuck what the hell happened. But don't ask me what the fuck I did while I was gone. Because if I'm going to catch a bullet in the middle of a war, I'm not going to sit there and worry about what the fuck you're doing.
Right.
That would drive me insane.
Well, guys, go ahead.
I'm just going to finish it up with this. But my only point is, like, you know, when you're young, it starts out as, and it's not really about black women. It's just, okay, that's what you were dating. Like for us, we're black. More than likely, we started out dating.
That's our first option, and that's the first thing we desire. Is
exactly.
That's
true. Exactly. But the thing is that when you get screwed over, it leaves a sour taste in your mouth. You know, and that's why I think the animosity that black men have, you know, black men sometimes will get a chip on their shoulder. You know, I'm talking about the ones that I believe Maya was talking about earlier about the brothers that, you know, badmouth black women. I think that, you know, knowing my experience, I think that's what kind of happens. I'm not saying it's there.
I definitely agree with you there.
I'm not saying it's right or anything. It's just, you know, I'm just explaining that how
you can only put your finger in the fire so many times before you say, nah, I'm not going to fuck with that part anymore. You know,
so then it goes exactly, you know, and I think more or less it's like, okay, you get tired of, you know, it's like when it comes to dating, for example, okay, we're supposed to do this. We're supposed to be providers. We're supposed to pay for the dates and all this other stuff. But then you're looking for ROI. And when you're not, and for those of you that don't know what ROI is, it's return on investment. You know, you spend $200 on dinner and, you know what I'm saying, the chick ain't even talking to you, you know, that again, you know, you're like, man, screw this, man. I go down to Mexico, you know, 20, 40 bucks and, you know, I have my way kind of thing, you know. And that's just the mindset, you know. And
it's just easy come, easy go, huh? I mean,
yeah, you know. So that you know, I'm just trying to explain, you know, to the male side of things. You know, it's not that I don't think black men intentionally try to down talk bad women. And I mean, black women. It's just like I said. It's just, hey, you got a bitter taste in your mouth, and you're gonna be bitter. Like I said, I went through it myself in my early 20s. You know, little would I know later, foreign women, like I said, they do the same exact thing. You know, I mean, female nature is female nature, no matter where you go.
That's facts. All right. Well, I guess that could be said. Brittany, do you want to say any last words? Too bad we lost Maya there.
Thanks for having me on the panel. I look forward to doing more. This was
We'll keep that in mind definitely when we need that type of panelist. You're on the list.
Awesome.
Yeah, man.
Well, thank you so much.
It's a pleasure, Brittany. I appreciate you being on.
All right,
I think my
have a good
camera's
day.
frozen. My camera.
You too, man.
All right.
Yeah. So, what do you think about today's show, man?
Hey, man, that was awesome.
Yeah, real good show. Real good show. Yeah, man. I mean, like, this is what I've been looking for about a year now, is where men and women are able to talk. You know, I mean, like, you know, where we can hash this, hash out our differences and things like that, because other spaces nobody's really talking. We're just name calling and blaming the other side.
Right.
And which other space do you know?
That's the point I was trying to make. Is like, look, y'all got two women in here that are being totally honest and very apparent on what's going on and what they feel.
Yeah.
And you're still talking about the same shit instead of directing it towards the people that could possibly give you an answer on the thought process.
You know what would have made this show sweeter if I had a foreign woman on here?
We almost had one. She just couldn't make it. I was trying to keep it to a low because I didn't want to announce it, and then it didn't go down. But yeah, I almost had somebody we know get on the panel that was a foreign. Not only a foreign woman, but she would be a foreign woman married to an American.
Oh wow.
Buck, you in the building, man. You want to say something real quick? Because we about to close it up.
Oh, damn. I'm coming in late. I thought I just started.
No, man. Nah, we've been at
the time on the count at the clock. It's like 6
Oh,
hours later.
shit. I caught the show when Darnell was speaking, man. Yeah, female nature is everywhere, man. Like, it's not just certain group of women. It's female natures all across the world, man. It's the same. Women at the end of the day, they want resources. They want the best option available. That's hypergamia. And let me just use an analogy. Say, for example, if you had a daughter, wouldn't you want the best for your daughter? Wouldn't you want the best man for your daughter?
Absolutely.
So you wouldn't want your daughter to be with an average dude. You would rather want her to be with a dude who's doing very, very excellent for himself. He doesn't have to be a millionaire or anything like that, but he has to be on point. So I can understand. Sometimes us men, we're thinking from our side. We have to think from their side. What is the logic behind it? Because I feel like a lot of these guys are just bitter. Because women demand, especially here in the States, are going up. Their demand is going up. That's why they're saying, "Oh, I need a guy that makes over six figures."
Well, damn it! If the prices on the women are going up, then we need to start getting more money. We need to demand more money in the job place.
And I look at it both sides of the coin. The passport bros, they're saying, okay, their demand is going up. We can't keep up. We're gonna go overseas where it's cheaper and get bang for buck. So there's two sides of the story. At the end of the day, I don't even know why both sides are kind of going at each other. It makes sense to me. Both sides, I see where the females are coming from, and I also see where the passport bros are coming from. I mean,
at the end of the day, men. At the end of the day,
Philippines in about a couple months. He's about to have a life over there.
But
you guys are witnesses. I'll take you through every step of what most people think you cannot do when it comes to having a relationship with somebody overseas.
Yeah.
All right. Well, here's the thing.
Like Maya, for example, I literally don't have anything against what Maya was saying. Literally.
Okay.
She was
all right. Well, check this out.
She said she was a guy over 6 foot. I mean, I don't have problem with that. That's a height requirement. It's all.
No, right. She said 5'8". 5'8". As long as he's an inch taller than her, she's 5'7".
Oh, she said that? Okay.
Yeah. She doesn't even care about the 6 foot thing.
Okay. But either or, women are gonna exercise their rights and date who they want to date. The same with men. So if the option
our resources for the best option we have.
Right. Yeah. So men are going to go overseas and they're going to get better quality with the best options with their resources that they have. Same thing with women when they're over here. So vice versa. Everywhere you go, women are going to practice hypergamy, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Hypergamy.
Hypergamy. There you go. Hypergamy. So at the end of the day, hypergamy. At the end of the day, men are just going to go where they can stretch their wallets and they can live comfortable.
Yeah,
exactly.
And I don't have a problem with that too. But like I said, there's two sides of the coin. Sometimes, some guys in the passport bro community, like they kind of bitter, especially against American women. I really don't see.
Maya called that out too. She said
Maya calls that out.
bitter.
And I definitely 100% agree with her. She said, "Don't bash American women." Don't bash.
Let's gotta be fair. That doesn't go for all. That doesn't go for all basketball bros, though.
Yeah, and she doesn't care. Maya doesn't care. Brittany doesn't care. Brittany's saying, hey, you can have fun. You can do this. She doesn't care. So I feel like Maya did say a good point. She said, I feel like you guys are shoving it down our throats, which is true.
But does that go for everybody? Does that go for everybody that's part of the Passport Bros? Because I don't think everybody.
It's some.
I don't think everybody. I mean, I don't think a lot of people are really on that. Because most men that are traveling, they're going overseas, they're not concerned about American women.
I've seen TikTok videos, I've seen Instagram videos of guys having their foreign women, and in the title, they're saying, "Hey, American women, you're not good enough," or I'm so glad I moved overseas, and this, that, and third.
Well, do you think that they could be doing that for clickbaits and just those type of men? Because they are people out there.
Let me ask you this: why would you use it as a clickbait? That doesn't make sense.
The name itself, Passport Bros, create controversy, so anybody can use that name and just do some goofy shit and say, "Hey, this is what we're doing out here," and forget these USA women, and they say Passport Bros. But that doesn't mean that necessarily are Passport Bros. They could be just using that for clickbaits and to be trolling.
Yeah, they can use that, but at the same time, you got to realize some people take that shit to the heart.
Right, I get that, but that's the whole point. It's the marketing.
The content you put out.
Right, but guess what?
Like Maya, I'm pretty sure Maya feels some type of way about the Passport Bros.
But
guess what? She doesn't. She's very open to it, and she's accepting of the fact that men should seek happiness no matter what, wherever it is.
There's some men that are doing that, fair enough, and some men that are just critiquing and using the name as a springboard to get views and attention and also subscribers, and it does work.
Yeah, definitely, man. I just want to say that salute to the panel, Andrew. Great show. I might watch on the replay. Salute, y'all.
All right, man. I appreciate it, but Darnell, I appreciate you being on here too, man.
Thank you for having me.
All right, bros. Oh man, Ron, you killed one today.
I didn't. Hey, that was teamwork, brother.
Oh man, you killed it today, bro. You just hit it out the park. Shout out to you.
I'm just happy the lady showed up for the panel.
Oh yeah,
we sent out for him, so it all worked out. So people can get a different perspective instead of just talking about it. Actually, hear women verbalize how they feel, not assume how they feel, which is what happens in a lot of these rooms. They start going along with the general statements, not really what's going on currently in a woman's brain. You get what I'm saying? And how they actually think. This way, y'all got to hear a process of a thoughtful woman and what her thought process is in situations. So whether you think she was capping or not,
so Ron,
but I'm telling you, those two chicks that were on this panel are very straightforward, very honest about their feelings, and they don't give a fuck whose feelings they hurt to say it.
So Ron,
yeah.
Before we close off, man, I gotta ask your opinion. 90s black women, 2024 black women, or foreign black women? Your choice.
Damn, man, why you got to do
that? Come on, man.
Because I'm married to 90s women, black women. So
you got to choose one. Come on, two's got to go. One's got to stay.
With now she's foreign, but she ain't a foreign black woman. She's Filipino. So.
But she's
right
foreign.
now.
But she's foreign.
I'm gonna have to go with the foreign.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to go with the foreign right now because everything I've ever prayed for in a woman, so far through vetting process, the traditional values she grew up in, you could say she could have grown up here in the 1950s. It is not even close.
Okay. All right. Well, You're gonna ask my opinion. Man, I think it's a toss up between the '90s black woman and the foreign black woman. I feel, even I did date in the '90s. I felt like there was a sense of security with black women dating them in those days. I felt like, even though it was a lot easy, but I felt like there was love and more passion there. My experience.
Yeah, I think that's because they're more understanding. They know our struggle.
Right. They understand that. But as far as 2024 black woman, I don't know. The Gen Z generation, man. I can't, I don't know. I don't get them. I really don't. I don't get it. Foreign, never had any issues, but there are some issues that I did come across. But I think as a whole, I've had a better dating experience with foreign women. That's just my opinion.
In that respect, if you say as a whole, I've always had a better experience dating black women.
Well, yeah, well, black women as a whole, but you know, if we're
that's what you're saying as a whole, my whole collective years of dating, black women all day long, and no hands.
Oh yeah, hands. Of course.
You know,
but I mean, Latinas can be considered as black.
It's always been. I've always had the strongest connection with black women.
Yeah, Latin women can be considered as black. Got black in them.
You know, which makes sense. But at the end of the day, it's not about that anymore.
Yeah, man. Well, Ron, it's been a pleasure, man. Thank you guys for joining the show. Make sure you guys go ahead and get those likes up, subscribe to the channel, man. And we out of here.